PKA 649, just the boys this week.
Mm-hmm.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, Freeze Pipe, and of course, RealDBG.com. Bunch of wonderful sponsors. Talk about them later. How are you gentlemen doing?
Dude, I took one of those. I hadn't had a gummy in a while, and I popped 2 in my mouth the other day. Just making dinner. I was like, I want to be stoned after dinner, like during my movie. Oh God, I woke up at 4 in the morning. It put me out at like 9 p.m. and I woke up at 4 in the morning.
We get a lot.
I took 2 of the DBGs.
The big death by gut.
Yeah.
They're not fucking around kind.
For sure, my tolerance on those goes up and down depending on obviously how much I'm using.
Yeah.
But I hadn't had one in a month or something like that. So 2 knocked me fucking unconscious.
Is quadruple my dose. If I take half of one of those, and mostly I take one just as like a sleeping aid. I take one.
Yeah.
It does a couple things. It gives me lots of tolerance for this bedtime routine that I think takes too long, and it puts me to bed. Cool.
Whose routine is this that's taking so long?
It's basically putting Colin to sleep.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of pushback and it's a pain in the ass, and it goes like whatever. I
was picturing like American Psycho creams and
Jackie
and things.
No.
I'm like, oh, that's how Woody looks so young. It's not natural. It's,
it's just good lighting.
2 hours.
I imagine Jackie flipping the light switch on and off 8 times in every room in the house. I thought there was a ritual.
No,
Do you guys ever know anybody like that? That was,
I was like that as a kid.
Everybody's like, I'm so OCD. I forget my keys all the time. Bro, that's not what OCD is. You're just dumb.
No, it's debilitating and it's terrible. For example, part of the nighttime routine, he plugs in his iPad to make sure it's charging. And then he hits the button to make sure it's charging. And he'll do that 60 times. Like
just to make sure it's still charging, right?
Yeah, it's still charging. 60 is an exaggeration, maybe 30. Yeah. But it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's just like, I'm like, Colin, I want you to look at your iPad. Hold it, see that it's charging. Ask yourself, do I see that it's charging? And see that it's charging. And now when you turn it off, you'll remember, yes, it was definitely charging. And this works sometimes, but
like whenever I hear a problem like this, my little brain wants to make solutions for it. And I'm just like, what if his screen was projected onto the wall, really dim? And anytime he looked up from bed, he's like, yep, still charging.
Right? It's tempting to get into stuff like that, but that's not what he knows.
There's a base issue that's just not going to change. There's going to be an issue with the projector.
He's compelled to go through this cycle.
Yeah.
Until
I've never experienced that in real life, or if I have, I'm sure the people that I've known like hit it for whatever reason. I guess it could be a little embarrassing if you're flipping light switches. I just always remember that movie As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson and the little fucking dog. It's a real 4-star movie.
OCD in it.
He does. He has severe OCD, and his gay neighbor gets hate crimed, and there's no one to watch the dog. And so Cuba Gooding Jr., who's the gay neighbor's boyfriend, bullies Jack Nicholson. He's like, "You're gonna watch this dog. You're gonna watch this dog. I'm watching you." And he's like shoves him a little. And he's like, "No, don't touch. Like, he does germaphobe too, on top of everything else.
That's a common crossover. Yeah.
And so he takes the little dog in. And the more he keeps the little dog, the more he realizes this little dog's like him. Like the little dog is crotchety. It likes when he plays the piano.
What are you doing, Fido? And he's compulsively washing his paws.
Yeah, like clothes. So when he walks down the street, Jack Nicholson won't step on the cracks in the sidewalk. He can't. And so that makes him bump into people on the New York streets constantly. And they're like, "Get out of my way, asshole." And he's like, "Don't touch. He doesn't want to be touched, and he can't step on the cracks. And he's walking through New York. So it's a problem. And he looks down one day, and the little dog stepping over the cracks too. And he's like, "Don't you be like me. Don't you be like me, you little fucker." And these ladies are watching him. They're like, "Oh, I wish someone would treat me like that." It's a beautiful movie. Like I won't go.
So the dog likes Jack Nicholson more.
Loves him.
And then Jack Nicholson says, "Oh, it was all a scam. I've had bacon in my pocket this whole time." And I think in watching that, maybe I was casually paying attention. I took it as true. But that was an act of kindness for the dog's actual owner.
Yeah.
Where he was pretending to have bacon in his pocket the whole time.
Yeah. Gay owner gets out of the hospital terribly disfigured. And it's time for the dog to go back to him. And Jack Nicholson's going, "Go on. Go on, go to the fucking faggot." And finally he's like, "You know why he likes me more than you? He's like, keep this bacon
I
in
don't
my
step
pants.
on the cracks.
Yeah, and it's just pitiful. He still doesn't want it. It's a great movie.
You've never dealt with invasive thoughts and like the OCD shit. I was the most neurotic 10-year-old you've ever met. Like so what he was saying, like lots of people are like, oh, I'm OCD. Like I was diagnosed OCD at like 10. Like everything had to be balanced. I would be like unable to focus on anything in school because I would notice that I had leaned on the left side of my desk too long, and I would have to try and think about how exactly long I leaned on that side of the desk so I could counteract it with the other side. I would have to turn off lights and like check locks multiple times. When I was driving, now? The only thing I still do now is this next thing. When I was a kid, I would be in the back seat like driving, and I would have to blink like exactly between the two telephone poles, like estimating exactly where the middle point would be and try and blink on that. And I will still catch myself sometimes trying to blink at exactly the middle point between telephone poles. God, I used to have invasive thoughts. Like if I don't do something I knew I wasn't supposed to, my grandparents are going to die and go to hell. Yeah. And so it'd be like push Johnny off his bike, or your grandma's going to be in a car accident and die, and it'll be your fault. And like, I wouldn't indulge in that. Like, I wouldn't shove kids or do that. I would just be like, I know this isn't real, but like, you can't not obsess over it. So it's awful. Like everything had to like move the same way. If I walked somewhere like down the hallway, like, if it was like not the right number of steps, or I stepped on, like I guarantee I looked like a fucking goober walking around the lunchroom as a 10-year-old, because I also wasn't stepping on cracks. I was walking around. I always thought I just need to walk the way that a knight moves in chess so that it looks natural and I'm still not stepping on the cracks.
I had a ton of these as a kid. When we moved from Morristown to Ocean City in my childhood, part of it was for getting bullied for different like tics that I couldn't not do. I was training my hair to go to the side, and I would brush it with my fingers like that, but way too much. And in 5th grade, or 6th grade, there were like teams of children that would walk pigeon-toed like I did and brush their hair like incessantly, doing this like Woody imitation of just making fun of me.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I disagree. And, I had a sound I would make like by like sloshing bubbles through my lips. My parents hated it. It was like an embarrassment that was audible, and I would hit myself to like get over that,
like through the teeth and back, like through your teeth
on
to
the
your
sides
lip.
like this. And
yep.
Yeah,
I never heard that.
And I have a bunch of these. And when Taylor talked about the balance thing, I was like, are you me? Even to this day, if Jackie wants to like fuck with me, she'll squeeze one toe and then stop there and just like vanish. And it's like, the other toe needs squeezing. We all know this. I'm balanced.
It does. It should be balanced out. Like even now as an adult, to be courteous, it should be balanced.
Everything in balance, little one. No,
I know that nothing bad's going to happen, but let's be safe.
Like anywhere where there's like folds of skin, like between your fingers, how they kind of make folds of skin sometimes depending on it. Like I would be constantly doing this, like sort of like exercising that to make that. I don't know what it was to get to stop. And then like the corners of your eyelids, I'd constantly be going to like open them up all the way so they wouldn't stick, and then like corners of my mouth too. And then my hair, oh my God, they thought I was gay because I'd twirl my hair all fucking day. I'm twirling. Yeah, that's
because they call me twirling my hair with my classmate's dick in my mouth.
Nobody else twirls their hair when they suck it, Kyle. I'm sorry, the tick.
It's coming off as a little gay.
I'm always twirling I wasn't pulling it out, thank God. I remember there was a girl who did pull her hair out. I remember her name, Renee Rice. Renee Rice pulled her hair out until she had these bald patches everywhere. And I'm sure it was something terrible at home was happening or whatever, but I didn't do that. But I twirled that shit and I made these little, little ponytails, and I'm just like, I don't know how to braid hair or anything, but I'm like making little twirling that shit up for whatever reason and incessantly. And then the inside of my mouth, like the inside of my cheeks, I'm biting it. I'm like chewing it.
Like open wounded kind of?
I can still feel them. They're rough now because as a kid, I'd be sitting there for hours at a time chewing the thin layers of skin off and like spitting them. I don't know why. The same reason you can't sit in a chair right.
It's true.
I don't know why. And now, like,
wait, Taylor can't sit in a chair, right?
We just, that's his thing.
I used to fall out of my chair at dinner as a kid all the time. Like, I don't know why, but my dad was like, as a kid, you just fucking we'd be like sitting there. Now it's just beds. I'll just be sitting there eating. And he's like, yeah, I would look up to a huge noise. And Taylor, you'd just be on the ground. Like, because you'd be, I guess I would sit on the chair and try to just like lean while I was eating and balance on the two legs and made an ass. The
thing I do now, I wonder if people relate to this. I sometimes take my mouse, I wish you could see it, and I'll like go back and forth over one side of the window. In this case, it's my browser. And then I have to do the left side enough times to even it out and then put it in the center.
Yeah,
no, that's,
you know what I do? The areas in between where all of our screens are, like I'll often like move my mouse like to make sure I'm not touching the screen. Maybe I still have this.
I don't know where, of course.
I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm interrupting you, but I'm thank you. It's almost as if you don't get over it, but you choose things that are totally tolerable, right? Like I have a bunch of tics. When I get into the elevator, I just fucking blink hard and freak the fuck out with like my facial expressions. But I don't have like audible tics.
Hey, dude, look on camera, B. This guy is sketching out in the elevator.
Yeah. Oh my God. Elevators are like a thing for like.
Is it claustrophobia?
No, it's privacy. Like, oh my gosh, I've been suppressing this event for so long that, I'm ready to just like let go.
Like the fart you take after a date. Like as soon as she's out of that car. Oh my God. The biggest farts of my life have been after women got out of my car after a 4-hour date.
Yeah.
It's that fart that you've bottled them up till they go back up your intestines. You're like, oh, I hope that's healthy.
You feel it like you the reverse gurgle up. Like, oh yeah, that one's in my stomach now. My next burp's gonna be stinky.
I mean, being a nice restaurant should have cushioned chairs. Do not sit me on that hard piece of wood. Embarrass me in front of these people. So like those girls would get out of my car and it's just and I'm just like, oh,
it's like the resonance frequency of the windows and it's like a bass. It's like Dolby Digital.
The tolerable thing, like switching to tics that are more tolerable and less visual. Like now it's cracking my knuckles and my toes. Like I gotta get them all exercised, and I call it limbering up.
Is it bad for you? I never got.
I've done a little research on this because I was worried because they started hurting, especially like the little ones on the like the pinkies. Because I do this thing where I start at here and like roll over, popping them like fucking Batman or some shit. That's where I saw it the first time. I distinctly remember watching Batman crack his knuckles and being like, "That's my thing now. I'm the knuckle cracking guy. I'm the knuckle cracking guy." And now I can't stop. And before I started taking testosterone. The pinky ones were really hurting, so much so that I had to be like, stop doing it. I would go to do it and I'd be like, you're hurting yourself. Stop. And it went away. Like, it felt like I was developing minor arthritis, and then it just stopped hurting.
And it's fine to do this. It sounds like it's bad.
The internet says it's not bad for you, and that the wives' tales tell you that it will cause arthritis. My thought is, I do it so much and so hard that I might be an outlier in this regard. And they're like, yeah, popping your knuckles doesn't hurt. How often do you do it? I don't know, once a week. Oh, because I do it 15 times an hour.
Yeah. The second they recharge, I pop them again.
Yeah, as soon as they're recharged, I'm ready to go again. I'm doing it now. Like I have the same, across.
Backwards cracker? I don't like that.
No. I go down and then I go across, get any like leftovers, and then I hit every little mini digit. Like all the way down.
You can get 4 pops per finger and you have to get all 4. Otherwise,
I get my thumbs. like I'm going to town and then I'm moving to the feet. Yeah, that's a problem.
Taylor, what happens if a knuckle won't crack?
Oh, nothing. I don't really care. It's just more like, sometimes you try and pop a knuckle and like it won't go. And then you go a little too hard and you're like, it wasn't ready. And I like hurt my finger a little bit. That was stupid. Like that's all I'll do.
I can crack my big toe. I kind of bend it and pull it out. It gives me a nice big toe knuckle crack.
You guys have seen me do it, but I bend all my toes down like my fingers. Like all of them go down like this, and they all pop like from bending them down from the big one to the
that's not normal.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. It doesn't
Is
hurt.
it called Swan's disease? Do you have that?
There's a swan neck deformity thing that I think affects, my finger there and like all my hand joints. I think it's probably, in other places because my shoulders dislocate fairly easily. I've done it. They haven't popped out where I'm screaming, but it's been like, oh no, it was just about to. Like there's this intense, sharp pain if I lift my shoulder the wrong way. And it's not like a nagging injury, like a sore thing. It's like you engaged that joint in the perfect way with weight so that it was just about to come out. I've done it before with cables and stuff like that. If I just lift it up a certain way, I get this piercing pain. But again, it's not like that's an injured sore spot. It's like you were about to throw your shoulder out. So I don't know. But I try not to do too many tics anymore. I will say every now and then if I have an intrusive thought, I'll remember some stupid thing I said in 5th grade and embarrassed myself, and I'll go, fuck! I'm like, what are you yelling out loud for? Ain't nobody here. I'll literally have a little Tourette's moment where I like curse from like that thought will hit me and it'll hurt a little. So why'd you say that?
Like, God, I'm such a cringe idiot. I hate myself.
Oh my God. I mean, it's not quite like I think you've got the most embarrassing moment I've ever heard with that poop story.
Yeah, that was rough, man.
But I'll think back to moments like that I've had, and I'll just be like, inward. I'm all alone. I'm not,
you just say it to get it out, get those feelings out. A little hard R therapy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what he's meaning.
I heard inward, and I'm like, I don't understand what inward as opposed to outward. Like, I totally lost on the joke.
That's because you're a good white man. You're an ally.
I'm an ally. I am.
I know we've been watching From, and we're all kind of hate watching it now, not loving it so much. Man, I'm hate watching. Actually, I quit last night in season 2. I was hate watching The Godfather of Harlem, which none of you have ever heard of. Despite having like one of the coolest casts of all time, they went out and got everybody from The Sopranos, Goodfellas, Casino that's still alive, and they put them in a TV show with Forrest Whitaker playing. I mean, there's a bunch of them. Bumpy Johnson, I think, was this black gangster's name in Harlem back in like the 30s or no, maybe later than that. Anyway, in the old days, Bumpy Johnson, and apparently he was a big deal. I don't know why they call him Bumpy. I don't know. But the show's about him. Forrest Whitaker plays him. And the problem is, I understand that he's a powerful gangster and that certainly the people in Harlem have to respect him. But, man, he just seems to get away with anything he wants to do. It's just such a ridiculous show. For one thing, one of the New York 5 families, mob families, is led by Vincent D'Onofrio. And his daughter is having sex with a black man. She has a black boyfriend. The boss of a New York 5 family's mafia family, his daughter has a black boyfriend, and he takes so long to kill that guy.
Takes so long to kill him? Is it not like Kings and Queens, where like he would marry his daughter or his son to the daughter of the black gang leader, make an alliance? No. There's a lot of things like that. Race relations is kind of right there in the middle. It's during the time. It's obviously not the 30s because it's Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, so it's the 60s. But I hate it. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate how stupid it is. How nonsensical it is. He's like having cops killed. Like cops are afraid of him. Like cops aren't afraid of people now. Cops aren't afraid of anyone now. There's no way they were ever afraid of a black gangster in New York. Like he's gonna put a bag over your head and suffocate you. You know how cops are. They're not gonna allow that. Yeah, it's the NYPD. They're an army.
I am addicted to Succession. I'm only 4 episodes in. 4. That's not a lot. Season 1. But here's what Succession is about. There is a media enterprise. It seems to be a cross between Fox News, because it's like conservative news, and Disney, because they have a theme park and a cruise line. So it's this like conservative Disney. And the leader, it's family owned like Fox News. And the patriarch of this family is in poor health. It was my understanding before I saw the show that he was going to die and the kids would squabble over who led it next. But 4 episodes in, he's like recovering and back in charge. So I don't know how long this death is going to be drawn out, or if he really dies, or if I'm just misinformed. I'm not sure.
Who plays the main guy? Is that Brian Cox?
Yeah.
I'm not good at that.
I love Brian Cox.
He's good.
He does a good job. And they tease his competence. Like every so often, it's like, ooh, all right, he's getting his head back. He's making smart moves, and then he accidentally like pees in the office, not realizing it's not the urinal, and you're like, all right, so that was a slip. He's not playing with a full deck, and all the kids are like as you introduce to the kids. Some of them seem like just total fuck ups, and other ones are like the golden children. And then you learn, like, actually, all of them are a little more competent than it seems, and a little more flawed than it seems. And it's hard to pick which one is really the golden child.
Is Kieran McCulkin in that show?
I'm sorry,
Macaulay's brother.
To ask.
Taylor, he looks a bit like him. Kieran McCulkin. Is that not his name? Kieran. I don't know the man's name.
No, wait, come on, you're Woody in it.
It's not Keenan McCulkin.
Let's never change this topic. Let's talk about this for the next 3 hours and 40
minutes. Yes, let's keep this. Woody's sitting there schadenfreude right now. Yes.
Is it really not Kieran?
You're getting that part right. You're getting his last name wrong.
Oh, what did I say?
You said Kieran McCulkin, like Macaulay Culkin.
McCulkin.
Do you smell toast?
Oh my God! When you take the first name off, it is hard.
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin, Kieran Culkin.
Kieran Culkin.
I didn't know he had a brother. So
yeah, without
for breaking into the industry. I want
Macaulay to be part of the other guy's name.
I wonder if Kieran Culkin is the brother that's not that ambitious, seemingly at first. Just looking at the family resemblance, I think I might know which one.
He's the really short one.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
the really short one that's kind of greasy.
See in his face, like the Home Alone guy. Like they have
that's not
similar features.
Huh.
No,
anyway, I am just I think you've been this way with what is the game the two of you played recently?
Warhammer,
where you're like, all right, I'm doing this, but I low-key wish I was doing that right now. I'm pulled to it. I'm addicted to the show. That's where I am with that show right now. I'm just
good. I'm glad you're liking it. I wish I did.
Yeah,
what I'm not looking forward to is this onion. That I cut up.
So we see it better. It's hard to see through the plastic wrap. There it is.
Oh, that's an onion.
It's a bunch. I picked the most acrid white onion I could find, Kyle, for you.
Very nice.
And my eyes hurt.
Pouring cranberry juice into it. I don't know what the effect of that.
I don't know. I was just joking around about making it as horrific as possible. I was like, you're gonna pour juice on there and eat it like
tomato
cereal,
juice.
right?
I hope, and not V8 because that's actually
tomato would actually be good because then you've almost got a soup, right? Tomato and onion.
Yeah, I'm not good
little known fact. Packed with protein, superfood.
There's no protein in there at all, not even a little.
There's so much protein in it.
You lie to yourself.
It's packed with protein.
It's mostly acid and fiber.
What the audience doesn't know is he cut that onion at that desk shortly before the show. And when we all get on a few minutes before the show starts, both his eyes are so red. He had been crying. I assume.
Tearing up over there.
There's no way I'm going to be able to eat an entire onion.
No one can eat an entire onion. You just finished off that slice.
Well, is that a dare?
Maybe 2 or 3 more.
I mean, that's gayer than twirling your hair.
I mean, I eat my onions by the bushel, but if you want to one at a time, all right.
Yeah.
I'm going to get all sorts of I'm going to get every bit of vitamins from this onion because I haven't eaten anything today.
There can't be much nutritional value in an onion.
Zach, go ahead and pull the nutrition value on an onion up.
Yeah, Zach. That's a white onion, Zach, not yellow, which was a poor choice.
You know what? I was about to really pull a sweet tea in a vodka bottle and buy a Vidalia onion, and I was like, someone would probably be able to tell.
Sweet onion. Yeah.
What's a Vidalia onion?
It's the kind of
down here in Vidalia, Georgia. It's the only place in the world you can get a Vidalia onion is Vidalia, Georgia. It's kind of like.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is.
It's like it's not champagne unless it's from the Champagne 100%, region of France.
That's exactly what the comparison I was going to use. They're sweet onions. They're very large. Sometimes, like I've seen them huge. They're the onions that we use for like blooming onions. There was one time where I had a blooming onion making kit, and you buy these 3 or 4 pound onions that are huge, and you make a whole gigantic blooming onion.
I've tasted bloomin' onion and I like it, but even the fattest, most decadent version of me didn't really eat bloomin' onions. It was just too much.
It's it's so good. That dipping sauce is so good.
Mm-hmm.
That's it's just mayonnaise and fucking spices or something. But yeah, bloomin' onions are amazing. But no, I mean it's a giant fried battered onion, right? I've really enjoyed the double backlash from the LGBT community with first with Bud Light, right? Obviously, Bud Light partners with Dylan Mulvaney, I believe, the trans person, and then huge backlash from the right, pouring beer out, throwing it away. We're not going to drink your beer anymore. Lots of money lost.
Still hurting them. And experts I read today are surprised that it didn't blow over faster.
Oh, it will not blow over fast. Like, if I put myself in the shoes of a person on the right, first of all, it's not good beer. That's a big problem. So they're not gonna be like, man, this Miller Lite just ain't
pretty
cut,
hot,
man.
actually. I guess I never really looked at it. I'd fucking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't go outside or anything, so I don't see these things.
I feel. I think that never mind. Well, anyhow, Finster's much better looking.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
Finster would have been a better choice.
People on the right
deal with this.
The average Bud Light commercial drinker is not gonna forgive and forget. But what's been really interesting is Bud Light went back. Right? I don't know if they fired, but they definitely put that lady who came up with that marketing campaign on like leave or something. Like she's on vacation.
Yeah, probably a little pain.
And now the camos have horses and camouflage on them, right? Like Clydesdales and camo. That's the Bud Light cans right now. They're aluminum bottles. Fucking Clydesdales and camo. Yeah, they should put. That's what the camo's implying. Like that's their fucking right wing dog was. Look at this camo. What's that go with? Guns. All right, get to it, boys. American. And they're like, yeah, to shoot queers with. They're not. They're not going to come back around on this. And the funny part is, the people on the far left are like, we see that Bud Light was a fake ally. Fuck them. No gay bars are pouring their beer out, like not serving their beer even. The left has done the same thing. So yeah, I love it. I love it because one of the things I hate, and it has nothing to do with trans people or any of that. I hate when companies fake caring about things, and from the NBA and the NFL to fucking Bud Light over here with their goddamn camouflage cans. When it was this last week, get out of here. Who are you trying to appeal to? Who's your customer base?
Bottle-shaped cans. Those are aluminum, I assume.
Yeah. You were right, Kyle. Like I thought it wouldn't. I didn't think they'd be recovered by now, but I didn't think they would still be absolutely tanking. Like Bud Light as a brand, as the largest banner of any beer on earth, is down like a third.
I have a stupid question.
It's insane.
Has it spread to Bud?
Yeah. Like all of the Anheuser-Busch banners are taking a hit for the most part. Like
what
especially
are the other
Bud Light
Anheuser-Busch banners, like
stuff like Mick Ultra,
Michelob stuff.
Yeah, Natty Light, the naturals, like all of that is theirs. They have a ton of stuff like Blue Moon. I don't know how much that's been impacted, but that's a small percentage of their
as much as people
revenue.
Like to make fun of people on the right or whoever who are they don't drink Bud Light, but then they'll drink a Michelob. They're like same company. All over Facebook, and everybody's like, here are the beers we drink now. Here are the American beers. And then, of course, you've always got a My Pillow type guy who steps in. How about y'all buy a 6-pack of Patriot ale for $25? Patriot ale? Yeah, get you some Patriot ale. Get say $5 off a pack of 9mm over at patriotale.com. So somebody's always willing drop. That's a big drop.
Is it like 67, 57?
It's a big drop, but a lot of it's going to be delayed. So a huge issue with what's happening to them right now is they have enormous sums of stock that is taking up space that is not selling. Like they're offering full price rebates right now.
They're buying back here.
You can go to Walmart right now and grab as many containers of Bud Light as you want, and there's a QR code that gives you a full refund. You get free beer. That's how much extra they have right now. Is they are trying to get it gone.
This is like oil in 2019.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody's got a gun channel that's listening right now, you just found your target, right? Like do I have to walk you through this? Go get yourself as many fucking cases of Bud Light as you can.
It's cheaper than water.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah,
let's go.
It's free.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you were still doing your gun channel, you'd be shooting nothing but Bud Light.
Please, I'd be riding a Clydesdale in like with a spinning like shotgun.
Yeah. Another 1,000 free targets, ma'am. Thank you.
I just want the world.
I'd make it out like they've been raping the horse at the Bud Light stables because they're into that now.
Oh my god!
Cancel culture thing that gets pinned on the left. Can we agree at this moment it's both sides? You know,
we call it consequence culture on the right, Woody.
Well, no, cancel culture is just like, I always think of cancel culture as like individuals, and like I don't think they're trying to cancel Bud Light. I think they're boycotting it the same way like you boycott big companies and stuff. Canceling, cancel. I know what he's saying, but canceling is like when a bunch of people pile on someone and do what they did to that white pregnant woman in New York recently, with that bike story. Like that's canceling when a bunch of people come together and fucking try to ruin someone's life.
I think of canceling as more career stuff, like when Louis C.K. It's a good example of canceling.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
To me, canceling.
I guess I have less empathy for Bud Light and big corporations than people.
It's when it becomes it's when you all of a sudden it's acceptable to be mean to you. And it's acceptable for like mainstream media to talk shit on you, and they can score points that way. That's when I consider someone canceled. When they can be like, disgraced so-called comedian Louis C.K. stepped in dog shit today. Literally, here he is in the park with his children. Look, and everybody's like, ha ha ha, bigot. Like, everybody's just
bigot. That wasn't even what he did wrong. But I can see him saying it. Like, it's not right.
He wouldn't have stepped in a black dog shit. I guarantee you, he'd have jumped over sideways.
First of all, I think we're all in agreement. Louis C.K. did nothing wrong. He asked everybody if he could jack off on the phone, and he jacked off on the phone. He said, "Can I jack off in front of you?" And they said yes.
Look, doesn't that make you a little bit nervous about your own sexual history? It's like, whoa. Well, I mean, I don't get off on like jerking off in front of women necessarily. I mean, maybe a little, but but like, I would think that if I wanted to engage in that, step one would be like, hey, how you doing? You know, hey, I got this thing I like. Let me run this by you. Like, if that is not acceptable, then where are we? Do I need to write a letter? Oh my God.
You need to wear a body cam like cops.
Yeah, I need because I don't know how you like approach somebody to fuck them. The problem is Louis C.K.'s ugly, I think. Problem is Louis C.K.'s not a good looking guy, maybe. I bet if he was John Stamos and he was like, hey, I have permission from all these ladies.
Right. It's like I can't fathom them doing this voluntarily. Therefore, it's rape adjacent.
I think that's part of it. I think
I hadn't thought of it, but it's a good thought.
And he is an unfortunate looking man. That's what makes him. That's what spurred him on to become so talented.
I wonder how he looked when he was young.
Not good.
Probably not great.
He's no Tom Segura.
He's no Tom. Did Tom Segura look good young?
Yeah, Zach, show me Tom Segura. Just type Tom Segura, young and handsome.
I'd like to see Louis C.K. after, if you can find him afterwards.
I just think gingers in general, you know, like especially those big chubby Boston gingers like him. I don't think I think he started losing his hair at like 22. And
I thought that was a redhead thing, that it was more common for. I Googled it because I was curious, and it's not. It's the same as everyone else.
It's more obvious on redheads, I think, is a part of it. Yeah, look at Tom Segura's a good looking man, you know, especially there in the middle.
Yeah, the middle one was his peak, I think. Although current Tom Segura,
I don't know. He looks way skinnier than I remember him.
Oh, you don't know? Tom Segura got jacked. I think he's on T.
Oh yeah,
he looks good.
Joe Rogan's buddy's on T.
It sounds like you're not aware of how jacked Tom Segura is. Tom Segura is in very good shape. And
good for him.
Is he the one that hurt his knee going for a layup?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's so nice when you see that happen and like, well, not the like him crumpling not him crumpling like a dead spider. He clearly like that impacted him and he was like, oh my God. Like I just broke 2 bones trying to lay up a basketball.
Is that, did he break 2 bones? For some reason, I thought it was a knee. I'm sure you're right.
I remember he went up. Yeah, he went up on his knee and his knee blew out. And then he fell back on his arm and he folded that up behind him. And he was all crunched up. Yeah,
they didn't know how to, they didn't want to touch him. He looked so bad. Like they didn't know how to roll him over without putting him in even more awful pain.
Wow. After something like that happens to you, you either are like, well, fuck, I just, everything's lost. I'm just going to keep, eating and treating my body like shit. Or you do what he did and like reverse everything.
Can you find the fittest version of Tom Segura possible? Because
while you're at it,
really got it together.
Have you seen Dana White's like 1 year transformation?
He's always been jacked, hasn't he?
No, he got a little puffy, high blood pressure-y. Like he got round and strong.
He did a 1 year transformation reveal recently, and he looks like a professional athlete.
Does he?
Like Adonis lines and like full six pack and all.
I think we need to get USADA on that transformation and see what they have 100%. To say.
I mean, there's a reason everybody's on T. Like everybody is, and especially that Joe Rogan crowd. You know that he's in all their ears. Like, dude, just get on it. There's my doctor. Talk to Dr. Dave. Talk to Dr. Dave.
Tom looks good there. I see he's got the knee brace.
Oh, I've seen.
I think I've seen him action poses that make him look even better, or a tighter shirt. Like an athletic cut shirt.
Yeah, all of Rogan's boys are on testosterone.
Look at his arms though. Like he's got biceps.
Yeah, he's got muscles.
He's got defined biceps. Little apples sitting on top. Not. You know what? I mean, I know Kyle's looking at it like, keep trying, kid. But
I'm absolutely not. I'm looking at a guy who probably doesn't even have like an arm pump going on there. Who's just got a lot of mass there that is not fat. That's a big strong man. I saw Bert Kreischer, who I also think is a big strong man. Believe it or not. I think he's the natural athlete of them. He always says he is, and I buy it. When they talk about some of his athletic feats, despite his drinking habits and his lifestyle, they make him
feats? Like what's a feat of his?
Like running a marathon.
One time he stood up out of a chair.
I think he ran a marathon with like no preparation. He was like, "Yeah, I can run a marathon." They're like, "Dude, are you fucking crazy? People train for years." And he's like, "Watch this shit."
Oh, so he's just lying. Yeah.
I think he did it.
No one has ever walked up to a marathon and done it and been like, "Damn, who wants beers?" Like,
I guarantee you, I could do it because here's why I say this. I've been listening to The Moth, and I caught The Moth. If you don't know, is like competitive storytelling, and two people were talking about their marathon experiences, and in each case, they were the slowest person in the marathon. And like one of them has like an ambulance following them, which is the sweeper. And like, they just let everyone know, like, when this event is we're about 4 miles out, this person's going, I think we're about at this pace, an hour and a half away from being done. And I start doing the math and I'm like, 8 hours. You ran a marathon in 8 hours, 26 miles in 8 hours. There doesn't have to be any running involved. That's walking with lunch breaks. I can do that. I guarantee you I could finish a marathon.
You've done it before.
That doesn't count.
Have you ever hiked that far? Maybe like when you're doing the John Murin Trail or whatever the thing was.
John Muir, yeah. I want to say we topped out at like 14 or 16 miles in a day, but we had a pack on. My pack weighed like 55, 60 pounds.
Yeah, and were you like pooped? Was it like fall on the ground and collapse, or was it set up camp and eat dinner?
Exactly. It was that. It was, we should stop now because we want to have like 2 hours before sun goes down to set everything up and start the fire.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I don't know much about. I don't know anything about running. If you're doing like a sub 5 hour thing.
That's a runner. That's a person who's done a thing.
Yeah, it's like 5 miles an hour or something.
Okay, well, then you can't count that you've done a marathon if you're. It doesn't count if you've walked at all.
Oprah ran a marathon. I want to know what Oprah's marathon time was.
Yeah, no, walking a bunch of miles slowly is not running a marathon. I believe him that he drunkenly ambled 26 miles in between bars for 10 hours or whatever. But like that does not a marathon make.
Which circles us back to what's Bert's time? Because if we don't know Bert's time, we have to.
Right, I got it.
That's such a lie.
The man, the myth, the legend, Bert Kreischer, the person that inspired my weight loss journey. Oh my God, this is like one of those recipe things where they're going to give me a goddamn story. Bert Kreischer ran the LA Marathon, 26.2 miles. He did it in 5 hours and 33 minutes with zero preparation. And then he ran a half marathon on 2 weeks' notice, and then a full marathon 4 months later. The man has an iron will, and then they go on and kissing his ass. And then here's his official times. Like on the website, they show his placement. It's a 5:33:33. His pace was a 12 minute and 5 second mile throughout. So
that's one of the pace.
I mean, that's a good pace. If you ask me, I don't think I could do that. 12.
I couldn't do that. No,
I don't think I could do
Ashton
that.
Kutcher did sub 4 hours. Nice, but he's athletic.
Yeah, I bet he trained with a fuck. Whenever I hear that stuff, it's like, yeah, I bet Ashton Kutcher probably hired a goddamn He was like, "Hey, did you win the marathon last year? I win it every year. Hey, you want to be buddies?" Yes, I do. Like I've done this before.
He answered with an African accent though, because he's from Kenya, clearly.
Oh yes, I win every year. I run.
When are the rest of the racers going to start trying? I'm tired of these.
Kevin Hart did about 4 hours, 4:05. I mean, people can't see that. Chelsea Clinton.
That's like 50 miles.
4 hours.
Yeah,
I didn't know she was a runner like that.
I bet she
never
ran
looked
in
that
college.
skinny.
Yeah, I bet you ran it slow, but I mean,
Gordon
you don't go up against the
Ramsay did
Clintons.
3:30. Now Gordon Ramsay,
He's
Athletic.
fit.
he fluctuates, I think, a little bit, but his peak is
He's on the
very good.
sauce.
Is he?
He's all.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gotta be. Whenever because
You
he's.
think so?
I admire Gordon
I
Ramsay
kind of
tremendously
agree.
because he's a man who wasn't a good-looking man for a part of his life. I think being over those stoves and ovens as intensely as he was really wrinkled his face, and his chin did that weird thing where it got
like a crease in his chin.
it turned into like a raisin where it had so many folds and unnatural folds.
Can I see his
in it.
picture, Zach?
Oh, yeah,
his like chin
it's been
does that
fixed.
when he grimaces or when he used to grimace, and he
Pam
does a lot of
Anderson.
grimacing. Maybe that added. to
slow
it.
down, Pam. I bet the TV coverage was great for Pam Anderson running.
Right. She finishes with 2 black eyes.
Yeah.
Pamela Anderson did it in 5 minutes 41 seconds. For those that didn't get the joke.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 hours and 41 minutes. I'm stupid.
But so
Oh, he's looking good.
He's had plastic surgery. They fixed his
It's like he's
chin
sucking
there.
on something sour.
They worked on his forehead some because his forehead has always been really, really creased and wrinkled. And his hairline has done a lot of stuff. I've seen it change over the years, but I love Gordon. I love that he hasn't gone like freak mode, and like who is it the judges are used to judge back in the day? American Idol. Who's that guy? Simon Cowell. Simon Cowell went almost Michael. He's halfway to Michael Jackson.
Really?
Quarter of the way.
We saw a picture of him. He looks horrific.
Yeah, it's
Like,
real bad.
ugly, and didn't
Looks
he
kinda
start?
plastic.
He sort of had the Sammy Sosa kind of Frankenberry face he's evolved into.
A little bit. I was thinking Donatella. Who's the designer? Donatella
Barbarici.
Fuck off. Anyway, she got that plastic, bloated, fake face. Donatella Versace. Yeah, she's got that crazy plastic surgery like that too. That's unfortunate. I've seen, dude, they do a better job than that at the mortuary.
Dude, on the right, he looks like my attempt at a wax sculpture.
He looks
It's
so
not
bad on the right that I have to hope it's temporary. Like he's swollen a little bit. He should have stayed inside.
His don't even match.
Yeah.
It's wowzers. I don't know.
That's terrible. Is he?
Yeah,
Does he do anything anymore? Like, is he still yelling at people on TV?
Yeah.
On some?
Yeah,
Oh,
American Idol still
He's
on?
got an empire of those things.
it's not that. Is it America's Got Talent? Is that what he does now? I'm mixed up.
Yeah. So
X Factor. Okay.
So I don't follow that stuff at all, but it used to be America's Got Talent. That was the story,
Yeah.
the thing he had like 8 years ago, 10 years ago. But the thing was, Howard Stern had that job. America's Got Talent was hosted by Howard Stern, Howie Mandel, and that blonde ex model, Natasha. I don't know who. Pretty blonde lady, like model. And basically, Cowell conspired with network executives to steal Howard Stern's job. He was like, you give me the job and I'll do this on these other projects too. I'll commit to this, that, and the other.
Mhm.
He gave them a lot of stuff that Howard couldn't do because, Howard's just given part-time on Thursday nights or something like that because he has a radio show. Yeah, Howard took that well.
Doubt it. He seems pretty.
Where's
He
the doubt meme?
He fucking declared war on Simon Cowell, and there would be segments where he just went off on what a thief and a piece of shit he was for a long time. And of course everybody's there like, yeah, scumbag, can you believe it? Subhuman garbage. And then, they riff on him for an
I wonder
hour.
how much Howard really cares. Like, is it a bit that he enjoys doing? Does he just not like that he maybe took an L and prefers to relitigate it? Or does he really wish he had that job?
Howard has transitioned from that shock jock of the 90s and maybe even early 2000s to this master interviewer and this guy who can slide in, and you're not if you're an A-list celebrity, you're not embarrassed to take a picture with Howard Stern. You're like, oh yeah, Howard, slide in here. There was a time when that was not true at all. He was the guy who would ambush you on his show and be really vulgar to, like, I don't know, Meg Ryan or something. So Meg, what are you shaving your pussy? How are you shaving your pussy these days? Jesus, Howard, what?
You know what a tent pole line for him would be? He would have these hot actresses on his show. He'd ask the actresses to fuck him. And part of his sales pitch would be, I'm not afraid of your period. I've got my red wings. That, like, yeah, that shock stuff.
Yeah. So he got away from that, and EGT was kind of key to that, in my opinion. I think it was part of some kind of a plan to change his image, because on there, he wasn't Howard Stern. He was Howard. He was nice. He didn't want to do all the little skits that the other two wanted to do, because to them, this show is their bread and butter. It's all they've got. But to Howard, it's his side gig. So they're doing all these skits and stuff and comedy shit. And he's like, I'm here to judge. I'm here to judge and do a good job at it. And that's all I really care about. And he was kind of a fan favorite. I liked him on that show, and he pimped that show all the time on his radio show. And so when he lost that job very publicly, he went after Cowell for a long time. I love how petty Howard is.
I like it when he declares war on someone. I mean, I'd hate to be that someone, but actually maybe it would really work for me if he just declared war on PKA constantly. Like, that wouldn't hurt.
He just that could only help.
Oh no, not those millions of people.
No, get those eyes off of our stupid show.
Oh, my dislikes. Oh no.
Yeah, my dislikes. People are being mean in the
Meanwhile, I'm fucking Zombieland wiping my tears away with hundreds.
Yeah. I wanted to tie it into the Bud Light controversy, but the Dodgers did a thing, and then Target did a thing. So the LA Dodgers, I guess, have this group of gay nun fans. I don't think they're real nuns. I think they just dress up as gay nuns.
Okay.
And it's been a part of their, like, crowd, kind of like they've got like like different teams have a special box of unique fans who do a certain thing. I think they had some gay nuns out there. And then the Roman Catholics and some other groups were like, we're kind of offended. We don't know if we want to take part in Dodger Day or whatever.
What does that have to do with Dodgers?
Well,
Dodgers.
I don't know. And
but now exemptions.
There has to be something that makes it make sense.
But now, so first they told the gay nuns they couldn't come, but then there was backlash. So now the gay nuns are coming. So there's double backlash. So that's fun to see, because fuck the fucking Dodgers. Can't wait to see you in
fuck the Dodgers.
National champion.
I really don't care for those guys.
Playoffs, you scumbag.
Are they good, the Dodgers?
Not as good as us. We're leading National League last I checked, but that was yesterday. Yeah, the Phillies. One of your Cardinals. You have one player I enjoy. It's Bryce Harper. I think he plays right field.
Even I know his name.
Real fun guy. I'd love to have a guy like him on my team. He's very boisterous, vocal in the media. He says funny shit. He was screaming. They got in a big, like, brouhaha in baseball where everybody's shoving and screaming. And I can't remember which team, maybe in the Rockies. He's like, you're a fucking loser, and you're from a fucking loser organization. Now, they might have won one in the last couple of days, but it had been like 3 weeks, and they hadn't won a game. The Phillies. After he said that, the Phillies are like 0-8.
Oh, no. Oh, that sucks.
Like, you're a loser, and you're from a loser organization.
I've started watching this baseball YouTuber. I'm looking for his name.
John Boy Media?
I think it might be him.
That's the place to go, man. That's a good one.
He kind of like he does. He's like amazing at lips reading. That's what I'm looking for. I couldn't get off lip syncing. I'm like, it's not it though. But no, I'm close. And he reads lips, and I think he gets it all right. And he replays. Now, I'm not a baseball person, so I'm not like. For example, apparently if you hit a home run in the first inning, it's impolite to celebrate. But if you like do it as a game winner, then, it's more appropriate.
That's a generational thing. It's changing.
Okay. Well, this young guy hit it in the first. They get all mad at him. And he hits a second home run. They get all mad at him. He hits a third home run, and he's celebrating now. Like, can I celebrate on this one? Huh? It was a game. He took the lead for his team with that home run. I think there was someone on base. Well, apparently that's not okay, because the first baseman like clotheslined him as he went by. And then there was a big brouhaha. And this guy breaks it down. Not only does he add all the lip reading and context, but in a brawl where like there's 40 people involved, there's a lot to miss. So he goes by in like slow-mo. Like, look, this guy threw a baseball at this guy's head. Here it is. And then the ball goes up and the ball goes back down. And he outlines the whole thing. And he has a real like, somehow he's matter of fact and funny at the same time.
Yeah.
He kills it. And it makes a non-baseball fan
happy about that.
Baseball.
Bob tells him to go fuck himself, and he's not obliged to do it. He's going to come right out and argue that.
This is what it's. Are these quotes or is this just an imitation?
Just imitation.
Yeah, that's how
I
it
watch
goes.
him a lot. I watch him a lot. Especially,
Does he do stuff other than baseball?
I think
wish.
so, but I watch the baseball stuff.
Okay.
I think John Boy Media is like a bigger thing. I just watched like the guy making silly voices on baseball, but I think he does other stuff, and it's a big organization.
And he just lays it like, this guy didn't take two kind. Here, an umpire called time, and then like wished he hadn't, so pretended he didn't. And then like so the players fighting him, and the players coach is fighting with it. You called time. I didn't call time. You called time. I didn't call time. The other refs come in. I didn't see him call time, but we all know because he like not only did he call time, but I guess there's a hand signal. I'm not a baseball person.
I don't know what the hand signal is. I always see him point up. Or do one of these.
It was something like that, yeah. But like to me, I'm like just one finger versus three fingers. I don't know. But he apparently called time. I saw it on his mouth and I saw it with his hand. And then he tried to get away with not calling time. And then like 3 minutes into the argument, he sheepishly admits that he called time. But this guy is like doing the, you said this, you said that. And he's like he doesn't do funny voices, but he adds the sort of energy to it that the players have, and it's a really good watch.
Yeah, he's snarky. I like watching the fights. I like when there's a coach arguing, and he's there to when he lip syncs with them. That's what he does. He knows what they're gonna say, and then as the coach is silently moving his mouth, you're like, bullshit, that's a fucking strike, and he's like nailing it perfectly. It's real comical. It's good shit.
And if it can make me like baseball, he's doing something right. Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love his videos for that. It's a lot better than watching a baseball game. I haven't been able to watch a game in a long time. I don't know how many channels I need to be able to watch Braves games. I sent that thing to you guys the other day, and it was like Friday's game will be on Apple TV. Saturday's game will be on Fox 11. Sunday's game will be on primetime Southern Sports. And I'm like, what? What's primetime Southern Sport?
I need to get satellite for this? Like you're gonna need
multiple. It's mostly women's soccer, but there's one Braves game on there.
And I know
$60 a month.
I know somebody's gonna send me the link to their MLB account, but I don't feel comfortable doing that. Y'all always do that. But I don't know. I'll find a way to watch it one way or another. It's been a good year for the Braves. They're leading the East. Last time I checked, it was 5 or 6 games. But
that's a lot.
I'm sure I think the Phillies are in second. No, Mets are in second. Mets have a huge budget this year, not salary cap this year. Not salary cap, just the amount of money they spend on their team. And they're really underperforming. So I love to see that. I really like seeing the teams that the
Yankees do that a lot.
Given us bad losses fail. I guess so. I guess
they often have like the biggest budget, and if you don't win, then you underperformed, right? Someone did more with less.
Yeah. Oh, and then the Oakland A's. That was the baseball story that's good. So the Oakland A's.
Moneyball?
Is it?
Yeah,
it's them.
They are the Moneyball team, but
so they're moving to Vegas. The owner sold the team. Apparently misled the fans somehow. Like maybe said, "Support us. We're not going to sell." And then leaked that they're selling. So I've seen these videos of fans that are there panning the whole stadium in the middle of a game. I'm going to say 80 people there in a place that holds 40,000. And I'll say this, at the Phillies game the other night, I think they were packed. I think it was 40,000 because Phillies have been doing free dollar hot dog night. And it's been a little silly. Phillies did $2 hot dog nights in May. May 9th, they had dollar hot dog night, I think, or the 8th. And this guy took it upon himself to start eating hot dogs as many as he could. And, the camp, look, it's baseball, so
not a lot
the crew is following him as much as they are pitching out there. And he gets to 13 hot dogs and he runs out. And they're like, this man needs a hot dog. And the crowd starts throwing him hot dogs in a friendly way at first. They're wrapped in aluminum foil, so it works. and then they start raining down. And as you can imagine, some people are getting hit with hot dogs who have no idea that this guy over here needs another hot dog to break a record. His own personal record, by the way.
It doesn't matter. It's his internal record. Just how many he's eaten.
It's not that Japanese fella. He's not like
baseball really is boring.
So it descends into madness with hot dogs raining onto the field, and just you see them like it's like popcorn. You know how it just pops up and just goes everywhere. And I thought they won't do another one of those. 2 more they've announced. They're just going to love it.
That's fantastic.
They love the money
because they sell out.
I love Philly for this. This is great. This is like when they hit
Philly Stadium holds 40,000 people. I think.
Oh, it's Duracell night at Philly Stadium. Man, I fucking told them D battery night was a horrible idea. This is up there with Shuriken night, blow dart night, hepatitis C needle night. God damn, we got to fire our marketing guy.
I think that place holds 40,000.
This big, they're violent.
Rapping people in the head.
Oh, that kind of messes up my point. Zach says it holds 43,000, but what I had read was it holds 40,000, but the attendance was 43,000. There were 3,000 more people there than there were seats just for the hot dogs.
Oh, well, that doesn't seem realistic.
I also baseball's. I think baseball is the most. I think baseball is the most attended sport.
Could be. It used to be NASCAR.
Sense. 162 games. Like it's gonna have all the most teams, by a lot.
And then they do like fill stadiums. Like the good teams still fill stadiums up 30,000-40,000 people a pop.
Dude, the Cardinals will fill the stadium for absolute nonsense games in like June when they're terrible. People here are addicted to the Cardinals.
I've been to a few baseball games. The Durham Bulls are the team around here. They're a minor league team
from the movie.
And we used to go like there'd be corporate thing, like, hey, anyone who wants to go this afternoon can leave work early and attend a Durham Bulls game. And it's like, well, that sounds better than writing web pages, so I'm gone.
Fuck yeah.
And it's not even about the game. No one's watching the game. We're just hanging out with each other. It's okay to talk all game long. And I don't know, just chilling.
Yeah, baseball's a
sure I stayed to the
day
end.
activity. Like it's just a fun place to hang out, kind of pay attention a bit. It's good for that. It's not like
get to see good yard.
Yeah, you get to see a
great
high
grass right there.
That's some real quality grass, unless you're at one of those stadiums that has turf, which I didn't know that baseball stadiums even allowed turf. I thought baseball was all about like you have to use real grass, but I guess like Tampa doesn't have it. The Arizona team doesn't have it.
What about Toronto? I always that one comes to mind. I want to say at one point maybe Toronto had not just turf, but maybe blue turf or something like colored instead of
like
green.
Boise State?
I had that image in my head for some reason, but it's from long ago. Yeah, I don't know.
I remember I went to a Boise State game when I lived there. I saw that blue turf.
Arizona, Texas Rangers, Miami Marlins, Toronto Blue Jays, and Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, now, Toronto, that's just out of laziness.
Detroit
is right there. Detroit has the same weather as Toronto, and Detroit has real grass. So Toronto.
That's a good call, Zach. Zach's like AstroTurf. It's named after the Astros, right?
It must be.
Were they on my list?
How selfish of them. Wait, that's the team everybody dislikes, right?
Yeah, they're cheaters. Look, there's a good amount of cheating. Here's what an Astro fan would say. Everybody cheats. It's like NASCAR. They're cheated harder than anyone, and it gave them the championship. Like that's the answer to that nonsense. Anyway.
Any
other controversy I wanted. They don't asterisk people in baseball, dude. They've been cheating for 100 fucking years. Corked fucking bats and steel sharpened spikes, and don't get me started on just the corruption that you saw with someone like what was it, Pete Rose. And it wasn't just him; it was other people. They were betting on games. They were shaving points. I bet. Baseball.
What does that mean?
Shaving points?
What does that mean?
We're going to win, but we're going to, if there's an over under, for example, we need to beat the line. Whatever we bet, whatever we promise to do. Sometimes it'll be over and under, 175 points for the Lakers and Nuggets tonight. Oh, I'm taking the under on that because I'm going to make fucking sure. If you're a ref, you can fix that. NBA is the game that I always hear about being fixed. I always hear about conspiracies about
it'd be the easiest to fix,
especially about how Well, the conspiracy that I always hear is that they keep the score competitive into the third quarter, fourth quarter, or whatever. To keep people watching. Because if you're getting blown the fuck out by 40 with 10 minutes to go, nobody's going to watch.
I think there's a natural sort of resting that happens too. Like if you're up by 15, it's hard to sprint balls to the wall, and it just keeps things tighter.
Yeah, there's waves and ebbs and
flows.
Ebbs and flows. I wanted to talk about Target and then the Lakers. So Target fits right on in with Bud Light and the fucking Dodgers. Target had
did some gay shit.
What the gay merchandise was that they had that everybody was so upset about. I was like, y'all mad about pride flags and shit? Y'all give a fuck? Like, who cares?
Some gay merchandise, maybe some store decorations.
So I looked, and they had them kids swimsuits so you could tuck your dick, and they had like the gay witch shirts for kids and shit. And I was like, yeah, I bet that would offend like most humans. Yeah.
What is the gay witch shirt?
I don't know. I saw a bunch of them.
I'm gay and I'm a witch.
It's like silly unicorns and like fun colors, and then it'll just say something that's, I don't know, you might find offensive if you're a traditionalist.
I'm more offended by overweight models than I am the gay shit.
Mm-hmm.
We need some hot fags in there, and I'm okay with it. But keep your fat chicks in their fucking overweight bikinis or whatnot out of my Target. I'm going to start threatening Target employees like the conservatives do.
Not my Target. I go into Target and I'm like ripping down like gay flags. Not my Target. Like,
people have done that. People
and
are
then there's
that.
me like just Xing out fat
Target?
chicks and modeling bikinis.
So
Target was writing like, this is bad. Little diatribes.
Cut carbs.
Yeah. So Target was losing a lot of money. They were receiving huge amounts of complaints, and on top of that, they were having a lot of trouble at their locations with people coming in and causing trouble, being like, what is this here for? What the fuck is this? I'm tearing this, literally doing what you were joking about, tearing shit down. Because it's like
some poor chick making $9 an hour who's like, why are you punishing me?
Exactly.
And what he's like, they're tearing it down. He's like, you're fat. Like, fuck you.
I'm doing you a favor, Barbara. Now clean all that up. Yeah, I think that they've now pulled all that stuff. The full
when did this start?
Set for toddlers and children that include
So when did this start? Like
I started seeing that people were angry about the Target merch like 2-3 weeks ago or something like that, and I kept seeing progressively more and more angry people until Target pulled all the stuff down. And so of course you pull the stuff down, and the left is like, oh, not a real ally after all. We're not going to Target either.
And so now I do not think the Anheuser-Busch fate will extend to Target.
I'm with Taylor. I think this will blow over quickly.
I think it'll.
I need Walmart's ad campaign where it's like, here at Walmart.
Only thing, here at Walmart, we'll turn you away at the door.
I don't know the first thing about beer, but I'm with Kyle. I think it was a little easier to switch away from Bud because the competitors are right there with them. I don't think people drink Bud Light because it's so good.
It's not
They're just.
It's a habit thing that like the people who drink Bud Light drink that, the people who drink Miller Lite drink that, the people who drink Coors drink that. And so I would argue it's actually worse than that because all of these longtime consumers are establishing new habits now and they feel morally justified in it. And so every time that beer drinker goes and buys Miller or some shit, he's getting a little dopamine hit of I'm getting my beer and fuck you to Anheuser-Busch. So like,
and you're going to get an attaboy from your friends.
Yeah.
First of all, this is like high school all over again. You you can't show up with those Adidas. Those are the gay ones. Show up with Nikes. That's what's happened here.
So do you know how much I regretted that earring in my right ear?
Dude, I had Pumas for a whole summer. I actually the lamest shoes I ever got.
Those were uncool at the time.
My purple rainbow turtleneck was the worst.
Worse than the Pumas, I bought some and ones.
I'm with you on the
Were you hooping?
Dude, my friend Blake was like, "Oh, show us some of them and one skills, Kyle. Come on, Kyle. break some ankles. Meanwhile, I'm like
wrapping it down open handed.
Yeah,
Dude, I love
man, I just want to be
And One
friends.
when they were hot. It might be 30 for 30 on And One, but there's definitely a documentary on it, and I love that shit. I still watch The Professor now.
I watched it back then, we were all watching it. This is high school, 10th grade or something, and I was like, went to go get new shoes with my mom, and I was like, yeah, And One, man, that's that cool shit. I bet I'll have some slick moves wearing And Ones. I'm like fucking 16, 15. Ooh, I got riffed on by those. They made fun of those shoes mercilessly.
And
when I was 13, so when I was 13, my shoe size had already reached 13. My feet grew very, very quickly. I had and at the time, like
that boy got flippers.
I had my feet. I wasn't like short at the time, but my feet grew very quick, and I bought Vans because like some cool kids had Vans. But it turns out that if you have enormous feet in Vans in middle school, you like genuinely look like Sideshow Bob.
Yeah,
like that level of foot. And I think I wore those Vans like 3 times. I don't even recall if I got made fun of in them or if I independently realized like this is a ticking time bomb of mockery. And then I stopped wearing them, went back to smaller shoes, slenderer shoes.
I had 4 close friends in high school. There was like the 4 of us. We all hung out all the time. I'm about 6 foot, maybe I'm about 6 foot honest. And I was the second shortest. The other 2 were just a little over, not more than 6'2", and one was like 5'8". So we all had like size 11 or 12 shoes. And the guy who's 5'8" also wore like size 11 or 12 shoes, but they were completely not his shoe size. He just wanted to have the same shoe size as us, and he looked like a clown. It looked ridiculous with his big like shoes and his toes like 2.5 inches from the ends.
Why would you want big fucking feet?
I think he just wanted to be the same size as us, so he bought the same clothes size.
Maybe you'd say he had a little dick because he had little feet or something.
So he walks around with goofy ass shoes.
I don't know, man. I mean, especially kids are fucking stupid. I did stupid shit like that. Like, what kind of shoes did you wear in high school? What was the cool shoe to wear? Because I wore Air Force Ones for a while. Like just plain white Air Force Ones. Wore those a lot. And I wore.
Shoes. I'm in trouble.
I didn't. When I say Timberlands, I don't mean like black people Timberlands.
Oh, you walk around Timbs?
No, I don't mean like when like the big like like I'm not gonna tie. They wear a work boot, but they want to make it very clear that they do not work.
They're pristine.
It's not that they're clean. They're just completely untied and just like open a gape at the top. It's like it makes it look like you didn't know how to tie your shoes.
Yeah,
I viewed it through a different lens. Like to me, the top, they're doing something in particular with the open top that I think is a strict dress code that I don't fully understand.
Yeah, for sure.
It wasn't just sloppy. There was something going on there.
It's almost like
what I wore a good bit. I wore a Nike Shox.
There you go.
Is that it?
I had Shox.
Yeah, I think I had Shox in high school.
Yeah, I did too.
At the time, are those still around? I haven't seen anybody in Nike Shox in a while.
Yeah, I doubt it. I had a black pair though. They were kind of nice. I like those.
Yeah, at the time, they were cool. Everyone had
I wore Nike something or other that didn't stand out mostly until I got to like college. Then I'd wear stupid shoes. I wore track shoes in college. I didn't run. I'm not a good runner, but they were like bright red track shoes when Jackie met me. I liked them though. I still like them.
Yeah, try and get away from me. You can't.
No, not like that.
Whoa, they went crazy with the Shox. Oh my god!
Look at that.
That's cooler than what I was wearing in middle school.
Yeah, we just had Shox on the back.
They didn't have front ones. It was just the 4 on the back like that. Damn, I guess all the ones now have them everywhere. These would have been better than the ones I had because these make you taller. Your whole foot's up. Yeah, that's like what we had.
I don't know about that. Like.
Not that like it was like that mesh, like external, like light external of the shoe, not that.
Yeah,
like
it didn't have all that shiny
leather
nonsense.
These are fucking expensive. Yeah, no, it wasn't that faux leather. It was, but it was like that overall shoe shape. Yeah, I don't think those are cool anymore. I remember I wore some New Balance in college because they were really cheap and I didn't mind how beat up they got walking around campus.
New Balance in my day were like the epitome of uncool. They're what your dad wore if he gave up on coolness. And so I didn't have those. My dad did though.
in college, like at that time, there was a brief window of when they were ironically cool, but then I wore them way longer than that. I just wore shoes until they fall off.
You know what's like? I don't know. They're the ultimate in awful looking dad shoes. But have you ever bought those? Are they Hoka shoes? What is this brand?
Hoka shoes.
You don't know them? Oh, dude, they're very popular amongst nurses who spend their time on their feet all day long. They're known for having like a curved bottom, right? So you're used to a shoe that's kind of flat on the bottom. These, when you walk on them, they just roll, and they're amazingly comfortable. It's like walking on a cloud of marshmallows or
like
something.
Crocs?
No, they look like oversized sneakers. They're very uncool. Hoka? I'm pretty close with these.
Yeah, give me some LA lights any day.
Let's see. Those are Skechers, I think, but they're close.
Oh, I remember the commercials for these. The Skechers Shape Up. Like it's supposed to make you work out as you're walking. How funny is that? It's like you're already walking. Like how much more is this Shape Up adding? Is walking with bad posture really helpful? I don't know.
I don't know, but I want my nurse, moving around too fast. I need her some grippy shoes.
I don't want her bouncing around. I want her to wear those shoes that have toes in them.
I had some sort of what is the thing that Dominic Cruz had? Starts with a P, maybe a foot injury. Croatia or something. They're like the little muscles that hold your foot.
Oh, his
together.
plantar fasciitis?
Yes. Oh, well done, Taylor. I had plantar fasciitis issues, so I saw my orthopedic surgeon, and he recommended these shoes for me. And they're not cool, but oh my God, they're great. Can you pull up the link I gave you? Again, not cool, but you got to try walking in them. 10 steps and you'll be like, wow, this is better.
Yeah, these aren't cool. You're right.
Zach, give me a different color. I mean,
I feel like that's like,
all right, well, maybe not that one.
Mine are like red and gray.
Let me see them in, like black or gray.
Color. The black, I guess, maybe hides a bit more.
It's a reasonable shoe. Well, no, it's not. It's not a reasonable shoe. Actually, you know what? These look like they give a good amount of comfort and height.
And buoyancy.
Oh, they do give height. Yeah. If I just hug Jackie, it's a noticeable difference. It's like I'm wearing lifts.
I'm gonna get these. I'm gonna get these and be bouncing around. Do you have you guys ever worn Dr. Martens, like those boots?
No, those giant boots? No.
Oh, yeah, they have the grippiest bottom of any shoe you've ever experienced. Your ankle will break before you slip in them. They're so grippy. And I bought some, and because I was always slipping on ice during the winter. And this past winter, I felt like a fucking titan. I didn't even scrape my driveway a couple times, just marching down, like daring myself.
What do Doc Martens look like? Are they a boat shoe?
They're big black platform boots.
Black, like work boots. Like the bottom part of it is almost like that translucently brown, like petrol plasticky rubber, whatever, like super grippy. Like you put your hand on it and you can feel it stick. But the thing with it is like you would look like an absolute lunatic wearing these shoes anytime that there's not snow on the ground here.
Yeah, you'll be 6'4" or something like that too.
Good gosh.
I always see chicks in them. Chicks will wear like those boots with like a skirt.
That makes sense.
The kind I had was more like a winter.
Right there. Yeah.
The kind I have is like more of a winter looking boot than that. Like
girls have way more wardrobe flexibility. Yeah. Like if they want to wear lifts, basically, then they can. Miracle bras, butt enhancing panties, like the workout gear they wear, like all that shapewear stuff. Girls can do anything. If guys put on shapewear, it's like, dude, you're wearing shapewear.
I want to get something to fill my ass out.
Oh, they have that. I'm glad. See, perfect.
You think so?
What did Taylor say?
There's all sorts of. There's a lot. There's
the crack in my ass.
He gets custom made shapewear.
I want to fill my ass.
Like a pothole repair.
I think for your like a jock strap, right? That has those like under straps under your ass cheek. Pull it up high. Just lift them on up there.
But that's if my low ass was injured. It's the high ass. It's
gonna bunch up though. Like when a chick is twerking and her whole ass kind of rolls up toward her back and makes those, you're going to get that effect. It's going to make ass cleavage for you by lifting from the bottom. And that's not just your ass. Men have shapewear for their dicks too now. There's lots of underwear that's whole thing is about lifting and putting
Actually,
your
I think
boys
some of
on
my underwear
display.
does that.
The kind that's
Yeah.
like,
You know what? It's very disappointing
moisture
when I
wicking.
switch back and forth. Some days I'll be like, you know what? God gifted me. And other days I'll be like, God punished me.
Like I would see dudes in underwear, like especially like weighing in sports and UFC and stuff, and I'm like, where's his dick at though? Like my dick would just be visible. Like you'd be like, oh, there's the dick, and there are the balls. There's that one's bigger.
Maybe they're
like you'd
scared.
be, but then I saw like I was underwear.
Scared.
I was underwear shopping on Amazon, and they make underwear that's like made to kind of hide everything and just give you this, I don't know,
like Ken doll.
Like a Ken doll bulge, not hide, but like if anything, it's making your bulge bigger. But it's just like
a polite bulge,
everything's this polite, smooth thing. Yeah.
That is probably what people should do when they're weighing in, because then it's like you still, they're naked, they're weighing in honestly, but you're not seeing the.
What if they got
ridge
flipped under their waistband and the head's just peeking out a little bit? Like,
dude, I would love that
Kyle's
if Conor
right.
McGregor is like hiding his
one.
erection under his waistband, like 8th grader style.
He didn't hide it at all.
Did you guys remember like how fucking awful it was getting hard as a rock like 2 minutes before the end of science class in 7th grade and shit?
Sure.
Oh my, was your guys' move also to like really dig in there and then flip it all the way up to the waistband and then like spend extra time messing with your backpack hoping that it would go down?
I would try to get it to go down my leg, and if I
can't stand up with it down your leg.
Yeah, I can. And then I would try to like with my hand in my pocket keep it like hooked against my thigh, like to hide it. Yeah,
I know exactly
if I
what
flip
you're
it up,
talking
it's gonna
about, and that makes you hunch over.
I had to hunch.
I would go with the
if I flip
upward.
it up, it's coming out of my pants.
I would have it go up, and then I had two
over
moves. I'd either put my fist in my pocket next to it so that it was the bulge that was like creating a tent, a dome, so that people couldn't see my other bulge. Or in my day, for reasons I hate, backpacks became wickedly uncool. So you had to carry all your books and just like zip to your locker all the time.
Same.
And so I would carry my books in front of my dick if I had a hard on.
That's what I would do too.
That's a classic move. Yeah,
you got to do it casually though. You don't want to look like you're shielding yourself from incoming fire.
Mm-hmm.
I would just leave my books most of the time in my desk, even though and just hope that nobody stole my book. Nobody ever did, but I would leave the book.
Like, at your own desk in every class?
No, we're changing classes, and there's going to be like 5 more kids in this seat today. And if they want to, I just stuck it in the desk, like in it, in the little. They got a hole under the seat, right? I don't know. I don't know if all desks are the same, but our desks didn't have like a lifting top. They had that fucking bullshit underneath your seat.
Like a basket.
Yeah, my books would be in there, and if I got to math class and my book wasn't there, I'd be like, oh shit. And I'd go grab like an extra book off because there's a shelf of them over there. And at the end of the year, if my book was missing, hopefully what would happen usually every time, honestly, is someone else had it. They just didn't know they had mine. But at the end of the year, they're going to count them all. Nobody's stealing a math book. So it worked out in the end. But yeah, I just left the books always in there because I didn't want to use the locker. I hated using the locker.
Did you have books for all of your classes?
Yeah.
I don't think that's commonplace anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I think a lot of times the book stays with the classroom or they do some sort of virtual book.
I actually did the opposite of what you did, Kyle, for maybe it was my junior and senior year of high school. I had a bigger backpack and every single book and every single thing I needed for school I kept in there because they were those stacked lockers. We were in like a newer hallway that they had redone and didn't have those long, narrow, all the way up lockers. They had like the girthier, shorter, stacked on top lockers. And the girl who had the locker under mine was so goddamn fat and slow that I got tired of like waiting for her to just fiddle fuck around with her locker and like wait to get to it. And so I just decided like a week into that year, like, goddamn, Sarah, fuck you. Like I am carrying all my bags or all my books with me the rest of the year. Never went back to that locker. Never had to use it.
I had a locker, but I didn't know the combination. Like at the beginning of the year, they're handing them out. Yeah, give me one. But then I ended up using it. And I kind of forgot the combination. If I'd really needed it, I could have gone somewhere, I guess, and asked about it. But it never came up. And then when I pulled my stink bomb prank, when I'd been terrorizing the school for half a week, dropping stink bombs out my pants leg and stinking up the hallways.
Like the
shit.
Great Escape.
Just dropping them. Like Andy Dufresne dropping the dirt out through his pocket. Like I would do that with stink bombs, walking down the hallway, and some other kid back behind me, I'd hear as he stepped on that glass. Perfect crime. Until they figured out it was me, and the principal's got me in his office interrogating me.
Well, then explain the stinky pant leg, Kyle.
Somebody ratted me out.
You must have ratted yourself out first, right? You told a friend, your friend.
Oh, yeah. For sure. I mean, half the fun is everybody knows. But anyway, I got ratted out or something. And, or maybe they use an algorithm. It's always happening near Kyle. It could only be one of 4 students, and this girl's in a wheelchair, and this one's. But they figured out it was me. And I'm like, nah, it's not me. It's not me. And it's like, we're going to look. And they've searched me, my person and everything. I don't have anything on me. And I'm like, we're going to look in your car. We'll look in your locker. I'm like, look in my locker, look in my car. I don't care. I don't have anything to hide. And then he got up to actually go to my car. And I was like, so when we get there, you'll find quite a bit of stink bombs. I'll get them out for you. And I was like, he called my bluff, right? But he's like, yeah, and let's leave
the car, throw your keys in the woods. Oops.
That's what I should have done. Like what I should have done was like, call the cops if you want to search my car. And told my dad, like, dad would have been on my side, like, no matter what. Even if like I'm in the wrong, he'd have been like, you're not that's my truck. You're not searching that truck. Get out of here. You know what? Yeah. I'm taking it home right now. Kyle, come home in mine. Like something like that would have happened. He just like, but instead we're walking out the parking lot. I'm going to hand over stink bombs. It's not that big of a deal anyway. It's a couple days suspension. But he's like, and which one of these lockers is yours? And I'm like, I don't really know. And I didn't. And he's like, well, what's the combination for? I don't know that either. And now they think I'm lying and hiding something bigger than stink bombs. So they're like, which one of these lockers is yours? I'm like, I was just lying. I don't have a locker that I use. And they didn't believe me. It took forever to clear my name. They suspended me for 2 fucking days.
To clear my name for something you did.
Clear your name is the phrase you're looking for.
To serve my, and then I thought it was interesting. It was 2 days suspension for stink bombs. But it was
school,
also.
Did you get to be home?
Out of school. No, we didn't do in-school suspension in high school.
That's like cop getting paid vacation.
Yeah, well, if you miss 5 days, you fail. So you can't graduate if you miss 5 days. In any one class, that's what we did. And so there's 2 down. And I don't miss days, because I got to save up for. I got suspensions coming, right? I can't be willing. I'll come in sick because I know a suspension's probably coming. But it was the same 2-day suspension for hitting that teacher. I hit that teacher and I thought they were going to expel me or call the cops, but they just gave me 2 fucking days out of school. Like it was the same as dropping the stink bomb in the hallway. I couldn't believe that.
That's much more serious than stink bomb.
Seems so much more serious. When I think back on it, it makes me nervous. Like, I can't believe I fucking hit that dude.
I can't believe I hit a teacher.
He was so much bigger than me. That dude was 6'4".
Yeah. What's he gonna do? Beat the shit out of you? Like,
that's what my dad
go to jail.
That's what my dad said. He's like, "What a pussy! Why couldn't he just slap the shit out of you?" And I was thinking, like, yeah, if he'd slapped me, I wouldn't have said shit. I wouldn't have told on him. I'd have just taken it, because I'd have deserved it. I'd have
middle school
appreciated
teacher. You probably have because you're on Reddit too. But middle schooler threw a chair at a middle school teacher. And he'd had enough. He throws a chair back and just like beans this middle schooler. And then he throws another and another. And I'm like, actions have consequences. All righty. That's what's up.
Damn, he's just throwing chair after chair. Just
3, if I recall.
A guy who has hit his limit.
I saw a black student start a fight with a black teacher. And then I watched the black teacher finish it. The black teacher is wearing a skirt and she's got so much ass. Her whole ass is out because she is like full mount on the student, and her move of choice is taking both her hands and putting it on the girl's skull and just grinding it into the concrete, just holding the kid down. And she's going, "Get a teacher, get a teacher," like telling the other kids to get a teacher, but she's not going to let her go. And the kid's going, "Ah!"
How did this start? The
student 100% asked for it.
Yeah. Like don't think child. Think like nappy-headed hoe coming at you with everything she's got.
You can't say that.
Don Imus got away with it.
He did not. He lost his job.
No, I'm pretty sure he
There's
got away
nothing,
with
there's
it.
nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's just that he said it about those fine Rutgers basketball players who didn't deserve it. They were just out there playing their best game. They don't deserve to be judged on their appearance. But I don't think being nappy-headed is in any way like offensive.
Well, that's not all you said.
Hose?
That's a little offensive.
Is hose offensive?
I don't think hose is offensive. I think.
Well, I take hose back. Anybody out there that was offended or felt that I was targeting them, singling them out.
I'm just afraid you're going to get in trouble. That's all.
You take hose back?
Yeah, I take hose
That's
back.
Hilarious.
I take hose back.
She's a nappy-headed girl.
Yeah. How about enough of that?
Railing on her. I love the teacher combat. I love seeing when the teachers have had enough. I've seen a bunch lately where it was a black teacher who just had a fucking enough. There's two type of videos. There's the poor white lady who's recording her own face as she tries to talk reason to the class, and she's like, "Please stop. Please stop. Please sit down. Please get off that. Please put that down." And they're screaming, "Fuck you! Fuck you!" And they're going crazy over there like the Exorcist. She's, please stop. She's got nothing.
See, she needs a gun.
Well, we're working on that. And then I love the black male teacher who's probably like the baseball coach or something like that. But they're making him do math.
Yeah. there were so many of those teachers in high school. It's just some fucking retard who taught football, and he also like was familiar with shapes, and so he taught geometry. I remember that.
And
this
then
one I know for sure is a circle.
Yeah. Like, thanks, coach.
Yeah. But that guy's not used to getting disrespected. So he doesn't do that shit where he's like, "Please sit down, please sit down." They lay their hands on him and he's like, "Okay, here we go." I've seen him just grab kids up and throw their whole bodies across the room. That's great.
It's been a few years. I saw one where this was like it was high school, and the student was an athletic. Like, picture a 15-year-old fit black kid, but the teacher was the wrestling coach. And, so the kid puts hands on him, then instantly he finds himself in like a disadvantaged position, being held down and all the students are appalled that the teacher had the audacity to win the fight that the kid started. But not me. Like, hey, you started it. He's allowed to finish it, right? Rules.
I couldn't be a teacher. That's one of the worst jobs in America. That's one of the worst. That is the worst. It's not white collar exactly. That's the worst job.
I think it is.
That's the worst white collar job there is. Then I would do anything before teaching. I would rather be. DMV is so much better. Let me tell you what working at the DMV would be like. You're on my time, motherfucker. All right. This isn't that waiting and I got places to be. This is I get paid by the hour, bitch. Yeah, it goes slow here, just how I like it. Sitting here on my chair. Got my bingo.
I think by far the hardest job is being a landlord. And
this is a good take. I like this. Yeah.
Because these guys are giving people places to live, taking
the nation's
all the
heroes.
houses. The nation's heroes. 9/11 responders wish that they were landlords.
Dude, this needs
in
to
the
be
most heroic city of New York. Salute to the landlords of New York City, the finest people in this United States.
You have that aggressive, emotional.
I think it's about landlords what they do.
Like you're crying on the inside. You're so goddamn proud. That salute.
If you want to own a home, don't blame a landlord for buying it first. Do what the landlord did to earn that home.
Bird catches the worm.
Chose his parents properly.
Yes. Yeah.
You're the idiot who chose poor parents. Don't blame them.
Dumbass.
Why didn't you strike while the iron was hot in 1988?
Why don't you just get a big building and don't care if there's running water in it and then shove a bunch of people in there on government subsidies and you get your money?
You know what what I always do come back to is why don't they move to a more rural area?
Who?
And anyone who's complaining about these things, about the high prices of things, they often live in these big cities where things are really expensive. And okay, you got to live in a city to do your job. Move to fucking Atlanta, bro. Do you know how cheap it is in Atlanta compared to any other major city you've heard of in America, Boston, fucking New York, LA, all those places, Atlanta's cheap as shit.
For a major city. Yeah.
My rent is like, I have a big house with many rooms and it's low rent. It's my rent is double what I paid when I was 19 in a 1-bedroom apartment. And this is a house. It's so low you don't feel bad about renting here, that you get so much value for your money, and especially if you're splitting it with somebody. So, but I hear about these people with $2,500 a month, $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month, and my God, how could you stomach that? Unless you're geared in, you're a guy like Tucker, you know, who's really profiting from being right there in town where he can collaborate and do things. What the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you in Atlanta? Why aren't you in a suburb? Why aren't you in the country? If you could let go of being a cosmopolitan person in the big city, I bet you'd live a happier life in some smaller town where gasoline costs the same, but everything else is cheaper. Like the rent where I'm from, if you don't mind living in the country, you know, it's hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars.
If you're like a Twitch streamer who just doesn't do anything but stream from like their room, like you can you could be the king of Omaha. Like you could be the guy in Oklahoma City who owns the biggest house in Oklahoma City. You could have a compound. People around you will start to talk. Like
land is so cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah. The property values are
in LA.
Property's like $6,000 or $7,000 for an acre. When you get out into the country, you know, compare that to just millions of dollars for a quarter of an acre, which is what you see in the cities. It's I don't know. I never hate the landlords, but what I do hate is I don't like the blind hate against anyone who rents a property, because that's what I feel, what I see most on the internet.
A property.
Like who rents out a property, anyone in general who accepts rent. But I really don't like the gigantic corporations that are coming around and just buying everything up over market values, driving those values up, and then just renting everything out. They own entire neighborhoods out here. Like every one of my neighbors has the same trash can. How'd that happen? Like every one of these houses is owned by some big company. We're all just every month.
It might be my age, but I no longer have much patience for people who hate the way the world is, as opposed to the ones I admire who try to thrive in the way the world is. So like whatever, if you go into nursing and then spend your entire career complaining that nurses don't make enough money, dude, it was that way since before I was born, and I'm really old. Like nursing salaries didn't catch you by surprise. Oh, did you become a veterinarian and now you have a tremendous amount of student loan debt and your salary is not that of a doctor, of someone who's equivalently educated? You should have went into this wide open. Save the tears for your mom, who might give a flying fuck because I'm not that guy. I don't care. This is what you signed up for. And again, like, does this guy own like 4 houses on the side? Yeah. He scrimped and saved during his 20s, bought some houses during his 30s, made some good moves. And now in his 40s, he's got a couple homes to rent out and he's got some passive income. Do it. It sucked for him. I guarantee you, he didn't have a nice car when he was saving for those homes. He didn't take the vacations. He didn't, he missed out on a lot of cool shit so that he could set himself up for his future. Those options still exist today. And you just discredit everyone before you who scrimped and saved and like got ahead.
It's definitely different now. Like homeownership is not as easy as it was 30 years ago. Like wages have stagnated, interest rates are crazy right now. Just the market of homes is insane. Like, and so I understand what you're saying, but I will push back a bit that like this generation of young people now, like the possibility of homeownership that was available to people who were their age now in 1987, like isn't there.
So I actually agree and appreciate that, but there have been pockets like this before. I remember in the 80s when we bought our beach house or something, the interest rates were like 14% on a mortgage or something. It was really high. And I remember my father, I think he got an 11% mortgage and was like, damn, we're doing pretty well. They're still way lower. What's the mortgage rate now? 7%, something like that?
Yeah, but the total of the house is so much higher.
Well, yeah, but what my point was is there's going to be whatever 5-year pockets in history where it's not a good time to buy, and it's hard to time those and get it right, but it will get better.
I don't have your
interest rates will go back down.
I don't have your experience or maybe even your eye for this sort of thing, but it seems to me like it's not going to change anytime soon because of what I mentioned earlier. The way that when those companies come around, they don't just buy everything. They buy the houses you wanted. You know, they leave you with these scraps where it's like nobody wants to buy those homes. You know, like it's hard to find a home that isn't owned by, I don't know,
Zillow or BlackRock or
one of those gigantic companies.
So much of the economy is red hot right now, and people don't think it is because they don't. Trump would have been way better at like talking about the hot spots in the economy, but the fact that unemployment is crazy low right now and housing prices are high, and they had to raise interest rates in an effort to cool off the economy because we're kind of too heavily employed and that stuff. Mm-hmm. That won't last forever. There will be a recession at some point, and Germany's all those houses that bought those all those companies that bought those houses will lose their fucking shirt if they bought when it was high.
2 quarters of negative growth. That's a recession, right? That's the definition.
Did you say 2?
2 quarters.
Yeah, I thought it was 2. I don't know. Somehow I heard 3.
Germany's in a recession.
Are they?
Yeah. I at least the internet claimed it was today.
Okay.
I think that a hot spot in our fucking economy has to be the fact that I hate that they don't sell this Ukraine thing correctly, because they say the U.S. gives this and that. U.S. approves $3 billion more worth of aid. What they should say is $3 billion more worth of loans. $3 billion more worth of loans. $286 million more worth of loans. This is the Lend-Lease Act. This is how we kept the Soviets, the British, and everybody else on this side of the Atlantic alive for World War II. The Russians would have starved to death, and the Brits would have too if it weren't for us leasing them huge stocks of food, guns, ammo. I saw a video the other day of Russians in a cave cracking open crates from World War II with brand new Thompson machine guns. You know where this came from?
Tell me what that means.
Lend-Lease Act. We sent them Tommy guns in World War II to fight the Nazis. They never got to that supply. They've been sitting in that cave rust-free for...
When did they stop using... Like, when did Tommy guns stop? I actually, other than video games and movies, didn't understand they were widely distributed in World War II, to just regular guys. It's always more of, in my head, like a gangster gun. You know? With the big drum mag on the bottom. They're not even looking down the sight. Just
Bonnie and Clyde would have one.
Exactly. Al Capone standing there gunning up, lighting up somebody's house. Were they good guns? They look sweet. They might be the coolest looking gun ever.
I owned one. I had my own fully automatic Tommy gun. The drum mags I always found, or at least the ones I had, weren't too reliable. But those stick mags, and you can reload it fast, were really, really fun. Doesn't have a lot of
gun collection made its way to Ukraine, Kyle.
We
could arm a village.
Oh, they sent that to Mexico, I'm sure. They sent that. There's some cartel member with an FPS Russia fucking gun right now. I guarantee it. We ran that shit down there and forgot.
We're gonna see some guy with an in ISIS standing over someone about to shoot him in the back of the head, and it's gonna say
AK from
"Have nice day" on the side of it, and someone has his brain splattered on the sand.
Yeah, if you see like a chromed out fucking bullpup M14 or something. I think it's got my name on the side.
That one with the snow camo caused me so much fucking trouble.
Oh my god, yeah, I think that was the one. But yeah, we're lend-leasing that stuff to them. They owe us.
Do you think we'll get it back? I kind of thought it was like
the Brits just paid their debt off about a few years ago from World War II with interest.
Okay,
they're
a more successful country than Ukraine.
What we often do with African countries in particular is we forgive that debt. The next time we're trying to get them to do a thing, like, hey, how about we forget about the $8 billion in aid we gave you last decade, and you don't let these terrorists live here? And they're like, yes, this is a good deal. Yes. They probably invited the terrorists to get out of the debt, but we're America, so we've got plenty of that kind of money to throw around. The CIA guy that I've been watching on YouTube was talking about, he was trying to capture this guy in Pakistan, and they were like, what do you need? He's like, I need 45 men. I need $2 million cash. I need eight
a bowl of green M&Ms.
Like he went through this.
Just to make sure he read the contract.
It was cool as shit. It was like that. He went through this like cool ass like James Bond list of shit he needed. I need this kind of satellite coverage. I need these kind of phones. I need this, that, and the other. I need Overwatch. Blah blah blah. And the interviewer was like, $2 million. What's that for? It's like, I'm gonna bribe every motherfucker in Pakistan. Anybody that looks like they want some bribery money's getting it. He would just every step of the way, hey, and keep your mouth shut about this. Hey, and do this, and just handing out wads of hundreds because he's got $2 million worth of bribe money.
Yeah,
can you imagine that? Yeah, of course it is.
I wonder what $2 million looks like. I bet it fits in a brown paper bag, like a lunch bag.
Like hundreds.
No, not a lunch bag.
Am I wrong?
2 million?
I could be.
All right. I say 2 million is like this, like a big old.
So you think it fits in a grocery bag, and I think it fits in a lunch bag.
Yeah,
I bet you could. Yeah, you could fit it in like a brown paper grocery bag.
Yeah, I guess we're considering like stacks of 10,000 and hundreds. You know,
I don't know. I've never seen $1 million, and I don't even know how much money was in that photo in Breaking Bad.
That was like $20 million.
I bet someone's done like math on like the size of it, on what it is. Is it 20 million?
Oh, I think they were mixed bills because it's drug money, so it's hard to do.
Yeah,
but
remember that mountain the Joker had in the Dark Knight movie? He had like $1 trillion he was on top of.
That was so much money.
it was way too much money to be believable.
He's like coming down he's in a sled. Like, well,
not that much money
pile. Like
it honestly looked like $1 trillion he had. It was like a kid in a castle. He was on top of this heap of money.
Yeah.
Like if you fell off of it, you get hurt.
I understand. He just wants to watch the world burn. Get it. Burn all of it. Like, you got future projects, you've got plans. Those guys aren't working for free. Like,
what would that do for inflation? If you just burnt $1 trillion, like literally burnt it?
I don't. There's not even $1 trillion in physical circulation, is there? Like, there's no way.
I've seen something about
the vast majority of money is not physical.
Yeah, I saw that there was some really interesting stat about the vast majority of the cash money. Maybe that it's not in the U.S. or something. There was something.
Like speculation based on I don't know. You know what? I don't understand how the economy works. It's pretty complicated.
Our economy? I don't understand how any economy
works. There's some sort of self-sustaining economy. Dude, Sunny is one of those shows that like I've never done this to any other show to this extent. I don't think I've watched seasons 1 through 8, the creme de la creme of Sunny, in like 6 years, because I drilled through them all so many times that if I like pop back, it's like, fuck, I ruined it by watching all of it, 50 times in a row. Mm-hmm. So it's ruined the freshness.
Here's what I think the next generation of the way we watch TV should be, because The Office has perfected this for me. The Office hasn't been on the air for like 15 years or something like that. Yeah. But it's got to be one of the most binge watched and rewatched shows of all time. Like, people love to watch The Office when it was on Netflix, especially. That's what everyone talked about. A lot of people canceled their Netflix subscriptions when The Office left. It's on Peacock now, which is NBC's network, who produced The Office, obviously. And over there, they've released these extended versions of this show that's been off the air for 15 years, and they're fun. It's not always. Sometimes you're like, yeah, I understand why you cut that. Like, that's it. You got 2 jokes in a row instead of just the one, but they just show you that alternate take, but they let it keep going. And the episodes are now, instead of being 30 minutes, they're like 45 minutes long. And it's all the classic episodes.
Oh, that's cool.
Like 30% more jokes. It's great. I love it. I love it.
Because they're just including any riffing and improv in the final.
Not just that, but like they do a lot of cutaways in The Office, because it's sort of a mockumentary. Yeah. And so the idea is the camera crew has taken one character into the side room and they're giving so you've got so many of those to go to that you didn't have before, because they film maybe 30 different like jokes. So now they got those that well to draw upon. It's one of the things that they definitely cut out was all the nastier, meaner jokes. But now they're in, they say, the Office usually
comes off as much meaner.
Creed, maybe.
Phyllis comes off as real shitty. Yeah, like she curses a lot. She's like piss, and there's a lot more fart jokes. Like Phyllis's farting happens a lot. I was always wondering, there's this scene where it's Phyllis's wedding. She's the matronly heavy gal, and Michael is sitting next to her inexplicably, right?
Yeah.
Because she's in like the makeup chair, like with her gown on, with just her sister, and Michael has slid in there next to her, and he's having this conversation. And then all of a sudden he goes, Phyllis, did you break wind? She's like, no, I didn't. She just denies it. And then he tries to continue with his speech, and he goes, man, it's just thick. It's just thick. And then later on, he's like, if you did, it's natural and everything. And I always thought, did Michael fart? And he's trying to blame it on her, even though they're the only two people in the room. Because that's some pretty funny Michael shit. But no, Phyllis is just a stinky lady. Like, you get more of that from the extended scenes that everybody knows about her farts.
Did Toby deserve better? Like, he gets so much hate, and I was like, what did he do exactly?
He put his hand on Pam's thigh next in that scene when they were all locked in the office, right in front of Jim. And Jim, I love the look Jim gives. He goes, like, looking at the hand on the thigh of his wife. He's just like, And then in that moment, Toby goes,
wife at the time,
fiance at least. Okay. Like it was. Toby shouldn't be putting his hands on. Toby's in love with Pam, though. I think Toby mostly gets a bad rap, but that moment in particular is his like scummy Toby moment.
Okay.
Yeah. He's dealing with Michael Scott. He's a piece of shit.
I did something immensely heroic the other day while I was.
Did you?
Immensely heroic.
Let me get ready.
You should guess it.
I was.
Okay.
Well, don't make it seem too good. Maybe mildly heroic. I was in my. Salute? Yeah, a little. Well, all or nothing on that one. I was in my basement working out, obviously, and there are windows in my basement that I can see out into my neighbor's side yard. And I can see their fence, my fence, and all that. And they have a dog. And so I noticed early in my workout that their backyard gate was wide open, and it's not far from there, 30 yards and you're at the road. And there's always, and it's a curve near there, easy to get a dog hit. And I was just working out, lifting, and I think I was doing like overhead presses when I saw this dog kind of like wander out. And he was standing like right near the gate. And I'm like, I need to keep an eye on you because I feel like I should sprint outside and over to my neighbor's house and grab their dog and put it in the backyard. But I was like, is that like over the line? Is that like too much? Like I pictured myself in my head, like running over there to grab their dog and put it back in their yard, and my neighbor coming out and being like, I'm not stealing your dog. And just something like that. And so I waited, walked around for a couple more minutes. He was just sniffing a tree in the side yard. I looked back up a minute or two later, and he's like 10 yards from the road. And I like dropped what I was doing. I sprinted upstairs and like went out the front yard and was like, hey, Beasley. Cause I know his name's Beasley. And I was like, Beasley, come on, Beasley. And I did that thing where like, he doesn't really know me. And so I just was like doing that, like trying to amp a dog up in a direction. Like, let's go this way. Let's go this way, Beasley. Let's go this way, Beasley. And he like kind of amped up and he followed and he ran back to his yard. I locked him back in his backyard and I was like, damn, I just saved a life.
I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing.
We're all heroes. We're all just like 9/11 first responders.
Yeah, my piece of shit neighbor moved out and abandoned his two dogs. One's 3 and one's 10.
That's scum.
And they're just stuck back there. And one of them had escaped. And I put his ass back in there. But I kind of wish I just let him escape in the neighborhood because he keeps beating up the poor old dog just all the time. That I don't know what they're going to do. The cops knocked on my door at 9 a.m. the other morning, scared the shit out of me because nobody likes cops knocking on the door at 9 a.m.
Scary.
And but he's like, this guy over here with the dogs. And I'm like, I'm a busybody. So I'm like, let me tell you a story. I'm like, I'm about to shape this narrative.
Pay attention carefully to my framing.
I'm like, that piece of shit over there? He's like, yeah, that piece of shit.
We call him the dog rapist. You can guess why. Yeah.
Oh, Tommy the Terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're a whole block of fibbers. Like you can't trust a single thing about this.
I was like, and make sure you talk to the neighbor behind him talk to her, and I know she hates him because she's always over there just trying to make the dogs stop fighting because it's 2 male dogs, again, 3 and 10. And one of them's like this sweet fucking fuzzy fucker, and the other one's kind of a bulldog. But they look pitiful over there. I don't know what they're going to do. They just abandoned those dogs.
Do you think you're as much of a busybody peeking through the blinds and stuff as that fat neighbor who's rude?
I just meant I'm a busybody in that I wanted to gossip with that cop and like tell him everything he needed to know about how shitty the neighbor was so that he could approach that so he could skip a few steps. I wanted him to know, like, this guy's a piece of shit. He's going to resist like you trying to get him to do things. So just know that going in was kind of what I was trying to tell him. And it's all true because I don't know, that guy's kind of a piece of shit. Unfortunately, he seemed like a nice guy. He's the guy that I helped. He was locked out of his house and I came over with a stepladder to like help him break into his own house. And I said then, and I'll say it again now, that is how you know I'm not racist. A strange black man asked me if I had a ladder so he could get back into his house. Okay. I don't know this guy.
I know they live in caves.
Yeah, you're an accessory.
Let me get that. Jesus, let me get that. I let him write it out. That's how it could have played out. Imagine
you would be an accessory.
Yeah, if that had not been his house, the cops show up, they're like arresting him, and they like find out the ladder. Hey, do you know anything about this ladder? I'm like, yeah, that's my ladder. You gave this man this ladder? You helped him break in? And then they're like, run my information. Oh, Mr. Myers. I'm going downtown with that guy. I'm really glad that he was the actual resident of the house.
Now you have an ally in the cul-de-sac.
Did you pay any attention to DeSantis' announcement that he's running for president?
Man, how do the Republicans always embarrass themselves? How can they not get on board with tech? How do you not hire a kid? It's 2023, right? Is it 23?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it Twitter that like the audio didn't work or something like that when he was trying to announce?
Yeah. So there's a lot of just Woody guessing, but for people who don't know, Ron DeSantis teamed up with Elon Musk to do his presidential announcement that he's officially running for president on Twitter. And it was an audio only event that was a live stream, and something like 100,000 people tuned in. And
it was 500,000, I think. It was a lot, right?
Oh, 100. Oh, no.
I definitely read 100,000. I don't know if
100.
True.
It was 100,000 because I remember AOC being like, more people showed up to watch me play Among Us because they did.
True.
She had like
I don't doubt that. I'd rather watch her play Among Us than listen to dumbass DeSantis.
Play anything she wants to play.
Dude, the nickname they're doing now, Ron Disaster, finally a good one.
That's better than Ron DeSanctimonious. Trump needs to switch. He needs to jump on. But anyway, so I think what happened, this is just Woody guessing, I bet there was a DDoS attack. For people who don't know, a denial of service attack is when you make a request of some service and make them answer you. And the trick to it is to have a multiplier. If I say, Taylor, what time is it? Taylor, what time is it? Taylor, what time is it? He spends as much time answering as I spend asking. What you want to say is, Taylor, read me the phone book. Taylor, read me the phone book. Now he's just crushed with it. That's a denial of service attack. A distributed denial of service attack is when you have a bunch of zombie machines, like 1 million computers, all saying, Taylor, read me the phone book. Taylor, read me the phone book. And then they overload the servers as Taylor tries to satisfy all your requests, and it's a problem. All right. So I suspect that because Ron DeSantis was announcing that Twitter might have been able to handle this load if they weren't attacked at the same time, I'm guessing. But because it's a political figure and there's going to be guys who just want to fuck with it, I bet that's what happened. And he started like 8 or 10 minutes late to begin with, and then it got delayed more and more. And eventually, like 30 minutes after he started, he had a kind of crappy broken audio announcement for president. So that went poorly.
Yeah, so it looks bad.
But it looks bad.
Biden had a little thing. He tweeted out, the Biden for America re-election campaign at link, and he was like, "Don't worry, this link works."
I didn't see that. That's
that was
good.
Is that a little dig?
It was a good little tweet from that staffer.
It's almost like, to me, DeSantis didn't do anything wrong, but it's just another like little nail in the coffin. If he never seems to get it right.
No,
he looks silly in that photo where he's wearing those really high boots. It's an older photo. Yeah,
he fumbles the bag every time.
It's too high of boots for how short he is.
Yeah,
is he short?
He's definitely shorter than like Trump and Biden.
I didn't know, but okay.
I think he's shorter, isn't he?
I'm not calling you wrong. I just never knew.
I didn't know. It's looking like the DeSantis or disaster. That's what you're
That's a better
strong
one.
one. Yeah.
It's looking like he's not going to be as much of a player. We got to get to the debates. The debates matter so much. The debates matter a lot, and yeah, they're the boots. What the fuck? Well, hang on a minute. Look, those are the boots they were provided. Look at the lady on the left. She got them same boots on.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, but like he looks like
ladies.
He didn't pick those out at JCPenney.
Oh,
he did pick out that fucking vest though.
Like Trump wouldn't wear those.
Damn, they got matching fucking vests and shirts. That's his wife?
There's some old pictures that sank people. One I can think of is John Kerry. I think he might have visited Intel or something, and they put him in this like sterile suit. I think it's called a bunny suit. Do you guys know what this looks like?
It was a bad look.
It looked terrible. And then, of course, the famous one, I can't remember. Is it Gephardt? There's a Dukakis in the tank. Mm-hmm. He looked so dorky and lame, and it didn't help him in his candidacy. And it's just, it looks bad. It looks stupid. It's not cool. I don't give him a pass.
There it is. That's so funny. That's awful.
It's all Trump wouldn't do that. Trump would have been more aware of the optics. I don't know what
you want me to crawl.
I'm not crawling my legs.
You want me to crawl?
Yeah.
No, make it bigger enough for me to stand. Sir, it looks bad. It has to dock with mirror. I said bigger.
So anyway, the DeSantis picture laughing. I don't know why I project all this unlikability onto it. Maybe you guys haven't seen this picture, but it looks like he's over laughing to make people like him.
I don't think
he probably is. He's a
politician. I think what matters, what always swayed me one way or another, or made up. I'll say it made me think of a guy as inept or incompetent or something like that. Is those gaffes at a speaking event, like whenever they don't have an answer, like they clearly don't have an answer. And Trump was good at exposing that in the debates. I thought whether he won via the rules of traditional debate or not, he would be like, no, say it. Well, you won't say it, will you? Yeah, you won't say it. And then you're like, yeah, he won't say it. Why won't he say it? and you kind of appreciate that Trump kind of held somebody's feet to the fire, because traditionally that never happened to those things. And he benefits from that more than anybody. They don't know how to hold his feet to the fire. No one's figured it out yet. Remember Megyn Kelly getting fucking bullied? Remember this last chick with the underbite getting bullied?
I thought she was pretty. Now I need to see her again. The CNN chick, the town hall.
She's pretty, but I
need to see it again. I didn't notice.
A bulldog mouth is no big deal. They're pretty.
Megyn Kelly was super hot. I don't even know if she's like doing news anymore. Is she?
She is. She's got her own like private thing.
She's just being hot, talking about news at the Megyn Kelly.
I think it's
show.
Mostly conservative. I watched like 10 minutes of something of hers a while back, and I thought it felt conservative to me, like some
not
of the
on
propaganda.
Fox.
I don't remember exactly, but no, she's still fucking hot.
She is. I assume. I have not.
I wonder how
her
money is. Like obviously she was a bigger star on Fox News on that platform, but now I think she owns her platform. I'm not sure about that. And like, is it more profitable to be a big fish in a small pond? Might be.
I don't know.
Yeah, I bet. I mean,
she probably has
she's
books
got a lot of
too and shit.
She should leave. I wonder if she's got an OnlyFans. That's her move.
Yeah. There's so much money to.
That's where I do my news at. She like half her. You remember the naked news?
I might pay for a Megyn Kelly.
Wasn't there like a Russian news network or something?
Yeah.
They did
if she's sitting there just oiling her titties up, like she's wearing a pencil skirt, right? Like she's wearing appropriate bottoms, and her makeup's done, and she's sitting there in the news chair, but she's inexplicably just oiling her titties. Right?
Hear me out. Yeah. I'm just curious. I would love to see Megyn Kelly like just have Nancy Pelosi on solely for that reason.
Yeah,
to see the two of them. I know she's like 100, but
coming up at 11, whose tits are bigger, Nancy Pelosi or Megyn Kelly's? You won't want to miss it.
I know she's 100, but I still want to see him.
I think it's 32 states. It's 32 some odd states where ladies are allowed to go topless, perfectly legal for them to do so. It's either 32 or 36.
That's such a hilarious thing to protest, because no women are gonna run around and be topless.
Sometimes they flash though, and they used to get arrested.
Are doing that are the ones who are at the protests, who like paint themselves, and they seem very angry and upset that they can't be naked in public without getting punished. Except they're currently naked in public without being punished.
I think it's I think of it this way, that now you don't make women sex offenders for flashing their titties, because no one wants that. We want.
Well, we all have heard
that.
the horror stories of, and I don't know how real it is, of people who piss in public.
Yeah.
If we're going to be doing that, we need to add a piss in public one.
Because
why should that guy be lumped in with rapists?
I mean, if
I love
had
this
guy,
loophole. So long as you're peeing, it's okay to flash. You know there's going to be golden showers all over New York.
Goddamn perverts pissing at the middle school all day.
That would be
the pee.
Hey, you're just pouring water out next to your hard dick. You're under arrest. You're not pissing. You're cranking.
The urethra exemption.
Yeah, it could be like I don't know. I'm from the country, man. Like we pull over and piss. All the time on road trips. Dude, just pull over. I'm gonna piss here. Like behind a gas station, behind a tree. Gotta piss, man.
It's normal.
Gotta go. You gotta go.
In the country, it's different. Nobody cares in the country.
Yeah, but I mean,
nobody around.
Piss in a parking garage, and apparently that's a bad thing to do.
Yeah, even if you have uromycetitis, which means that you have to pee.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Or you could die. Yeah, that classic.
This is real.
No, it is. Dude,
that's the next movie. Like, move over, Cranked. Here comes uromycetitis.
No, you had that.
Yeah,
you did have a friend with the uromycetitis because he got stuck in that parking garage. They couldn't find his car, and he'd been there for so long. I'm like, what's he supposed to do? Just burst? Because that's what would have happened.
Yeah,
it's a weakening of the bladder.
Yeah, he couldn't find anywhere to pee, and there's never anywhere to pee in fucking parking garages, and so he went in the corner. Got caught by a security guard.
They should really put porta potties in there.
They should.
Just in case. You've been
he ended
lost
up getting
in
off
one
on it. Yeah.
That's a Seinfeld.
He ended up getting off on it.
Yeah, nice. He got off on it. Yeah, it turns out his parents. There's some sort of funeral, something like that. He actually lied. He made it up.
If you get a photograph of yourself next to the coffin, you can use that to get that airline discount though for visiting the bereaved or being bereaved. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get it for visiting the bereaved. Like that's
come on. Oh, who's drawing the line here?
I'm so sad.
You can get it. You can get the discount for visiting the bereaved. You can get it.
I'm visiting someone who's visiting the bereaved. How far does this go?
I'm visiting someone. I'm just really bummed. Yeah. Right at 2 hours. Let's go ahead and hear from our wonderful sponsors.
All right.
Usually I've been late on sponsors the past couple weeks. Freeze Pipe. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Freeze Pipe. Makers of the smoothest hitting pipes, bubblers, and bongs, Freeze Pipe is running their biggest sale of the year going on right now. Why buy a Freeze Pipe? The secret is freezable glycerin chambers that come on every piece. Pop one of these chambers in the freezer for 1 hour, and as smoke passes through, it's instantly cooled by over 300 degrees. We're talking puffs so smooth, you'll check to see if the bowl is even lit. No more chest burn, no more throat pain, no more coughing attacks, just icy smooth puffs that are easy on the body and full of flavor. Start smoking like royalty without paying a king's ransom by visiting thefreezepipe.com. And with the massive sales going on right now, there's never been a better time to upgrade your smoking game. See something you like that's not on sale? Use code PKA for 10% off your entire order. That's thefreezepipe.com to check out their sales or use code PKA for 10% off your entire order. Order today and say goodbye to harsh smoke forever. So we've talked about Freeze Pipe before. I have... As my Thursday post-show tradition, I've got the biggest chamber in the freezer right now. Like I do this before every show now. At like 5 p.m., 5:30, I clean my big bong. I take the chamber out, I put it in there, and I go, "Ooh boy, I can't wait to finish the show. I'm gonna get so high." And so that's my tradition now, and
this is
so
legal
much
and
easier.
socially acceptable.
Yeah, to just do all this now.
Those.
It's great, and so. Check out Freeze Pipe. They have a bunch of awesome products. If you want a smaller bong, a smaller piece, they have those there as well. If you want to go hard, though, just get the big one. Get the big one. It has the biggest glycerin chamber. Like the majority of it is the glycerin chamber. So it cools everything down better than all the rest even of the Freeze Pipe. So the big Freeze Pipe, recommended highly. Check it out. I enjoy it. All right, this episode also brought to you by another way to get stoned, Real DBG. Hold on to your dicks, folks. We're going to need some parental advisory warnings for this one. RealDBG.com has got the goods, and I'm not talking about candy. We're talking about 100 milligrams of Delta-8 infused gummies, 50 milligrams of HHC infused gummies, 1 gram HHC and Delta-8 cartridges, and a 650 milligram bottle of Delta-9 syrup. And forget about spring has finally come. RealDBG.com has all seasons covered, from the dead of winter to the heat of late August and everything in between. These gummies will have you melting like the ice caps, and the cartridges are like a supercar the way they outclass the competition. So come on down to RealDBG.com and get as stoned as the statue in your local park. Just remember to start slow, and before you know it, you'll be soaring higher than Woody in his paramotor. Use code PKA23, PKA23 for 23% off your whole order. That's right, people, 23% off your whole order so you can indulge in our premium THC products without burning a hole in your pocket. Just remember, always consume responsibly. RealDBG.com, PKA23, 23% off. As we say every week, if you decide to go with the gummies, take it slow. They're very strong. We're not joking about it. If you go with the syrup, take it easy on that. That's unbelievably strong as well. If you're going for something more gentle, get the Delta 8 cart or the HHC cart. Of course, the HHC one's going to hit harder. So if you're really looking for gentle, a Delta 8 cart is probably the best way to start for you to make sure you enjoy it and you don't get too stoned. If you insist on buying the gummies because it's the best bang for your buck, just take teeny little slivers and you will enjoy yourself.
Honestly,
so check
less
it
than
out.
you expect.
Yeah, less than you think you need. Worst thing that happens is you go, oh, that wasn't enough. And then you take a little more. So it's, start slow. It's always better to need to take a little more than to realize you took too much. Everyone knows that. Also, this episode, as always, brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, brought to you by Gorilla Mind and the wonderful minds of myself and Kyle. We came up with the baseline, the skeleton of it, and then we tapped the experts over at Derek's company to help us out. High quality product. You have to take 9 pills a day because we're not fucking with you. If we were fucking with you, we would have saved a shit ton of money and sold smaller bottles that had 30 pills in it and nothing would happen. But we insisted that it actually help you come more. And so check it out. You got to see it to believe it. Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off there. If you want energy drinks, pre-workouts, weight loss supplements, anything and everything over at Derek's site, code PKA gets you 10% off there. So check it out, particularly Lock and Load, because that's our baby. That's our brainchild. So get yourself some Lock and Load if you haven't already. Start surprising your girlfriend, wife, or boyfriend with your loads. And we're back.
I've been watching a lot of those horror anthologies, so I ran out of ones on traditional channels, so now I'm on to Tubi, which is free TV. But
god damn, you're bored,
dude. Or in Shudder, and I got Shudder, and I found
I just canceled Shudder.
I found more content.
I fucking bled money into Shudder for the last 2 years.
So on Shudder, if you want a fun little show to watch, it's the Creepshow TV show. It's kind of like Tales from the Crypt. It is like Tales from the Crypt.
Okay.
I love those. Every episode's like an hour long. It's kind of low budget, but it's horror. Often there's those twist endings where someone gets their comeuppance, ironic comeuppance often, or misleads at the beginning. There was a great one where 2 astronauts are for the first time testing the new gravity field generator. And the actor is Jason Stackhouse from True Blood, the really fit quarterback guy. And his father was the first man on Mars, so he's got big shoes to fill. And they do this interview with Back on Earth, and they're like, "So the first test was a success. You've generated gravity. You have a doctor. That's incredible." And they keep praising his co-pilot because he's the one who invented the shit. And they just ignore him. And you can see he's getting madder and madder. They're just fucking ignoring him and patting this other guy on the back on national TV. And the other guy's trying to give him some props, trying to shine his wheels a little, but as soon as he does that, they're like, "Oh yeah, Jason Stackhouse, your dad was the first man on Mars. Must cast a long shadow, eh?" And he's like, "No, ma'am, not at all. I'm just happy to be here, happy to contribute." And they end the interview, and he's pissed. He's fucking fuming. He's fucking fuming about this shit. He's like, "That was a fucking dig. She wanted a reaction out of me. It's this horse shit. And he gets madder and madder. And then they contact him. NASA does, and she's like, "I'm gonna tell you something. Only 6 people on the planet now. We have been in contact with an alien race for many years now. They've contacted us. They want to make first contact. One of you is going to make." Well, they by messaging. We're going to go meet them. We've never met one. They've been messaging us. They're here. They're on the dark side of the moon. They want you guys to fly over there. You're going to go into a portal. You're going to talk to them, make first contact. One of you is. Doctor, it's you. Jason Stackhouse is like, "Woo!" Now it's time for a big first. You're the first man to talk to the aliens. So they're flying there, and he locks the doctor in the gravity generator room and turns it on and explodes him, kills the fucking doctor. Gets to the dark side of the moon, and
gravity works.
He's got a gravity generating thing so that he can make more or less gravity in anywhere. He's got like this contraption in a room. So they go to meet the aliens, and he beams up there, and they sort of put him in this bubble of air in space in front of them, and they are hideous. They're like, I don't know, a head with a single eye and this big scorpion tail and like two big scary limbs, but they're very polite. They're not scary at all. They're like, human, where is the ambassador? And he's like, that's me. I'm the ambassador. No. Ambassador Gorlock, where is he? We sent him here many years ago to give you the anti-gravity technology, the first of many exchanges. And Jason Stackhouse is like, oh, yeah? And they start like sweating him a little, and the guy goes, scan him! And they grab him by the head with that little tentacle, and they're like, and they get a quick fast forward of everything he just did, killing their fucking boy and everything. He's like, you have terminated Ambassador Gorlock. Well, we find you unworthy, human. You wish to be known? Now you will be. Every human will know your name. For as long as they have left, that is. And then, because the moon is now on a collision course with the Earth, and he's just like, wait, no, you don't understand. I had to be the first. And they're like, well, you are. Goodbye. And they fucking peace out. And then you watch the moon fall into the Earth, and the whole thing fucking explode. It was a great episode. I loved it. There's a lot of them like that.
It's over after that.
Yeah, it's over. That's it. They end darkly. Most of them end with like,
I forget. It's an anthology, and so they do tend to end darkly.
They're like 20, 30-minute episodes of just
what is that called?
Suffering. Creepshow.
That sounds very up my alley. I need to try that.
And there's at least 2 Creepshow movies that are like movies with better budgets.
I've seen one.
I really like those too. I like horror anthologies a lot. I watched a bunch of them this week. I like the funny ones, like Trick or Treat is a kind of a modern one, and it's kind of lighthearted. There's not gore. There's blood, there's guts, but it's...
I don't like when they're funny and they're trying to be fun. Like they're like, we're making a campy horror. Like, no, I want a horror movie that the guy is trying and it's funny despite it, you know?
Trick or Treat rides that line really well. And I thought a movie called Trick or Treat was going to be lame as shit, especially since it's not all that old. But it was really good. But I like the ones where there's like a crazy twist where you thought you were with the good guy the whole time, but they turn out to be the fucking bad guy. And you've been celebrating this as he beats the bad guy to death, but really that was the good guy. And you're like, oh no. There's a monkey's paw episode that's pretty horrible. The guy asked for his wife. The wife asked for enough money so that their business won't fail. She falls and dies. Insurance policy flush with cash. The husband gets the monkey paw and asks for his wife back to come back.
Bad move.
We forget she's just in that coffin in the ground.
Yeah.
Just suffering down there, rotting away, alive.
Pet cemeteried.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't even go back for her.
He didn't think to go back for her. He thought literally she's just going to show up here and be back. But he just brought her back to life inside the coffin, and he runs a mortuary. So he's sitting there wishing his wife were with him, and he's next to the sign that advertises the Everlast coffin, and it's like last 10,000 years, locking this.
Oh, we lost you, Kyle.
Oh, I'm worried it was my headset.
Your audio just dropped, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Sir. Yes, you're out. You're out of audio. Plumb out of audio. Kyle. We need some more.
Let's just keep telling him. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he didn't get it.
Do you understand that we can't hear you?
Kyle, your audio is bad.
Yeah, let's get that together.
Just jumping on. You're muted. That can't.
Did
you watch? You didn't watch your poor Hurricanes last night at all?
No, I did see the score though, and
it was a good game.
What? There were a lot of good games. Didn't they lose in like quadruple overtime the first game?
Game one, yeah. Every single game was other than. Actually, no, every single game was close. It's just Florida's goalie. When I say Florida's goalie name, it sounds like a made-up name, Sergei Bobrovsky. And like he's unbelievably good. sometimes. And like, and he's doing that now. And so I think at one point he saved like 130 of the past 131 shots, like over the course of like 3 games, which is retarded. That's insane.
Yeah, that's outrageous.
So there was, when I saw he was playing like that, even in, game 3, I was like, oh, Carolina will not be winning this series, because it was one of those like goalie just steals it.
So who came out of the West? Is that decided yet?
Not yet. It'll tonight, I believe. I think Vegas can close it out tonight. Vegas is up 3-0 on the Dallas Stars.
Vegas.
Yeah, I would much rather Vegas get through than Dallas.
But they're a new team, and they've had a lot of success for a new team.
Yeah. I don't want them to win the cup. No. Like, I want Florida to win the cup of the remaining teams.
Yeah, I like a team that, like a St. Louis, right? St. Louis, yeah. You guys, had you ever won before? Ever?
Never won.
How old is your team?
1967.
Yeah,
it was the first expansion team.
Man.
Yeah, the first expansion team after the original 6.
I like it when a bunch of absolute failures,
they're the only one?
A bunch of never-do-wells. I like it when some untalented hacks finally luck themselves into a good year.
Well, I don't know about that.
And then never are good again. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, dude, it did suck that COVID, and that the impact COVID had on the cap fucked the Blues harder than it. There was no possible time that could have played out worse for the Blues to be the best in their history than right before the cap got stagnated. We lose our captain, we lose a bunch of players, and now we're shit. But not quite real shit, the kind where you go on 14-game winning streaks in the middle of the year for no reason and just secure a bad draft pick. It's like, God,
the Sixers are doing that terrible thing in sports right now where they're like, they make it to 5th best team in the league, and it looks like they're going to top out there. Our second best player is old.
Are the Nuggets our
very
best team?
Our very best player. He's not super old. I think he's 29 or 30, but he plays a position where people don't last that long. He's a gigantic center, and it's just like this was kind of the year. I don't see us being better next year. No one's going to be like, you know what? It took me until 31 and 34 to figure it out. That's not what's up.
I think that if Vegas wins tonight versus Dallas, then every conference final in the NBA and the NHL this year was a sweep.
Ooh.
Which is bizarre. I would be surprised if that's ever happened before.
Yeah.
I even had a little bit of fun following along online the I don't care about LeBron or those teams, but I like to see a sweep sometimes. If I don't care about it, because it's that it's impressive, it's cool. And I found oh yeah, come on Denver, let's go Denver. You can do it.
It's kind of that series between the Lakers and Denver. So the Lakers were way behind in the first game, and then they figured out how to defend Jokic, and they lost by 6 or something. All right, so they're ooh. Denver must be scared. Meanwhile, they just won. The Lakers figured out how to beat them. And then in the next game, it was a similar type narrative. And then the next game, and now Reddit's going bonkers. The Lakers swept in moral victories. Never before have we seen a team get 4 moral victories where they could have won.
I did see a clip of the coach being we lost 4 games, but we didn't lose them. We got beat, but we didn't lose 4 games. You know what I mean? And the media is yeah.
They really didn't want to lose a game, did they? They didn't expect that outcome. Because I remember, I don't follow that shit at all, but I saw the picture of LeBron head down, and then I saw some quote from one of the players in the locker room, what just happened? That shit did not just happen. I don't think they really expected all that to happen. I'm a LeBron hater. I really don't like that gentleman. He's just been mixed up in crime and drugs. He's a womanizer.
This is true.
He associates himself with the wrong crowd. You always see him, gang signs and guns, gang signs and guns. Be an example for your community, right? Be a leader. Be a man that people want to aspire to be. You have this platform, you have all this money, you can be whatever you want to be, but he's chosen to be kind of
he should be more like Ja Morant, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, there you have a guy who knows his fan base. That guy can read a room. Ja Morant looks around. He knows people love fucking guns. Dude, look, it's not enough to be able to ball. Okay, you got to be strapped with the beam. Okay.
After he lost in Indiana, he and his teammates pointed guns with laser sights at the other team's staff.
You got to be strapped with the beam.
Guys in his car, there's these red beams.
We call that winning spirit. Okay.
Yeah.
We used to
gumption.
celebrate that in this country. And all
Yeah, we
There's
used to
nothing more
reward this
patriotic.
before fucking participation trophy culture came in.
Babe Ruth would fire his handgun in the air after every home run. Okay, everybody knows that. Nobody gave the Babe a hard time back in the day. American hero himself. I just can't stand it. I don't know. I don't know why I don't like LeBron. I do like that this has been.
I don't know anything about him.
Oh, everything I said, the opposite.
Oh yeah, I know he seems like apparently
Dude,
he's a genuinely good guy.
Was crazy famous at 15 years old. ESPN had him playing live on TV when he was 16 or 17 years old. He has been famous since he was a kid. He has never gotten in trouble for anything. There's no womanizing claims. He's given hundreds of millions to charity. He founded a school in low-income neighborhoods to help them get ahead. And I kind of like his style of charity. It's a real teach a man to fish as opposed to give a man a fish. That's what he's all about. And he's a billionaire with a B, and he never went to college, but he's just, dude, if you did that to young Woody, I would just go to prison or something. It wouldn't work out well. I was stupid. And LeBron James is a much better man.
I'd fuck every cheerleader that I could.
Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have made it through.
All of them. All the Laker girls would have baby bumps.
All at the same time.
That's amazing.
It's all my babies.
Yeah. I'm trying to set it up so I can have one big birthday. Once a year.
I'm going for the sweet, but this chick with their copper IUD is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not? But he married his wife's very lovely, but she's his high school girlfriend. You can't beat that, right?
That's sweet.
Yeah, that's his girl from fucking high school. He's stuck, and you got to imagine in high school there's got to be a bunch of hoes throwing themselves at him, and he's stuck with that girl, and then he kept sticking with that girl no matter what they laid on the table in front of him, no matter how tall the pussy was stacked. Or maybe they got an agreement. Maybe they're smashing girls together, right? Who knows?
I sometimes low key wonder if, when you marry LeBron James, you just have to accept that. I don't know.
Is he religious? I would imagine he's religious.
I don't know.
I don't know. You'd think he'd be out with that because he's kind of political with the
kid
stuff.
Chose a college. Now his kid's really good at basketball, so I don't know what his grades were, but he was really proud that no one in his family had ever gone to college before, and now this kid is the first one. And there's some sort of fatherly pride that I found heartwarming about it.
I noticed from that picture right there that his hair regrowth has been a total success. Or his hair transplant.
That's not a transplant. That's glued on. That's a process. So as white people, there's some shit we just don't know about. That's why you gotta have black friends. Do y'all wash your legs? Black people make fun of us for not washing our legs. Did y'all know that?
You don't wash your legs?
White people in general don't wash their legs.
Not carefully. Now that Kyle said it, I'm I definitely wash
y'all
my
don't wash
ass.
your legs.
Oh, it's absolutely half-assed, and it's more of if I get my thighs up here, that'll the cleanliness will go past.
Black people get a wash rag and they soap up their shins.
I've never soaped up my shins.
So I watched a TikTok the other day of a black guy getting one of those put on the other day. He had real bad male pattern baldness, big shoehorn thing, and they just glue this whole thing on there, man. There's a lot to it, right? He's brushing at one point. It looked like he's applying lacquer. I don't know. There was a lot to it. He's a bit of an artist. And when he was done, all of a sudden, this dude who had no hair had the perfect hairline. You know what I mean? They brought it down all the way to just above his eyebrows.
He should just go bald. He's a professional athlete. Tons of professional athletes go bald.
They give him shit. I'm sure that Shaq has given him shit about that on TNT.
Isn't Shaq bald?
Yes.
Yeah, and he sticks with it. He shaves that shit off. So is Barkley. So do all the boys over there. He's the only one clinging to that nonsense. He's the only billionaire in the room who can't accept that he's bald.
Yeah, I mean,
Elon Musk.
Oh, I meant the black billionaires. I meant the TNT broadcast booth.
Whose hair is this? Is that Carlos Boozer?
That's a shark.
Damn. I'm 80% sure he stole that from a Lego and just put it on his own head.
Man, that's rough, bro.
Yeah,
on the left,
you want hair with right angles.
I wouldn't that hair on the left though. I wouldn't give that a second glance. Like obviously the way it sort of makes that right angle there.
You kidding?
I could accept that that's his hairline, and they've just kind of razored that in for that.
Yeah,
look.
that's why I went to a black barber. Because Kyle mentioned they were artists, and I'm like, these are the most skilled hair cutters in the business. They're better than women's hair.
More like landscapers.
And I just thought, like, they're gonna get my fade at a level that it's never seen before, but it's not what I was going for.
I remember
they gave you a fade to make sure you would never wander your way back in. That's so funny to me. I can't believe you went to a black barber twice.
I remember that whole routine was stolen by a comedian. I wish I had saved it. But like I told the whole story, and at the end of it, I handed him Colin, and then he did it to my son. And that's how I know the story was stolen, because the comedian had the same ending. I was like, oh man, that just really seems.
Damn.
Not that I super care. I can't.
A Woody original.
You should call him out. You should edit that together, like you saying it dated, and then him saying it, and just expose him. Fucking start a Twitter campaign and shit. Yeah, fucking hack. You fucking hack. Like, who else has he stolen from? And maybe he's maybe he's some race that we can. Maybe he's like a Mormon or something, or a Catholic, so we can really lay into him. You know, he's not a protected like person of any kind. That's the problem.
If he's a gypsy, it really leans into the stealing thing.
Oh.
It does a bit.
Just like it. Always stealing your.
We should just assign gypsyism to him.
Man, I can smell my own breath so strongly.
With
the onions.
Yeah, I don't want to keep eating it, but I feel like I should eat more of it.
I have a little.
Yeah, I think
had
you should do
more earlier.
What is? What? No, I'm just trying to think of more fun things to do.
This one.
Oh yeah, that is.
Kyle, have you watched the?
Oh,
nice, but in full screen.
Crunchy. Have I watched the
Ukraine updates?
I guess like the latest stuff I've seen, Wagner continues to troll the Russian army. The guy that's like on the ground running Wagner made this stupid video where he's like, "We have conquered Bakhmut." They don't call it Bakhmut. They've renamed it some Russian name, but he's like, "We've conquered Bakhmut. We're pulling out and we're turning over all of our food, all of our ammo, all of our emplacements to the Russian main army. They will have all of that stuff. They were turning it over to them and control of the city. And just in case they need any help, I've got two of my best here, Ditov and Nikov. Boys, come here. These guys were instrumental in taking the city. They almost did it single-handedly, and they're two like fuck-offs. One's like 19 and like 50, and the other's like way too old to be there. He's got like a big bushy white beard, and they look scared. They do not want to be part of his propaganda video, but they have to be. And they're like, "You boys are gonna stay behind, and you teach the Russian main army our ways. You keep them in line and help hold the city. Can you do that? Can you help the Russians hold?" And they're like, "Yes, comrade. Yes, comrade general." And it was funny. I love that they're trolling each other. They're giving each other a hard time about that. I saw that I guess our JDAMs, which is GPS guided munitions, big bombs strapped to the jets of the Ukrainians, have been getting scrambled by the Russians a good bit. They don't know if they've been rendered ineffective because of Russian jamming or because of how low the Ukrainians are flying their planes. I guess F-16s are kind of on the way. Mm-hmm. So are like couple hundred Leopards. I learned all about the Leopard tank today.
Like they prove the F-16s, and then it'll be like September, and I still won't see them.
A third Russian scientist has been put on trial for treason, or charged with treason, I should say. What I read about that was it was because of they had sold secrets to China. At least one of them was the charge against him, at least.
Now China will have missiles that don't work.
Yeah, I know. It's always fun. I don't watch as much of the drone footage anymore. I think my bloodlust has been sated.
Nice vocabulary though. I'm digging it.
I don't need to see any more people get blown up, I don't think, unless they do it in a cool way. You know, when those Leopards get there, maybe they do some interesting stuff.
Maybe I like the
videos where they superimpose countries' flags on top of the vehicles and troops.
Yes.
And it's like, here's the Russian tank and here's his troops. The troops are 20 yards away in the bushes. I guess there was a miscommunication because the tank just blows them all up with a high explosive tank round, and then their little icon goes. It's like, man, y'all are kind of mean about this.
Yeah, dude. So the Russians invaded Russia.
The Ukrainians invaded Russia. Yeah, they and there's a bit of scariness at the White House. There's an investigation going on right now into whether or not American equipment was used to invade Russia proper. Invade in quotation marks.
So I think I might have read more about this. The Ukrainians armed 2 groups of Russian freedom fighters. By the way, one of the groups, Nazis. So, but friend of our friend, whatever. And these Russians.
Yeah.
Oh man, life is so funny. right. So they're like swastika it up.
Here's the best part, Taylor. Here's the best part. You know where some of the weapons that the Nazi unit will be using are coming from?
No, Germany.
Yeah, Israel.
So
okay.
They absolutely used American equipment. There were some Humvees, and I don't know if there was any armored equipment, but yeah, they used American equipment. They weren't Ukrainians doing it. And of course, they weren't Americans doing it. There's questions as to what level of approval they had. Clearly, they were armed by Ukrainians. That is not in denial. But they're like, did Zelensky actually know? They're like some of the attacks in Russia, and this one, some of the deeper attacks in Russia where they take out oil refineries and such. There's some thought that these guys are Ukrainian military leaders acting somewhat independently, or plausible deniability. It's hard to tell. And then these 2 Russian groups that invaded Russia and took over 3 towns for 2 days. They're Russians who just hate Putin, but given that they're armed with Ukrainian tanks and armored vehicles and American Humvees, they're obviously supported by Ukrainians. And they're just take our shit, go in.
So we might be talking about 2 different instances of things happening, because the one I'm thinking of is to call them Russians. They're in a part of Russia that used to be Ukraine in 2014. So they don't think of themselves as Russians. They think of themselves as Ukrainians who have been under siege for the last 10 years or whatever. But I think the White House said they were investigating whether any U.S. equipment had been used in going over there. That's kind of a no-no.
Investigation need not go much farther than Reddit. It's pretty clear. It's they film themselves doing it in Hummers.
Well, that's no good. They shouldn't be doing that. I don't like that at all. I think a key part of this has to be, and I know it's a silly line to draw, but I don't think it's a silly line if you're a Russian. I don't want F-16s flying over Russia. I don't want American bombs being dropped in Russia.
No shit.
When you're on this side of the fence, we got beef. You step outside the ring, I'm not going to pull a Khabib and just lose my cool and jump over and start smashing Dylan Dennis or something. Just he's in Russia prime. I can't go over there.
I'm mixed. I liked it as a tactic because right now what's happening is Russia isn't defending their own borders. Russia gets to spend all of their troops in Ukraine pushing that new border, pushing the front lines. So by arming some Russians to go attack Russia, it's like, all right, it's not us attacking you, kinda, but now you have a big border that you need to put people on. Ukraine spends a lot of resources defending places where there's barely any battling. Why? Because if they don't, then Russia will roll in with 100 tanks and take that over. So Ukraine needs to defend their entire border, but Russia gets to choose where they attack, which, by the way, made me see something like D-Day in an entirely new light. Man, it must have been hard to defend everywhere. And then we get to choose where we attack and put all our forces in that one spot. So now the Russians, if they do this a couple of times and they say they're going to do it again, the Russians, that rebel Russians, or say they're going to attack Russia again, Russia has to be like, well, fuck, I guess we'll take 100 tanks and put them across the border so that we can respond somewhat rapidly.
That CIA guy, he was talking about the early days of the conflict. He's like, every day you hear about a little fire, or some train tracks, or this burned down, that burned down. This guy fell out of a building. This guy drowned. It's like it's clear that there's like a target list that had already been made, and it's being worked through by agents behind lines. Starting fires, assassinating people, destroying infrastructure, and obviously Russia doesn't talk about it a lot. But if you're just on Reddit, every couple days you're like massive fire. You see like this huge complex, and it's aero defense contractors, it's munitions plants.
Ukrainians are hilarious. Every single time they say Russians have awful smoking habits and they shouldn't smoke near the flammable things.
Yeah, every time they burn a Russian factory down, they're like, those Russian factory workers and their cigarette disposal. Jesus.
So careless.
Do Russians smoke a lot? Is that a stereotype?
Yes. Yeah, that is a stereotype.
Who are the smokingest people? Because I bet it's an Asian country.
Some kind of Asian, for sure. They love smoking.
Vietnam. I say Vietnam. That's my bet. Vietnam or maybe like Singapore for some reason. I want to think somewhere down in there, but I'm gonna go with Vietnam.
Is like where you'd see those pictures of like 6-year-old kids like ripping darts
away. Yeah. Got a lucky strike.
Yeah, lucky
and
strike.
Lucky strikes and napalm scars.
Dude, I saw lucky strikes at a gas station within the last year or two. And I really thought like I should buy a pack of Lucky Strike cigarettes. I didn't even know they had
just from Mad Men.
Yeah, they look
just
nice,
from Band of Brothers. Isn't that?
Okay. It probably is. I think Mad Men. Yeah, too.
You're 100% right. Yeah.
That's the smoke of the 40s, Timmy.
So the Ukrainians lost Bakhmut, but I don't know. There's still this big counteroffensive looming that hasn't really happened yet. We'll see what happens.
Wish we knew how many Ukrainians had died. I wish we had accurate numbers on both sides. And I don't want anyone to think I'm too foolish here. I realize that we're getting the Ukrainian side of things always. So you don't hear about the bad stuff that happens. And when you do, it's framed in a way. It's like, fucking Alexei Gumanov fucking gave his life for the glorious nation. And then they play a song or something. And I mean, it's sad or whatever, but it's like, well, what happened? How bad of a battle did you guys lose? So I don't know.
I listened to so much Ukrainian propaganda. It felt like good news every time they lost another 100 meters, and
they played for every foot with blood.
This is essential. We cannot lose Bakhmut. We didn't want it anyway. Like that's how everybody
in fairness, they
trains.
never said Bakhmut was important. And I said this like a month ago. I was like, here's what's going to happen. And it did. Ukrainians are going to say this was a win. We bled them dry. They cost them 1,500 tanks and 100,000 soldiers, and they paid way too big a price for something that didn't matter. And the Russians are going to say, yeah, but we won. And both sides are going to claim victory. And that's what's happened.
Yeah.
And I can't tell the truth.
I mean, I remember like stuff about how important Bakhmut was last year. Like there was a time,
I don't.
Yeah, where they said it was important tactically, like because it, protected, I guess, 2 different split offs where you could go from there. Like that was a big narrative about it.
They're still there. I think they're just still
those other cities are elevated, and Bakhmut is like in a valley, and they're like, you can't attack those cities from Bakhmut. Now, maybe missiles don't care about elevation. I don't know. One thing I've learned during this war is how little I know about how to wage war. I am watching these pincher movements and surrounding. I'm learning about operational surroundment, which means you surround 3 sides, but you can get artillery that reaches the 4 sides. And now they basically have to die as they leave. I'm learning all this shit. And I see, let's say you've got this big sea of bad guys, and then they penetrate in on 2 sides. They're like, aha, they're surrounding these guys in the middle. I'm like, yes, but they're each surrounded themselves. Why is their surrounding better than your surrounding? I don't understand. I just learned that I do not understand how war works.
I'd like to see a war between people who don't fight all the time, like Russia, Ukraine, kind of predictable.
This is great. We've wanted. I disagree.
You don't want to see a brand new war? How about Japan versus Australia?
My whole life we've been fighting the sand people, dude.
It's a good one.
You wouldn't like to see Japan versus Australia? What's your bet?
Japan.
All out war. And you say Japan wins?
100%.
U.S. is not allowed to join. U.S. has no.
I was going to say whichever one U.S. backs.
Yeah, U.S. is not in it.
Japan destroys Australia. Destroy us. Australia's so fun. We made them buy our nuclear submarines, which they have no real use for.
Yeah.
So it's like what are they used for? And they're like, Well, their worry is China. What we want Australia to have nuclear submarines because they're next to China. Yeah. The Australians are like, well, wait a minute, what are we going to protect with them? Well, the shipping lane to China, of course. Wait, from who? The Chinese. How much do these cost? 34 billion each. We'll take 6.
Yes, you will. You don't have an option.
You don't have an option.
You see, Australia, you are a vassal state of the United States, and you do what we say.
Yeah, I know I saw a bunch of those Patriot missile systems got bought by maybe Japan. I think they bought a bunch, or maybe Taiwan did. Yeah, it was Taiwan. I learned more about how that thing worked. Okay, so you've got like it's multiple pieces, all of which are about the size of a semi-truck. One of them, there's some dudes inside of it, like operating it. But then like 10 kilometers away, everything's separated by like 10 or 12 kilometers, each pod of it. They're real, and a lot of it is missiles that shoot, but some of it is the detection radar, right? The part of it that senses things, the sensors, the shooty part, and then there's like a command module. Oh, and then there's a part that powers everything. There's like this crazy generator part that's nothing but like high duty generators being fueled up, and it's all connected up, I guess. And I want to say they hit one the other day, but the Russians did, but they said it didn't damage it. They talked about the accuracy of the Russian munitions because lately they've been targeting the Patriot missiles in particular. Like instead of hitting the city or a building or the defense ministry or whatever, they're just trying to take out the Patriot missile battery. And they said the accuracy on the Russian missiles was about good enough to hit a 5-story building. So, and they're trying to hit something the size of a box truck, so it's just not working out.
Do you think that if aliens showed up,
oh no,
and every single country allied, everything's water under the bridge, literally every country, North Korea's on board, China's on board, US is on board, everyone, do you think the Earth has any shot in any scenario?
Yes, absolutely.
You think so?
Any scenario? Surely.
So like, if they need,
I just mean like if they got there to us, like we didn't reach out to them. They're
here.
Show up.
They're here and they're mad. It depends what they want and how they want to do it. If they want to just destroy us, then we lose. But if they want our planet unscathed, if their biology is similar enough to us that they can't use their death rays and ruin our planet because they want to live here, if they got to come down here and fight us, then we win, depending on their numbers. If they sent one ship, I've seen this scenario played out, interestingly enough, in one of those war graphics YouTube channels. Cool. And they played this thing out, how generations of humans would be fighting the war against the first. Yeah. And they set it up so that like the ship took like 25 years to get here. So even though the first war we might win or be winning, we were on that clock for the second wave. But I think if they invade and do it like that, then we could put quite a fight.
Maybe.
It's like
it would depend on the physiology. Song? No, I don't know that song.
He's like, what would it be like if we met aliens? You ever think about that? And he's like, what? You never think about it? Like, would they just come down here and dominate us, or would it be like, damn, Earth go hard?
Maybe they would just say Earth go hard, but yeah, it would also depend on. They would in that scenario you talked about. I bet they had a contingency where it's like they are of similar size to us biologically, and they have similar strength. Like if they pop here and they're like. Yeah, like if they're like, let's say they're all a head shorter than us, but they're like dwarves from Lord of the Rings strength and like have thicker, they have talons and fangs instead of like, then we'd be fucked. Like
isn't
if
it all about weapon systems though? Like
we have to assume we're losing any weapon system 1-to-1 matchup because they're already
able to kill them though, right? Like if they're too tough to hurt and maim, and
they have to be like humanoid.
What if you shot one and he healed like a goddamn chameleon before your eyes?
Right.
It's gonna be hard to fight that Iraqi style, Afghani style roadside bomb, IED would be terrorist fight.
You know, it would be kind of like really make us feel good. What if we're the like giant terrifying species and like aliens show up and they're like, fuck, these things are like 1,000.
They have weapons,
Sigmar feet tall.
I got it. They don't even have a word for weapon. And
we
win that one.
I was thinking on a related note, like what if their weapon system evolved in such a way that they weren't that good at us? Like they just made their idea of a weapon system was a really profound, low-pitched sound. And we're all like, and?
That's interesting.
We're solid.
That's really obnoxious.
Fart people
Cut
are
that
here.
out.
They're gaseous. They're just gas in these little bubbles. Oh, look, the fart people are here. Guys, look out. They're going to try to blow us away again.
Yeah, right. Like something like that. Like,
they've escaped
get the vacuum.
There's no scarcity in their world, so they don't understand the need to lie. So we just manipulate the fuck out of them. No, for sure. Keep
Three Body Problem does that.
Yeah.
It's real interesting. They're able to read minds, but they can't lie. So now we need to lie to them, even though they can read your mind. And we need to you need to lie in such a way that no one knows you're lying, even you.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets pretty clever.
Yeah. No, I love those scenarios. It would be, that's been one of my things I've always wished is that we would meet aliens. I want to know what they look like or what they are. Even if I bet they'd be horrific looking. I
was going to say that. Taylor's like, wouldn't it be great if we were the big, strong ones? And I was like, well, regardless, we're going to be the ones that conform to our beauty standards.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We will definitely think they're ugly, almost for sure.
Oh, there'll be a whole bunch of fetishists who are like, oh, those worm people turn me on. They've been jerking up to tentacle porn their whole lives, and the worm people show up. Oh, they're going to be
right.
all of Japan.
Just like the fang bangers in True Blood. In True Blood, the chicks who want to bang vampires are called fang bangers. And you can see why they'd choose a fanged man over a non-fanged man. They just have
you can give him immortality. You can't get an erection though. Because he has no blood.
It's like infinite stamina, and they fuck so fast. It's an actual blur.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that'd be good.
That's how women like to be fucked.
Right?
They love it. You just totally ignore them and you go super speed.
It makes us Taylor. It makes us sound like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Collecting coins.
No, like when he's charging, spinning in place.
Yeah,
that's Mario with the flower.
You hear like as they when he comes, all the bells come out of the coins
or the star.
Yeah.
Stars.
No, that's how women give sex advice the same way Woody does at haircuts. Faster's better.
Point me at the TV.
Yeah, point me at the TV and cut my hair. Quicker.
No, but they are generally they're very good looking, the vampires in True Blood. And they're supposed to be super et sex.
Yeah.
There's very little vampire lore that doesn't have them on one side. Either like Nosferatu, very obviously ghoulish and scary, or they're like actively more attractive than everyone around them.
That's true. Oh, there are some regular people vampire. Remember there was like an accountant.
There was that one chubby guy.
Yeah.
Oh, live forever.
Shit. Wait, he became a vampire as a fat guy?
Yeah, and he's all depressed.
He's fat forever now.
Yeah. It was pretty sad.
Another one.
He was gay.
There was a hot chick who became a vampire, and she was a virgin. And then she lost her virginity as a vampire, and it healed up like her hymen. And she's like, every time I have sex for the rest of my eternal life, I'm going to break my hymen. Like, this blows.
Yeah.
I mean, like, their like Big Brother system for getting into the vampire world really should fill them in on that stuff. Like, baseline, there's no excuse for like if you were to be vampirized, you would put every ounce of your effort into being the perfect version of yourself at the point of bite. Everyone who's smart would. Can you imagine committing to eternal life with like
I would get as close as
big gut,
close as possible to Kyle's Tinder profile.
Like now you're dehydrated for all eternity. Like,
I'm always so thirsty.
I'm so thirsty.
This is a huge mistake.
Yeah, that's what it's like being a vampire. You don't understand. I was dehydrated.
I don't even want the blood. I was
shredded. Look at
this water.
I'm so thirsty.
You're so vascular. Look at your foot veins. Oh, they hurt though. Your foot veins ever hurt? That's how you know you've gone too far.
Do I have veins?
My feet have always been like vascular though. I feel like feet always have veins popping out. It's because they're working hard.
I can't see them for the hair.
You can't. You got some. Your feet aren't too hobbity. You have long hair on your toes.
Yeah, I shave them both. I run my like like trimmer over my feet and my toes because they're fucking gross. They don't grow like a ton of hair, but it does. There's like some hair there. That's too much.
Do you have to shave like your shoulders or anything like that?
The small of my back, there's like sporadic hair. Like there's 80 hairs back there total.
There's a little clan of hair.
Yeah, but they'll grow like kind of long, and so I run a trimmer back there too. But no, I've just got like a strip of hair that goes like, I don't know, chest to dick, I guess.
At some point, I will probably have to, like, as an older man, like keep an eye on shoulder hair. But I really don't have much now. Back hair, I have borderline. I have like no back hair. It's shocking how no back hair I have with the rest of my body, which is
that's pretty
a big win for now because like back hair is often unappealing.
That nair for men would be so perfect for your shoulders because like the real drawback of that stuff is putting it on sensitive areas. You got to be a chemist to make.
Dude,
sure
I'll put it on my scrotum and I'm like panicking, like counting, like I don't want to get a chemical burn.
You got it's like cooking. You don't want to burn the dish. Man, it feels like, I mean, it's a chemical burn is what it is, but it just stings and aches and hurts for like a day. I've burnt my asshole. That stuff's rough.
Shit, you put it on your asshole.
Oh, I put it everywhere. Yeah. I get all smooth down there. Yeah.
It says not to put it on like your dick
it says
region.
Not to, yeah.
But I'm not. Why did I buy? What do you think I bought this for?
Exactly.
That's like lube.
That's like buying lube and it's like not for internal use. It's like, fuck you. What am I greasing gears?
Yeah.
Like this, you know what this is for. Q-tips say that shit.
Q-tips
say not to insert. Fuck you, Johnson and Johnson. Fuck you.
It's the only thing it's good for.
Deaf because you
probably like two.
But
clean electronics.
Oh, that seems like, I guess so. I don't
it's
like
helpful
that
to like
spray air stuff.
You can use it to like clean out a bowl sometimes, but that's.
Oh wait, is this a marijuana thing?
Marijuana thing to like stick it in the bottom and swoop out all the collected.
I'm like, why would you not use a sponge, the one with the scrubby side?
Yeah, but honestly, I just use a toothpick for that.
I'm putting cereal in these bowls.
Have you ever been punished by being forced to complete a task using a tool that is obviously meant to make the task last forever? For an example would be clean in the military, how you see those guys cleaning bathrooms with toothbrushes.
Yeah. Let me think. I bet.
So I'll tell mine real quick. It wasn't me, but it was my mother. My mother told me this story, and it wasn't even a punishment. It's just what my grandmother tasked her daughters to do. They're like, take those scissors and go outside and cut the grass. You're like, what? Yeah, go outside with those scissors, cut the grass. And she's like, we'd be out there for hours, out there cutting that grass with them scissors. I'm like, that's so petty. Why wouldn't she just? She's like, it's not even the worst. She did little things. I remember I'd be asleep. It'd be 1 a.m, and I'd hear her calling my name. I go in the living room. What, Mama? Change the channel on the TV for me. Because there's no remote control back then. It's the fucking 60s.
Dude, that's so. My dad tells that story of like the same thing. He's like, all the time your grandpa used to make me wake up in the middle of the night and go turn the dial on the TV because he didn't want to stand up. Like, because it was an old, I guess, dial thing. Yeah.
That's some Sigma shit right there. I thought getting coffee was cool. To wake her up out of her sleep and have her change the channel for you?
Yeah. Both. My grandma did it to my mother too. Yeah.
It is rude. Yeah. I wouldn't want to wait to have the channel change that long. And I have to like have them stand there and be like, not this. Actually, go back.
There couldn't have been more than 4 channels though, so it's not.
Oh, that's true.
Nowadays, you'd be there all day. Fucking no, back to ESPN too. Yeah. Still a commercial. Give me Fox News again. I want to see what that guy said.
You know what? Let's just open the guide again.
Everything Netflix is streaming. Honey, we have 200,000 things we need to check out.
Sorry, son, I got stoned before I called you in here, so it's going to be about half an hour before we pick out something to watch. Dude, there's nothing that makes picking something to watch take longer than getting really high before you open up a streaming service, and then you're just like, oh, no, there could be something better. There could be something better right around the corner. And then you just keep scrolling and it's all trash.
I add things to my watch later list all the time. Just try to prevent that. So I've got this like stack of stuff I can fall back to that I want to watch. But lately I've been watching nothing but cheesy horror. nothing but cheesy horror.
Cheesy horror is a great genre.
And not even always cheesy. Some just horror in general. I think it might be my favorite genre. There's so much of it. There's much of it, and some of it's really fucking good, and some of it is laughably bad.
There's a show called Channel Zero on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Have you watched that?
I have, but I have no recollection of what it is.
Okay, I'm not going to get into it, but it was just something I remember. I started watching a couple episodes, and I'm like, I got to mention this to Kyle and Woody because they might enjoy it.
Do you want to talk about From a little bit? Because I think
we covered
for
that
those of you who did
shit.
Yeah, just so we're clear, those of you listening, we talked about this a little bit on PKN. Links to the Patreon down below. Hang out this weekend. See you guys there. Jesus fucking Christ, the show. We're all hate watching at this point. I think we kind of turned the corner. I'm not done yet. I'm coming back for more, but I am starting to get the sense, and I realize it happened quickly, but I guess I was counting on last episode to finally answer something, and it just. They're spending so much time in rooms talking about nonsense or asking new questions that it feels like they have no interest in spending time on the old questions like the bottles or the lighthouse or anything. So yeah, I'm turning against.
I'm frustrated by the absolute incompetence of all of the characters. Everyone just ill-timed panic attacks are the name of the game in this show. These are monsters that can only walk. I am telling you guys, I'm not fast, but if a monster can only walk, I'm a video game fucking hero. I could defeat them with a baseball bat, maybe, or at the very least avoid injury and go from house to house.
I can defeat anyone in a fight if they can't catch me.
Right?
No.
I'll just switch sidewalks to the other side of the street. They're baffled by this move.
Yeah,
Taylor nailed it. Like the three of us could solve this fucking show. That's how I rank my shows. I need a show where you give me answers, but I couldn't fix this if I were there. We could fix this. Because first of all, I know where the monsters live. Second of all, I know they don't like the sunlight. And third of all, I've got magic that works against them. Jesus Christ, we're going to go drag them out. We're going down there. Here's what we do. Go down there with a rope. We tie it around the motherfucker's leg. Zoop! We got a monster. Everybody starts pulling now at the end of the rope. Drag this cocksucker upstairs, and we put him in a circle of talismans doors, like lock him into a cube of talisman doors, and we interrogate him, and we burn him as we interrogate him with either the sunlight or fire. I don't care until there's nothing left. Burn him until he's gone. Like you tell me bullets don't hurt him? Okay. Put him on the pyre and burn him like a witch of olden times.
We haven't seen a headshot yet.
We haven't even seen a headshot yet.
We
would repeat the process of dragging them out. We'd start when the sun came up, while they're all tuckered out. We've only seen like 15, 20 of those things tops. We drag every fucking one of them out and kill them. Like now there's no monsters.
They're pretty dangerous. I'm a little worried about your plan because like when the priest died, it was just one slash. Someone was like, hey, I need help.
They're all tuckered out.
Okay.
So I'm all sleepy into there.
Yeah, but it depends if they wake up when you walk in or if they're like they stay asleep.
No, they
like
didn't.
Vampires.
They were like walking around them, and they were ridiculously sleepy.
I would try the headshot first.
Oh yeah, I mean, cut the head off. What happens then? See, this is the problem. You've got to answer these stupid fucking questions, or I can't watch your goddamn show. If you don't cut one's head off, and then he grows a new head, you show me that, and I'll buy in.
Can you just rig up a bunch? You could just rig up a bunch of pipes that has nothing in it and just believe that it has gas. And like
the characters don't communicate with each other, and that is just unforgivable. Is what that is. They need to communicate with each other. They're all there, stuck in the same sinking boat, and they're not even working together to solve these problems. Like husband and wives are barely talking to each other, not talking to each other. How can this communication be such a breakdown? They all have poorly timed panic attacks. Every time they get into trouble, they like sit down and get frightened. Oh my gosh, these monsters only walk. If you see a monster, just like skip the other way or something, and you'll be.
There's no stick-to-itiveness in that group. That big fat bitch is the worst. She'll be like, I'm in charge and I'm going to panic. And it's like, you're just upsetting people. You're upsetting
the onboarding process is unbelievably horrible. Like, oh, new people came in. Let's like point guns at them and hold them on lockdown all night, designed to create the most amount of panic and the least amount of trust.
Yeah.
It
freeze if you want to live. Like that kind of
Right?
like, you have to come inside with me. We only have 40 minutes to explain this a 2-sentence thing here. Like, so I'm gonna strong arm you into the cafe instead.
Every now and then there's a moment where someone actually says it, speaks like a person, and they're like, no, you don't understand. Dave and Mike were down by the river and they fell and got hurt. We've got to head there right now with Becky because she's got the medical kit. Do you have a knife, flashlight, and gun? All right, quick, let's go. Lock up before we do. No one ever does that, right?
No.
Because that's what you'd actually do.
Yeah.
You'd like solve 3 problems, make sure they had no retort other than yes, sir. And you get the door locked behind you. Like, there's no need for a conversation here.
Yeah.
The amount of pushback on good ideas where it'll be like, we need to do this. We need to gather this, bring it here, and set this up. And that fat bitch will be like, you don't know where you are, do you? And it's like, you're talking to someone who's been here for days.
If you have a talisman.
I love dope. But the fact that they're always stoned is annoying the fuck out of me. I'm going to sober up for this shit, boys. Like, come on.
If you have a talisman and you're inside, then you're safe. Now, it's been proven talismans work on structures as weak as tents. Tents. A tent weighs 2 pounds. I could walk with the fully assembled tent through the night. And if things get rough, put the door on me.
Fred Flintstone it.
Oh yeah, yeah, right.
You know those like poor people outfits from like the 19 teens movies where they have suspenders and just a big barrel.
Yeah,
you just have a barrel with a lid over the side. Everyone walks around in barrels all day.
Oh my God,
you just get down, and then it's like nighttime. Everybody goes, they close up, and they've all got a little talisman, and immediately the show's over, and it's a terrible show. no one likes it. Yeah, it was exciting until they did that fucking stupid barrel shit, and now it seems like they really solved it. I don't see how they're gonna get around this barrel. Exactly, that's what you need. You need
in Rust on some servers. There are these blue barrels that you can wear. You drag it on your character as their clothing item, and when you crouch, you now look like a barrel. And there's a barrel just like that exists as a static item in the game. So people will do all kinds of silly shit with those. They'll crouch down and wear their barrel costume. You can do that in Sea of Thieves as well. Like you can hide as a barrel. It's fun. You can set all sorts of ambushes. You can like barrel up next to the recycling machine, and people will be right next to you and like watching them.
I don't know what the game mode is called, but it was a couple Call of Duties ago. Prop hunt. That was the only fun thing I enjoyed doing on that Call of Duty. And basically, like, one team is a bunch of guys with guns, and the other team is like you are randomly assigned a static piece of decoration or furniture. It could be a cone, it could be a tire, it could be an ammo box, it could be a chair, a couch, anything, electrical box. And you get 3 switches throughout the game. And so, like, if you're the electrical box and you are running away from a guy, and you take a corner, you can switch to something random, and maybe you turn into a lamppost, which is going to make it way harder, or maybe you turn into a little ammo box, and you just sneak up against the wall, and he runs around and misses you. That was so much fun, like just being a tire and like trying to like angle yourself around things as they would sneak up on you. I want to play that again. Was Prop Hunt like a really popular game mode in some?
I bet there's a standalone game if you want to do that. Like, we could probably find a game that just does that.
You could do it in Minecraft.
Oh my God! Speaking of games, I'm glad you brought that up. So there's a Gollum game coming out. Have you seen the trailer or anything?
I have not.
A little bit.
Like, so the graphics are really good. You play as Gollum. You're sneaking about. I think it's a stealth game, but lots of lore and story there. That's going to be probably canon. But apparently the requirements for it are outrageous. I saw that if you're playing in 4K, you get like 42 frames with a 4090.
What?
Yeah.
That's what I play on.
It's 30 frames with a 4080. But again, that isn't 4K, right? So I don't play in 4K. Well, you might want to, you'll want to turn those settings down, I guess, if you get I'm going to play it for sure. I don't know when it comes out.
I'll try. Is it single player? Like,
I don't know
like a
shit
Skyrim
about
style adventure.
Did you read what Zach wrote?
One of the worst reviewed games. Well, I would be interested in who the reviewers are.
Well, I think they're upset about the what happened to Gollum?
Yeah, that's it. that's what I've seen. Just Reddit memes be like, "Mom, can we have Gollum? No, we have Gollum at home. And this is the Gollum at home."
Oh shit!
That can't be Gollum. That's not what Gollum looks like.
I had seen, so it's like an early Gollum. Clearly, like he's not as far into his transformation as what they're going for. But the graphics still don't look good to me. I saw the trailer, weeks ago, and the trailer obviously looked cool. The trailer looked cool to me.
Oh, it's grand.
That is Grand. That's fucking neat. I bet the Reddit, there's a subreddit for Grand, and but moreover, they kind of take over the Lord of the Rings. Is it the Lord of the Rings memes or just the straight up Lord of the Rings subreddit? That just Grand post all the time.
Grand posting.
Yeah,
dude, I will. There's no way it looks this terrible.
That's pre-alpha
development. Yeah, like I will give this a go. I'll watch a YouTube video of it and see if it seems fun. Like, does he have a bunch of, is it Skyrim-esque where you have a bunch of different skills and stuff you can level up? Is it more
Again, I don't know
tracks?
anything, but it looks to me like a stealth game where you're sneaking about, more like Metal Gear Solid than anything. Because, he's a skulking, sneaking guy, not really a combatant.
He is a skulking, sneaking fellow.
I bet you're tricksy and maybe like untie a knot and something falls on somebody's head or something. But that's about it. One of the scariest feats in Lord of the Rings was when I don't remember if it was Merry or Pippin, but when he climbed that pyre to light the beacons, it was so fucking high.
Yeah, especially for a hobbit.
Yeah. When you stepped away last week, I was telling Taylor about our zip lining that time and how that shit got wet and went super fast. I enjoyed that a lot. That was fucking fun. I hadn't thought about that in a while.
Next time you buy a house, make sure you get somewhere that has room for a zip line.
It
could be like blank check. You could have a zip line right outside your bedroom door.
Well, I used to
right
have
to your
one.
car.
I've still got the cable. The cable's the most expensive part. It's pretty expensive cable, and it's a long. You can imagine there's a lot of it. I think the cable itself was like $8,000. They said.
Whoa!
Jesus
I did not
Christ.
see that coming.
Okay,
Okay,
had a lot of fun.
They stiffed that guy on all that. They didn't pay him. He came
Didn't pay
back.
the wire
Today.
The people who
video
produced
me and my people.
No,
Yeah, we told them to fuck off. We have guns.
no, I wouldn't do that. It was the controller, Medal of Honor, whoever was doing the ad for Medal of Honor that year that was paying me. I got paid, but they were supposed to, they were handling the installation of the zip line, and in my contract was I get to keep the zip line. It's part of my pay. And I was like, look, we're putting a zip line up, right? I'm like, yeah, I want to keep it. And they're like, huh, well, we use, and it was kind of a kerfuffle for a minute. And I was like, put it in the contract. I want to keep it. And they agreed. But then it turned out that never got to the zip line guy.
But like, what were they going to do with the zip line? They're a video game company, right? Am I crazy?
So to be clear, the video game company paid a zipline guy to come to the property and install a zip line, the little scaffolding you climb up to attack to get on it, the whole thing. There's not a lot to it, but there is some stuff. So you have to secure it pretty well. But yeah, they didn't pay that dude. He came back and he's like, yeah, they didn't pay me. And I'm like, well, they did pay me. And they paid me in money
in zip lines.
And
would a zip line cheer you up?
What a zip. How about go for a little zip? That'll cheer you up. It always puts
a
me in a nice
smile on your
mood.
face.
But it was kind of like a throw your hands up in the air kind of moment because I got paid in zip lines, and I'm sure he went to them, probably got paid.
I wish I got paid in zip lines.
I hope so. Probably a small business owner. Don't want to. Although I also have a feeling he upcharged us on that $10,000 zip line installation, right?
No.
Well, like something me and like Jeremy could knock out in an afternoon if we had $1,500 and a little help, like a tractor. But
most important part really is that wire.
That cable. Yeah, I've still got that spooled up. I was like, make sure we don't.
Was it on two like piers, like telephone poles?
I'd have to go back to the video and look. I remember they might have put a telephone pole in the ground, or maybe it was secured to the scaffolding. I know you had to go up a bit of scaffolding to get on it. And then it was a tree at the bottom. It was attached to it, just a big tree at the bottom. So you had to kind of let go, or you zip up into the tree. It wasn't like straight in the tree, but you'd still zip into the tree because I like to hit that thing with some gusto. But I played with that thing for years after that. I would go out there and just fucking zip down to the bottom of the hill. It's fucking hilarious.
You're like
and
a child where like you get to one end and you're like like huffing back until you can get faster.
We'd put a vehicle down there and we'd drive back and forth. Everybody play on it for a little bit. Mostly we would try to zip and hold. So the harness is lame, right? It's like fucking backpack in high school.
Yeah.
We didn't use the harness. We attached the harness and then you would wrap the harness around one of your arms and then you'd go down shooting a gun. So we were trying to slide and shoot, which I don't think we did for the video because it didn't look safe. I wasn't going to, and also like they're all amateur shooters. I'm not going to, you can't let X-Jaws slide down a zip line with one hand shooting a gun.
Yeah.
It just won't work out. But we would do it. And, but yeah. I didn't pay that guy. I felt real bad. I still do.
Poor fella. Brought his wire and his joy and he got stiffed.
Man, that's a high quality photograph.
Yeah, could you?
I don't even know who those people. I think that was wait. I'm sorry, Zach. Good on you. Will you please go back to that? I think that might be the Zipline people. Is that the Zipline installers?
Is that a wire on their shirt?
It looks like they have Zipline t-shirts.
All right, it's possible that's Jerry Baber.
What fucking year is this photo from? Like,
it's their link. Oh, that's the Zipline people. Okay, this is the Zipline people. Yeah.
These are the Zipline people. Poor
sorry,
guys.
fellas.
It's a 250 by 250 image. Okay,
no, good on you. You literally found a picture of the guy we're talking about.
It's a 1992 digital camera.
Yeah. That's like the beginning of
shorter than them, and I had to like awkwardly.
I did.
Like,
I saw you almost standing like that. But that picture that looks like the same quality. You know that famous picture of Chris McCandless, that idiot who went out into the wilderness and tried to survive and died.
Yeah,
in Alaska,
he,
maybe
lived in a
ate
bus. That stupid retard. Yeah,
I know that guy. Well, I know of that guy.
I knew of that. Did you guys have to like read something about him in high school? It probably
watch a
Netflix
movie
thing.
Yeah.
Did Leonardo DiCaprio play him? No, different good-looking young guy with blonde hair.
Maybe Cillian Murphy.
Phoenix?
Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix's next move is an NC-17 rated gay romance, and they said he keeps pushing for more gay sex. I'm not exaggerating. I can't remember who his co-star is, but that's his next movie. It's like, how are you going to distribute an NC-17 gay sex movie with Joaquin Phoenix?
At Target.
Call back. It took me a second. Okay, well done. Well done.
Welcome to Target.
What's a kink that's shamed too much? What do you think a kink that's overly shamed?
It's overly shamed.
Furries was the first thing that came to mind.
I don't think that's overly. That's not shamed enough. Okay.
Submissive dudes.
Well, what are the most feet? Do feet?
It's okay. Yeah, I guess I think it's cross dressing because I remember when like not. And it all gets muddied up too as well because of trans stuff, right? But I bet there are some dudes who just want to be like dressed up like a little lady because it's embarrassing, and they're like, "Dang it, I'm not cross-dresser. I'm not a transvestite. I'm not a transsexual. I just like a little shame. Why do I get lumped in with those freaks?" Like that guy exists out there somewhere.
I'm just trying to beat off in a dress in my own living room.
I'm J. Edgar Hoover in it. Come on.
Taylor tapped into something that I was stuck on. Like, dude, if your kink involves like consenting adults that do shit in private, it is so okay. It's fine. Furries take it public. But like submissive guys, I rarely see people like loud and proud about how they like to be dominated by women in bed.
I think like
not bothering anyone.
I'm down. Like, look, it's got to be a certain lady, like AOC. Like, always go back to her. I'll fucking convert. Like, to whatever she wants me to be. I don't know. I like those big scary eyes.
Okay.
They just say, "I'm not
big."
Stable.
I didn't think that's where you're going.
There's something about someone who's clearly not stable and yet holds it together so well in the public world that when she gets home, it's just unhinged. She's just unhinged. Like she's just got to be so weird. I bet she's a real problem.
I wonder what she's like. I imagine her needing like a huge support system at home. Like the whole world's lined up against her.
Yeah, I don't.
Veiny.
I haven't heard of her doing much recently. but she's always hot when I see her.
I saw her just yesterday mocking Lauren Boebert, who had, or MGT, whichever one, was like, I had my third child because it was cheaper than the birth control.
That was Lauren
And
Boebert.
AOC is like, you voted against the bill that made birth control cheaper.
You know what they should do? They should get involved in some foxy boxing. Hash that out.
Lauren Boebert is a 36-year-old divorced grandmother.
Hell yeah.
Dude, I like speedrunners. Dude, having a great grandkid when you're 73, you're watching
73, my ass, 60.
60, you think so?
60. Yeah. She just had her like bastard of a grandchild. Like he's on the way any minute now. So that we're on 13, 14 years. That's it. I was reading about man, the news sometimes can get so depressing. Numbers stick out to me sometimes in stories more than the words. But like I remember, I want to say a 10-year-old. There's a controversy about a 10-year-old and the abortion that was denied to her. And then I read that article and felt awful. And then I saw an article about an 11-year-old black boy who called the police because his mother was being beaten, and they showed up and shot him.
Shot the 11-year-old boy.
The 11-year-old. And you know what happened? He said, Mama, why did they shoot me? And he starts crying. He's in the hospital right now.
Oh.
They shot him in the ribs. He's got collapsed lung, fractured ribs, and I think it's maybe liver, spleen, something like that. Like, they fucking shot the child. Look, every now and then they'll
another news. He made his first million in 11.
Fuck yeah, congrats, little man.
Or something. Yeah,
you're one of Scott's tots. It turns out. Yeah,
dude. If the police fuck with you, get that GoFundMe up quick. be fast about it because people pour money into those.
That's a thing. They're like, I can just imagine like. I want to see that in a comedy, like a black comedy, where they're all talking about their hardships, and they're like, "What about Jason? Fuck Jason. He never had to work for anything. He got shot when he was 11 by that police. Fucking silver spoon in that fucker's mouth. Always showing off his scar, flashing money.
Well, he made it big with a viral tweet directing to GoFundMe from Chelsea Handler.
No, the fucking celebrity. Those lawsuits, those civil suits pay out. Man.
Sometimes, yeah. Do you ever watch Audit the Auditor or something like
Love
Audit
him.
the Audit?
Very good. Yeah.
What is that?
So it's an attorney, a real qualified attorney, and there is a community who call themselves auditors. And basically they're kind of assholes to police. And if the police respond inappropriately, they sue them. That's their deal. And they might, for example, walk around the police parking lot filming the inside of the police cars.
Yeah.
I guess that's legal, right? It's not protected or whatever. But the police might come out, and if you're like, no, I won't give you my name. I am just doing public stuff. You can't do anything to me. And they're just really uncooperative.
You fascist piece of shit. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you can like bait a policeman into unlawfully detaining you, unlawfully arresting you, such. And you do have to like know what your rights are, because if you like, I don't know them that well. I don't know when I'm obligated to give my name and when I'm not, for sure. Mm-hmm. But if you do it right, you can win these like unlawful detainment lawsuits and get paid. And Audit the Auditor tells us whether or not they're doing it right.
So there's not a good channel that does this that I'm aware of, but I saw, and it's a whole video idea that like this could be a genre on YouTube. You're doing that antagonistic thing where you go to the cops, try to get them to arrest you. You know, I've seen these guys. Some of these guys are so good at it, and you know the cops have been sued before, or they know better than to fuck with them. He will talk shit, man. He will tear them down like it's rust. What
a great metaphor.
Like, you're fucking dismissed, piggy. Get out of here and go eat some donuts, fatso. Wee. He's like, sir, don't call me sir, pussy. Get the fuck out of here. I told you, you're dismissed. Your boss is dismissed too. And you, with bright eyes, you can stay. like he'll just shit on him. And then, but I saw one where he goes this far. He's parked in the wrong place according to them. He's holding his camera wrong. Cop hits his camera and breaks it, arrests him. On the screen, it goes, cha-ching, 125,000. That's your whole video series. It's you antagonizing, and then I got to see that cha-ching at the end. That's what I'm waiting for. We want to see that spike in viewership. Like this was most rewatched. Oh, that cha-ching. If that cha-ching. I want people. It could be a job because it seems so easy to antagonize cops to beat you, according to the internet, that if you worked at it like a job, like you're out there every day, and you're honing your craft, right? You're like a good comedian.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I got a tight 5 that is guaranteed to get my fucking face pummeled by a baton.
Yeah, like if you can make one of these dummies violate your rights on camera and maybe rough you up a little.
What, are you afraid, officer? You won't kneel on me. You won't do it. Like just threatening them. You won't hit me.
So Kyle's probably seen this because we see the same clips a lot. He's an attorney. He's a black guy, a little bit chubby, and he's well dressed in a suit. And I want to say it's a cop who's demanding something, paperwork of some sort. And he's an attorney. He knows he's not entitled to give it over, not obligated to give it over. And he asks him, he's like, all right, so just to be clear, you're insisting that I hand you the forbidden paperwork and you want this to happen. Yeah, you have to give it to me. And he's like, so you're forcing me to give you this. Are you sure you want to do this right now? And the guy's like, yeah, give it. All right. Last time, you're making me do this.
Other option?
Nope. And
just
he just
like imagining court.
It's like he practically wrote an oral contract for him to violate, and he got paid.
Yeah. Can you repeat that into the microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I like seeing. I like seeing both sides of it. I guess I like seeing bad people get their comeuppance. But whenever the cops are pieces of shit, I saw one the other day. The guy is walking into the police department to file a complaint on a cop. The cop at the same time is parking his car, and they know each other. This is the guy he's got the issue with, and the cop's like, "Hey there, what are you doing?" He's like, "I'm here to file a complaint on you." And he's like, "Oh, are you?" And comes over and like choke slams him, like no slow down, no cursing and pushing like high school. Hand on throat, choke slams the guy, and the guy's recording him while he does it. There's just this frame of a hand going, and the guy going as his head is being thrown backwards, and the cop's just like, I
haven't seen this one. Did you find out like the
see they don't do that? I need that. See, it's almost like
sometimes like the Reddit comments, someone finds it.
Yeah, I need that whole narrative. I need to know like who the good guys are and bad guys are. Don't just show me someone getting beaten up on a subway. I don't know if he deserved it or not.
Yeah, you need to know. You need the run up where you see someone shove over an elderly woman, and then when his head is caved in savagely, you're like, well,
another fucking payout in the making. 95-year-old woman in a nursing home. Nursing home calls the popo because she's got a knife. Okay, picture like a little old white lady, okay? We're talking little old classic from the cartoons old lady. They tased that bitch. They tased her and put her in intensive care. They've already, I don't know if they fired the cop, put him on leave or whatever, but somebody's getting paid. Her grandkids are Scott's top. Shot top. Shot by the cops tots.
Shox tots.
Something like that.
Shot by the cops tots.
That's great. I liked your first one, shock tots. Shox tots.
Oh, that's good too.
What the fuck? I love that. But the problem is the money.
Are you gonna start trying
it?
Maybe bait a cop into something?
No, I don't think so. What if they just beat you to death? How do they kill you? That's like getting one of those medals posthumously. It's like, who fucking cares, dude?
You go up to antagonize the cop and you immediately realize it's one of those like Vegas hotel guys where he's like, give me the papers, on your knees, hands on your head, jump 3 times, clap, blink, stop blinking.
He's gonna kill me.
Like, oh no, I flew too close to the sun here.
They just hold your phone up to your dead face and delete the video.
Oh, I don't put that on there. I got a fucking 14-digit code.
You don't have facial unlocking?
No, I've told you before, cops can hold that to your face and unlock your phone.
You're right. Yeah.
Same with your fingerprint. I don't put that shit on there.
To your dead body, I assume.
Yeah,
Absolutely, your dead body.
I burned my fingerprints off with acid. Just
Sandpaper.
Sure. You're really noob a move.
Mine are just filled with super glue all the time.
You just fill your hands.
I'm
always. You're like,
I can't unlock my laptop anymore. It's fucking.
Oh, I forgot. Last week we were talking about fucking mustard gas, and I had a feeling I was wrong with what I was saying, but I went full blast in there anyway. It's not. It's. Let me find it. Because I found it.
You were saying it was bleach and urine, I think, last week.
Ammonia.
Oh, I think we derive ammonia from the urine. I think was what I was trying to say. I stand by that. It's just
last week we learned bleach is chlorine.
Sure, but bleach and ammonia don't make
mustard gas.
Mustard gas. They
makes a powerful and useful cleaning agent, right?
Where's my fucking downloads? What does it make? And what? Well, is it like a 1-to-1 ratio to get that cleaning?
I think that's how you make your own Diet Pepsi at home. you do that. No, it'll kill you if you do that in a bathroom.
A toxic gas called chloramine.
All right, bleach first plus ammonia makes chloramine gas. Bleach plus vinegar makes chlorine gas. Bleach plus rubbing alcohol makes chloroform. And hydrogen peroxide plus vinegar makes peracetic acid. Peracetic acid? I don't know how strong that is, but Google probably help. But
isn't
none of
like
those things are mustard
acid?
gas.
Acidic. Peracetic.
And when I read about mustard gas, they mentioned something about something sulfate or something like that. Apparently, it's just a completely different chemical compound, and it causes blisters on contact. The gas we're talking about, this chlorine gas, it just make you cough. I mean, it'll probably kill you and overwhelm you eventually. But
they put chloramine in your drinking water.
Yeah, a little bit. You haven't seen those military videos of them literally pouring a gallon of bleach into their big reservoir of drinking water.
Yeah, we did that on the not a gallon, but when we whitewater rafted down the Grand Canyon, they just put bleach in the Grand Canyon water and everybody drank it. But bleach gets like evaporated out of water pretty quickly, which is why they mix bleach and ammonia and use chloramine to put it in your drinking water, and it stays there a little better.
Interesting. I don't know anything about that.
I know it because it's a real problem for people who put that drinking water in their fish tanks. So you have to put something else in there to break apart the chlorine and ammonia so that it can leave the water.
It's a huge problem.
I see.
All this fluoride and chlorine in our water is making it tough on reef keepers.
It's great for your fish's teeth, though.
It's good for your fish's teeth.
It is biting on corals.
Yeah. I don't think I will ever be a reef.
It makes the reefs gay. All right, I like that one.
It does make the reefs gay. No, reefs are the straightest hobby. Ask anyone. I'm into reefs.
I still think like a redneck reef would be more interesting to me because every now and then I go to the
gators.
When I'm at the aquarium, they have the fresh water section, right? And they have that one part that's just like a pond with catfish and brim and stuff in it. And I always like that part. It's all murky. We're down there on the bottom, bubbling around. Brim or... it's a fish. I don't know what else to say. It's a little fish about like this.
I pictured an algae, like,
show us a brim. And it's possible that it's some Southern colloquialism that isn't even a real word, but brim.
Is it like a perch or something?
What's interested me a little bit? Giant koi. I've been looking at people who have koi ponds, and the kois are like the size of a 4-year-old. And I'm like, that's pretty fucking dope. That looks neat. I wonder what it takes to feed them.
Those are expensive, like the real big ones, right? Like because some of them get very colorful and things.
Yes, like that. Dude, the whole aquarium world, like what costs a lot and what's cool, don't seem directly correlated to me.
That's a brim.
That's a brim. All right.
Yeah, I use those as bait sometimes.
They're like this koi has like this color pattern is really attractive, and this one that seems at least as attractive to my untrained eye is cheap, and that one's expensive, and I don't see why they're what.
Oh, those are bluegill.
Oh, it's just the bluegill? Yeah, dude, those are so fucking tasty. You need to catch a big one for them to have enough meat, but bluegill are fried up are better than catfish. There's nothing better than fried bluegill.
Taylor just
my grandma
lit up when we talked about seafood. He was just like, whoa.
I used to, like my brothers when I was little, like they would want to fish, like especially my middle brother, like just for fun. Like I would not fish at like one of the ponds unless I confirmed with my grandma, like anything I catch, she'll fry up for me, right, Grandma? And she's like, yeah, sure, Taylor, anything you get, I'll fry up for you. And so I would like go and just like catch enough Like
Taylor
I
brings
was
home
always
3
disappointed.
goldfish.
I'd be like, because I wanted the bluegill, like, and they're smaller, so you need a bunch of those to get enough. And like, I'd be almost disappointed. I'm like, fuck, I got a giant fucking catfish. I'll make sure my brothers eat that meat. I'll keep the bluegill meat for me. But yeah,
I didn't know you could eat those things.
They're
Catfish
delicious.
taste bad?
They're just not as
Big
good
ones
as bluegill. I like yeah, the bigger they are, the more likely they are to taste a little fishy.
They've been bottom feeders for too long.
But they're still tasty. They're delicious. They're
It's
fried
super
up.
cool when those really hot chicks catch catfish with their bare hands.
Noodling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I didn't know that
done that.
existed.
You're not a really hot chick.
Until I was a
true.
man grown.
I wouldn't be interested in your video.
I don't think I would want to do that. I don't think I'd want to do that, man. I don't like I think back to us playing in water just like what you see people noodle in, that chocolate milk colored water that's like waist deep. And we used to fuck around in there all the time, and there'd be snakes and stuff, and we just didn't give a shit. But I guess I'm just really not up for getting bitten by a water moccasin these days. That just seems like such a bad idea.
Yeah.
Dude,
And it's
if you
really
just
not
do
hard
a
to catch catfish.
Google image search on noodling. Just hot chicks all over the place. I bet this hobby is not actually filled.
Fuck yeah, let's go, baby.
Dude, that guy
Zach's
noodles.
mocking me.
He likes to move it, move. I want to see him thrust that fucking belly.
Move
it.
Belly
Move it,
twerking.
move it.
Yeah, dude. I wonder.
Wow, gloves.
Who's that chick on the right?
That's the one who caught the
All right,
fish out of his
there,
spoon.
right?
Our right.
You say who is
No.
she? Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, I see a lot of hot chicks doing it. I think it's also because like
It's a big old
dudes
fish.
dudes want their girlfriends to hold the fish so the fish looks bigger. I think it's a size
That's-
comparison as much as he's just using that hot chick as a banana is all.
right. He just went. He goes to the nightclubs looking for the smallest girls possible.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
It's like, you want to come home with me? No, but can you meet me tomorrow at like, honestly, 5:30 a.m.? Like, I'm actually going home. I'm not drinking. I'm fishing in the morning. While you come with me.
You want to go noodling? Some of those fish look like they could take that girl on the left away. She weighs like 85 pounds or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like the stuff that guy used to catch in river monsters.
Yeah, catfish get absolutely gigantic.
I don't think they stop growing.
I mean, eventually they must, but I think they get like person sized. I've just seen some that are hundreds of pounds. It seemed like that look scary. Like you wouldn't want to face off with them.
No.
There's a lot of forced
I have a
perspective
kink. I
here.
can't stop scrolling these fish chicks.
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's some forced perspective. And the fish is already dead. Too much of a coward to even allow a catfish that size to lay on you alive. Dude, the bone on the top of a catfish's head is like fucking prehistoric. Like it is so hard and dense. Like if you've like even small catfish, like I've like fucked up getting it off a line before and it thrashes, and like if that top of the head bone like smacks like the bony part of your wrist, it's like fuck. Like it's like someone just like wrapped me with a hammer real quick, because it's a catfish. It's just solid. There's no fat. It's just muscle and then a really hard bone on the top of its head. And the way you kill it is that my grandpa would you could either just take a claw hammer and crush its skull, and sometimes like it takes a couple swings with a claw hammer to really destroy it. And I remember like being upset as a
It would
kid.
take me 19 blows.
You'd be like, stop
Henrietta's like, tell me about it.
Why'd you start at the tail?
So like if my head's the catfish's head, underneath here on the belly is like kind of a hard ridge of bone and like cartilage and stuff. And so you can take them, and like near the pond we had just a nail nailed into the tree, and you slam it on there in that area, and the nail sticks in and it gets hooked on the cartilage thing there. And then you can use these special like pliers to pull off fish skin more effectively because it's so tough. And then you just tear it down off of that. And I remember like seeing them still flailing and wondering why like my grandpa like didn't kill them beforehand. And
unfortunate.
And he was like, it doesn't matter. They don't feel it. And I'm like, he's acting like he does. He's acting like he's clearly panicked. Yeah.
Fucking Oscar goes to catfish number 3.
Yeah. Dude, you would not believe the amount of a fish you can get off a fish and have it still go everything.
Upsetting.
You can get the whole thing off.
Distressing.
It is a little distressing.
I would kill them always. I've shot catfish before. It's like he's a big boy. Let's just shoot him.
Let's just shoot him in the head with a 22.
Let's just make sure, right? Like what the alternative is an actual base, like the prescribed thing. Like when you look on fish boats, they got a little club. They got a little wooden club they're whomping those cocksuckers with. You know?
They're tough. They're prehistoric. They're one of the oldest fish. You said that, right? Or I think one of the fish that's been around fucking a long time, unevolved. Like a gator.
I don't know.
Shark has to be way up there.
Yeah, shark for sure.
Shark's the one everybody thinks of. And then
I'm just a basic bitch dinosaur spotter.
Dinosaur spotter.
Yeah, everyone knows that one.
But I don't know. We don't even know if dinosaurs are real. I saw some guy online saying he's not buying it. He thinks it's all made up.
You just redefine what dinosaur is. It seems like they're really old flightless birds nowadays is kind of the theory. Am I on target with that?
Yeah, it seems like they pivoted more to birds than lizards, which was a huge reduction in cool.
Yeah, they were dinosaurs for like 100 million years, though. So there are all sorts of different things, I guess you could say. Have you guys ever known anybody that fished with dynamite or anything like that had some cheat for fishing? Electricity, I've seen people use.
I've never fished with anything but regular fishing pools. Yeah, the prescribed method.
Yeah. Wow.
Have you done dynamite fishing?
I've thrown explosives into the water before. I don't know if it killed fish.
I've gone.
I feel bad. Like if you're killing
caught crab with cages and like bait on a string.
Oh yeah, I used to make catfish baskets. You can take chicken wire and it's pretty easy once you know how. Just you secure them together with just string. You sort of sew it in and out of the chicken wire and then secure it on either end. And when you pull the knot tight, this chicken wire basket becomes whole, and you kind of make an inward-facing funnel, and they go through the funnel, but they can't turn around and go back out. And we would catch slews of catfish. It was really effective. I don't know. It was one summer. That's all I did. Just make those things and catch catfish. We had. Did you keep them or put them back? So we had one of my dad's friends was getting rid of their pond. They were going to put a building there, so the pond's getting drained and the whole landscape is getting changed. And so I was catching all of the catfish out of their pond and then bringing them to our pond. And just little by little, I caught them all with the, traps.
Wings told me how long catfish live without water, and I doubted him. But they live like 8 hours or something. And if you give them like a hint of water, like a wet towel or mud, they'll live overnight till days. Yeah. It's crazy.
I didn't know that.
I guess I know I've seen those African ones. And maybe frogs too that sort of do that. I know the frogs live like under the muckety muck after it dries up in those mud holes over there. I think the catfish do that as well. They kind of bury themselves in the mud, and on the surface it'll be like charred mud, where it crackles all up. But underneath is this wet, soggy layer that they're just existing in. It's a pretty hardy critter.
Yeah, you can like almost see when they're under there, like the cracks moving a little
our
bit.
Quality of life is so much better than like every other fucking animal on the earth, but some more than others. Can you imagine that's your life? Like, oh, look, it's the hot months. Let's live in the mud for until it rains again.
Yeah.
What if it doesn't, Father? Then we all die. Nice and slow, though. You'll go first.
I bet blue whale would be a decent animal to live as. I don't think anything fucks with them at all.
Dolphin's pretty good.
Yeah, dolphin would be all right.
You got boys then. You got
orca.
The pod.
Orca, that'd be good. Yeah, orca's a good one because you're smart. You have buddies. Nobody's messing with you. You get to fuck with seals, the dumbest things alive. Like, it seems like orca.
It's like you kill puppies for a living.
Yeah,
that's basically what orcas do.
They're like super smart and they're hunting these idiots.
If dogs lived longer, though, that's the fucking move. Like a well-loved, like a well-treated dog. Like
a loophole. Yeah,
but fucking Toby down there is just like snuggled up in my lap eating chicken bites. I ordered rotisserie chicken the other day, and he got all the skin.
I love what dogs did. Like dogs are like, all right. We are like a D tier animal. Like we're not very good at surviving. We're fucked. Let's make friends with the king of the world. Like the king of the solar system. Let's be their best friend. Now, if there's a dog and a lion in my yard, I like that dog's chances. You know why? He's on my side. I got guns. I have explosives, for fuck's sake. Like that dog's gonna be fine if I
got back about it. I saw a kind of similar situation. I saw this thermal scope video the other day. This guy's lamb is being attacked by a coyote, and it's like mauling the lamb. It's trying to get its throat and drag it down, and the guy's looking through his crosshairs of this thermal scope. You can see the body heat, and it's like a hostage situation where they're turned wrong for a while, and he can't get a clean shot. But as soon as he does, fucking coyote drops, starts twitching all crazy, and he goes, "There you go, little buddy, run free." like he didn't say anything until that moment. It was great. Because I'm watching it like, oh, is he gonna save the lamb? And you're kind of afraid, like, man, if this guy doesn't know what he's doing, he's gonna shoot them both, you know. And but he waited till it was perfect. It was great. It's awesome video. I guess thermals are cheaper than they once were. When I was looking at thermals, they were expensive.
They're not anymore?
I don't know. I just see them a lot. I see. It seems like maybe there's some cheaper ones. I know there's one that goes on your cell phone that's like $250.
Based on tech, I bet the level of thermals that you're accustomed to 10 years ago are cheap, and there's a new level that's the same price.
Yeah.
How shit works.
I think I saw a video the other day where they were hog hunting with a minigun with thermals attached. And whenever they would pull the trigger, you imagine, maybe I did even, I've shot a minigun and I imagined that there'd just be this beam of bullets into the pig, but there was so much recoil from the mount that they it sort of just jiggled everywhere around it and had this field of death every time they'd open up with this thing. It was pretty cool. I every now and then I'll like catch a clip of a gun video and be like, all right, that's fucking cool. That's a good one. Like shooting a pig with a minigun is pretty next level.
Did you ever want to like try and cut down a tree with a gun?
I did.
He's done it with a shotgun.
Different ways, yeah. I shot one down with a shotgun, and then I shot one down with a 50 cal, and I had put explosives inside the hole in the tree. So it was like, and like a little tree falls, and then boom, and the whole tree. And now all of a sudden I've cleared like a path almost. That was on that Dragon 50 cal video. There are a couple silly things in that video. That was the one where I thought I was shooting jugs of water, but my dad had poured the water out and filled them with off-road diesel fuel. And I couldn't tell because the jugs are tinted blue. They're those office cooler jugs. And so when I opened up on these jugs at point blank range with the 50 caliber machine gun, they just exploded in my face with these huge fireballs. So when you watch that part of the video, we were not expecting fireballs. That was
your dad, just a little surprise for everyone.
Well, he didn't know we were going to take, those jugs have been sitting there for, I would buy props and have them stacked for months at a time. Oh, okay. He was just like, I use those jugs for fuel. I didn't know that you were someday going to just pick them up, take them off, and shoot them with a fully automatic machine gun with explosive rounds, because why would I?
Yeah,
but I did.
Mistakes happen.
Yeah. There were a few silly things on that one. A bullet bounced back and hit me in the chest on that one. There's a part where we're shooting the concrete at long range, and one of them literally came back and tumbled and like smacked my chest. Not very hard at all. And then like fell on my lap in the middle of that video.
That's really cool. So you just felt something on your chest and you look down and there's just a bullet.
Yeah. Recovered like the whole thing. We were shooting this really hard concrete that was stood up. Bad idea. We're just shooting a flat concrete wall essentially. But that gun is so cool. It chews it the fuck up. So it looked neat. And one of the bullets just turned around and came literally straight back and hit me.
But now it didn't have enough power to do anything.
No, I mean, the way I remembered it barely even hurt. But yeah, I could have been worse, I guess. I've seen that video of the guy shooting steel, I think, with a 50 cal, and it comes straight back and knocks his headset off.
Yeah. It's like, come on, dude. That was you almost ruined everybody's afternoon.
Ooh.
That would have been
especially
your own afternoon. Everybody else's. Oh fuck! I'm supposed to be at work. Like the friend's dead now. At least we got it on video, so we know, we can prove it.
One on that motorcycle ride, and the guy drove off the cliff and got really hurt, and they had to medevac him out. It was a good experience for me because it ruined everyone's afternoon. And now I was like, oh, whoa. So riding over your head doesn't just get you hurt. It ruins everyone's good time. They would much rather wait 15 seconds for me to go a little slower than 5 hours for me to get medevaced. It's polite to not get hurt.
For sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I like a good scene. So
Yeah.
How often do you get to see a helicopter? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't get to see him very much.
It always brightens
I didn't
my
actually
day.
see the helicopter. They took an
Guess
ambulance to a place the helicopter could land.
How many blimps exist in the world? We're talking about Goodyear blimp style blimps, big boys. How many in the world?
Not
3.
nearly as much as there were before.
1. I'm going with 1.
Well, he says 1.
Just of Goodyear blimp.
No, Goodyear size blimps. What I mean is not something at a car dealership, like a blimp that we'd all be like, yep, that's a blimp.
50. I imagine
25.
it's a weirdly low.
25.
No, there have to be more than that.
He
You
said
know, or is
one.
that your guess?
He thinks there's only one blimp on the planet.
Well, I know that's
Like
not right. I've
Goodyear
seen
has
more
the
than
only
one blimp.
and they wheel it around from stadium to stadium.
Yeah. Yeah. They're the only one
How many
they wheeled
blimps
around.
exist on the planet, Zach?
Oh, it's not 25.
I say 25.
I thought you had an insight into blimp. I mean, I'm glad I have the highest number. There's no
wait,
way.
No, I just want.
I
don't know how many
Googled
blimps-
it. It's 25.
Woo!
You
He asked
bastard.
the question. I'm really suspicious.
I mean, who's to say how many blimps there are in the world?
Yeah, let's do random trivia. Let's name the last 10 Stanley Cup winners. You know, I don't know.
I was doing that the other day. I was writing actually, I'll keep it quiet. No, never mind.
Can you name the
not
last
rat.
10 Stanley? Are the Canes one of them?
In the last 10 years, no. They last won in 2006 against
Feels like-
the Edmonton Oilers.
I remember that.
Yeah, Kyle does too. Kyle was a huge oil head. I don't think that's even a name for the fans.
They call them the greasy gals.
Yeah, the greasy guys.
I've been watching the Braves a good bit this year. I will not try to watch the Falcons. I'll never believe them. They lost me as a fan forever when that Super Bowl thing happened.
And they blew that
So,
lead.
Like literally, like I don't think you come back from that. I think Atlanta fans need to own that more. And I think that the Patriots are class fucking acts for not throwing it in our eyes like acid on a fucking Middle Eastern sister who went out too late one night. Just you are so kind to us by not rubbing that in our face every time that we're on a forum or a Discord or something like that. Because that was such a humiliating, once in a fucking 100 years kind of fuck up.
It's like Patriots fans have won before.
Yeah.
But
It's
no one's
literally
ever
like,
lost like that.
You remember the Mad Men scene where like Don Draper's like underling is in the elevator with him and he's like, when I think about your life, Don, you could really do a lot of stuff better. And Don's like, I don't think about you at all. And then just leaves. It's just like, that's exactly the fan thing is like, thank you, New England, for not making fun of us. And like, I don't think about
I'm
you
glad that there's
Like, I don't-
great,
Which one was that?
there's such a dynasty that they're like, yeah, just put it with the rest. Don't sweat it, Atlanta. It happens to everybody. I mean, we do it to somebody every other year. They're kind enough to be like that. But at me and as an Atlanta fan, like that was like a traumatic moment in my life. That's one of it's like 9/11. It was like my 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Not that 9/11 wasn't also my 9/11, but you know what I mean.
It was even worse than 9/11. It was 327.
That was the score. Was it 27 or was it 26?
28 I have in my head. Am I wrong?
Something like that. It was awful. It was so bad. And I wish that they had that locker room speech that whatever Belichick or Brady said in there when they went into that locker room down 25 fucking points, halftime Super Bowl. What did they say? What did they
I still
say?
have all of your families under the stadium. Just letting you know, hit that second half.
I did they do a black magic ritual in there with like a big pentagram on the locker room floor and candles to will that? Did Lord Satan intercede on behalf of the New England Patriots? Perhaps.
Maybe.
They deflated the ball.
They did. I heard that.
Well, that would have meant wouldn't we get the same deflated balls too? Wouldn't everybody, or was they just deflate Tom's balls?
Don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I need to talk basketball for a second.
Okay.
Taylor, in a series in basketball, teams have gone up 3-0 to take the lead 142 times. How many times do you think the 0 team came back and won?
In all of playoffs? Like, not just conference finals?
Just basketball.
Oh, man. Reverse sweeps? Shit.
142 tries.
142 tries. I'm going to say...
Lower than you think.
7.
0. 0 times.
What?
142 3-0 leads, and no one has ever come back.
There's never been a reverse sweep in the NBA ever. That's crazy.
Yeah. So the Celtics went down to the Heat 3-0, and now it's 3-2. And it's like,
Could be the first one.
Yeah. And the Heat are like, in the playoffs, they're somehow amazing. But they were a play-in team. I think they were an 8 seed, something like that, a 10 seed. Like, they were lame. And in basketball, if you beat the number 1 team, you inherit their weak schedule. And the number 1 team lost their star player. So it was like, all right, they beat Milwaukee, but they didn't have their good player. And then they got, an easier team. And now they're up against Boston. They're going to get wrecked, but they win 3-0. And we'll see how this goes. If there's going to be a reverse sweep, it would be a situation like this.
Yeah.
A team that had a low seed that had an unusually easy path.
That's so. I mean, I guess I'm not familiar with basketball at all, but it seems statistically unlikely that there would never be a reverse sweep ever. Like, that doesn't happen often in hockey, but it is not unheard of for a team to go up 3-0 and then lose the series 4-3. Probably hasn't happened in 10 years.
Do you remember the greatest baseball one of all time, in my opinion? At least I know.
The Sultan of SWAT.
Is it going to be Boston Yankees?
Oh my God, yeah. They went down. They went 0 games to 3, and I want to say the score was like then they were down like in the game like
they
5-2,
like
6-2.
What was the injury that caused Curt Schilling's bloody sock?
Surgery. He had an open surgery.
Is that what it was?
I mean,
they acted like he overcame a simultaneous brain and cardiac issue.
Yeah, the way I remember it, he had surgery on his ankle, and he played anyway, and the incision was bleeding while he was playing. But that's not what I remember, because I think that was later on. I remember David Ortiz, I want to say, hitting home runs, like a pitch away from losing the series, a pitch away from being done. And I want to say Ortiz started like going off, and the whole team rallied. They won that game, and then they kept winning, went to the series and won that. And that I was caught up in all that. That was like 2000.
I remember a short, fat, white, bald Yankees coach getting his ass kicked by like Pujols or something. I don't know, some 6'5" pitcher.
Was it Manny Ramirez? I think Manny Ramirez and grabbed him by the head and like judo, like redirected him like some Tai Chi
Pedro
shit or
Martinez.
something. Pedro Martinez, yes, thank you. Oh my God, that was so funny. What was it? Was that Don Zimmer? It was somebody old.
Yeah, that sounds right. He charged this guy like
short, fat, bald, old man.
Yes. Just dramatically not understanding the situation.
Charged at a young, big, and it wasn't a big power pitcher at that, and he got tossed. Yeah, he grabs his head.
That's closer than it was in my head. In my head, he came up to like his nipples.
Yeah, he throws him here. It's yep, there you go. Dumped him.
Baseball fights
are they in Boston there? Yeah, they are. They're in Boston there too. So
it's a lot of Y-I-auditing and
dude, the crowd loves that.
That pitcher in hindsight had a lot of class. He charged the mound to fight the pitcher. The pitcher, based on Woody's rules, was allowed to win that fight. He could have broken his nose and been like, "What'd you want?" But instead, he just redirected him to the ground, made him look very
Coach
foolish.
Has a heart
it was
attack
actually
there.
kind.
That's the classy way to handle it. You're right.
Imagine Coach has a heart attack, never gets up. Like, how's that go down?
I hear you. Based on Woody rules, still
Pedro
fine.
killed Don Zimmer.
That's everyone knows. Baseball's a dangerous, fast-paced, athletic game, and that's part of the risk that comes with being a part of this world. Death is quickly coming. Speaking of these like super intense baseball fights, check out this clip of Jamie Benn almost paralyzing someone in a game.
I don't know if we can show this.
Oh no, you can't show it. I just need to. You can tell from your face. This guy is the only reason I fucking hate the Dallas Stars.
Whoa!
He is trying to behead Mark Stone there.
I bet he doesn't get a suspension.
Oh, that's their captain, so I assume he's good.
So they kicked him out for the game. He
got a 2-game suspension as well.
Oh, did he? In addition to the game. So that happened early in the game. So he was out that game. And a lot of analysts were saying, I was watching ESPN a ton today, that they're like, no, he won't get a suspension. This is the playoffs. We play a different kind of hockey here. Things are called different. Things are viewed differently. And he went out early in that first game. So he kind of already got his game. They gave him 2 more. Good.
Yeah.
He's trying to kill that guy.
Yeah. That dude, Mark Stone, has a history, like pretty much everyone in the NHL, of concussions. And so, like, you don't want to, like, have a guy like Jamie Benn, who's probably 6'4", a fit athlete, coming down
best
on
player.
you with.
He's their captain, right?
Jamie Benn is the captain of the Dallas Stars. Yeah. So not very captain like. And Mark Stone is the captain of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Both captains.
Yeah. I believe he is. Yeah, the main captain. And so
what does
Mark
that mean?
Stone is the captain is, so in hockey, you have a main captain, you can have 2 associate captains. The only rules about it is a goalie cannot be captain, and the captains are the only players who are allowed to address the referees about issues on the ice. And so if a player wants to be like,
rule, or would a ref be like, you're not a captain? Fuck off.
That depends on the ref. Like, a lot of refs will just ignore non-captains who talk to them. Because, like, what I'm talking about is, like, after the play. Like, in the middle of a play, a non-captain will be like, oh, fuck you. Or like, are you fucking kidding me? But when, like, afterward, when it's time for discussion, it would be Jamie Benn and Mark Stone.
Is there negotiation? Or do they need to be like, hey, did you see this and that? This happened like this. Like what's going on when we're talking to the ref?
It's politicking. Like, both teams are trying to make a scene a bit of like, they've got more power plays than us, and you just fucking hit us again with one. And then the ref will be like, well, then stop fucking tripping people, eh? You know, you're fucking tripping people up and down the ice.
Yeah.
And like, it's trying to frame it. And like, because like sometimes coaches will come out. I think Rod Brindamore did this postseason where he was like, the refs are fucking handing it to Florida. They're the dirtiest team and they barely have more penalties than us. Like, sometimes if that's a liked coach, refs will like kind of move in their directions. Other times, if it's not a liked coach or the refs feel disrespected, they will, pay no heed to it. Ideally, they pay no heed to it. They should be just doing their own thing, not being impacted by it. But because everyone is impacted by it. How did they respond to Brindamore? I didn't see what the refs did, but I did see that Florida continued to get more penalties. Like, it was a weird Brindamore comment, because it was like, they do get more penalties than you. They play dirty. They're a dirty team. They play like the Blues in 2019 did, dirty. And that won the Blues Cup. Everybody talks about how the Blues were fucking filthy animals on the 2019 run and how they bullied people, and that the Blues strategy was to make it so that by game 6 and 7, they're too hurt and scared. There's too many people hurt and too many people are rattled, because our team was the biggest in like NHL history at the time. And they just bullied everybody.
Philly did that.
Yeah. And now St. Louis isn't like that anymore. Now
why don't they do more games
everybody else
up? My favorite thing, whenever I see that the coach or the players are mic'd up, I'm so much more interested. In hockey, I've noticed, what I've heard is the refs are seemingly always in the right. They're like, come on, I've been letting you gouge people for an hour and a half. Sir, you kicked him in the face. I'm only giving you 2 minutes. Like, come on. He needed a good kick. They're like, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. But you kicked him twice, and you know the rules. They're always chill about it. In baseball, the ump will be in the wrong. They'll be clearly in the wrong. Sometimes they will call strikes and balls so egregiously incorrectly, and people will be like, "Fuck, what are you doing? What are you?" And they'll just be like, "I'm not going to negotiate with you. I don't talk strikes and balls. You want to get kicked out of this game? Try it again. Oh, you want to talk strikes and balls? Get out. Get the fuck out. Oh, you didn't like that I threw him out? You get the fuck out too." It's so nonchalant. Get the fuck out. Oh, you get paid $1 million a game? Get the fuck out. They lost that, didn't they? The fuck out. Yeah. Think about it next time. Just kicking anybody and everybody.
The refs are always
the other day. He goes, you out of here, because some shit had been going down.
Yeah.
Nobody knew who, and the guy starts walking like, fuck, all right. And it's like, no, not you. Him. The guy's like, me. I was eating sunflower seeds. He picked the wrong assistant coach to kick out. A guy who was literally, it's like when that fucking NBA player went into the crowd because someone threw beer at him and wasted that innocent dude. He had to change his name after that.
You did.
The wrong fucking guy.
Change his name to Meta World Peace.
Yeah. Had to. He beat the shit out of that dude. Yeah. Throws the wrong fucking coach out. And like everybody's confused now. Even the other team is like, him? Like nobody understands.
There's something wrong with baseball culture where they just never change their mind. They never admit they're wrong. There should be a like, all right, guys. Do you think I got this one wrong? Let's get the call right.
There, there's several different calls that are challenged and are challengeable. And they do some replay on stuff. The one that's most common is whether the guy went all the way around with his bat or not, so that it's a swing versus a checked swing. And you'll often appeal to the first base umpire, at least on a right-handed batter, because he's the one who has the best look at it. He can see the barrel of the bat and where it passes that plane or not. And sometimes he'll be, the ump will be like, and they'll be like, oh, no, let me see what he thinks. He's like, yep, nope, you're good. You're good. And they'll go the other way because he had the best look.
Sometimes, like, it's rare, but in hockey, like, if there's multiple penalties being given out, sometimes, like, players will try and skate back to the bench almost to, like, escape. And the ref will, like, point at the bench and be like, hey, you, like, box or, like, whatever. And the coach will, like, tell a player who is bad, who is not the player that just got pointed out, like, Stevens to the box. And then the ref will, like, have to see this other guy come in and be like, no, not you fucking sitting on the bench, bitch. No, him, that guy. Like, so they're like, fuck, he got me. Like,
it's the backup goalie.
Yeah,
You can't pull a fast one. He wasn't wearing all that shit.
Is there any so there's this thing in football, obviously, where let's say we just we're moving down the field, we're on offense, and we get a catch. They call it a catch, but it's a little fishy. Did he get his foot in? Did he have control or not? He was going down. We immediately get a playoff as fast as we can because you can't go back. Once another play has gone off, we can't go back on the challenge. Is there any of that in any other sport, I wonder? That's sort of just clearly gaming the rules, because you'll see them do it. Like one of the players, I've seen the receiver himself know he didn't catch that ball. And there'll be a sign. He'll go, and everybody's like, hurry up. And they just quick and run fucking like a handoff real quick. Just whatever they can do to like knock a play off,
to
start and stop the clock again. Lock in that bullshit we just pulled off. Yeah.
Sports where they have like a hard stop of the clock in between plays, it's probably harder to pull that.
Yeah. Basketball has that. Hockey does too.
Yeah.
Baseball does now. I love that time, that clock in baseball, watching people get fucked up with that. I think it's like 17 seconds or something like that. It has been an adjustment.
I'm glad that it was a change that made baseball appealing to you again, because I know that's your favorite sport, and you've been frustrated to not be able to enjoy it because it's kind
so many things.
I saw a batter fuck with the pitcher over that. So the rule, like, I guess it's designed to speed up the pitcher, but is this the guy? What was his name?
And the batter.
The video that I watch.
John Boy. J-O-M.
So this guy is like setting up, looking like he's ready to bat, but low key, he's got 1 foot outside the box. So the pitcher's like starting to throw, and the ref is like, what? No, you can't throw before he's in the box. And the pitcher's like, what? He's ready, but he's not ready. He's pretending to be ready. And the gamesmanship that's just so baseball.
Yeah. There was a lot at the end of the game. Like, they asked him in the post interview, he's like, apparently, I don't know the rules, but I learned a lot today.
I learned a lot today.
Because he would do it. He did it a couple times. He'd do it when he was he's icing him out. He gets to decide when it's time, when the pitcher has to throw. And so many pitchers have these like ridiculous like yips that they've programmed in, a crazy like twist to the left, twist to the right, look up at my dad in the audience, thank mom, and throw it.
Hey, it's the Cardinals being sneaky.
It was, yeah. I think Zach found exactly what we were talking about.
See, he's outside the box.
That doesn't show.
I like those uniforms.
He was in during this sequence. I think he was even more like looking like he wanted to bat. And as soon as the pitcher began his sequence, it's a balk.
Yeah,
good grab on
this is in the middle of what's happened. So clearly the pitcher's just about to deliver the pitch, and the ump's already called time because you can't. He started his motion. The batter's not ready. The batter's looking right at him, like that's part of it too. You have to be looking at each other. They didn't have that at first. People just fucking slinging them as soon as they could for a minute.
You need to get rid of that rule. They that back.
Fix that right away. They got to look at each other to get this thing off. Another thing is they're always tinkering with the baseball without telling anyone. Weight, density, and the shift is gone. They used to move the whole fucking player. These guys that pull hard left or right, depending on what the hitter was, they'd shift the whole infield around, and they moneyballed it to show like how much more efficient that was. And it was like 38% fewer hits with the shift on. When you use it, when you utilize it correctly.
Illegal defense.
It is. You got it. Your infielders have to. They can't go into the outfield, And just like that guy had 1 foot over the edge there to get to make it like not in the box. If your infielder steps in that fucking outfield, like I saw an infielder with his heel just on the grass, and they're like, oh, can't do that, buddy. And they got him. I don't remember what the violation was, like what they did. I think the runner
advanced. Yeah.
You know, it seems like if they wanted to shift, because baseball fields don't conform to a standard, couldn't they just make the grassy part shorter? Does that make sense? You know,
oh, sure. Yeah. I suppose so.
I
don't know what the regulation is on the size.
I'd love to see.
So I could be wrong about that.
Baseball stadiums change more often. Like, you know what? All our power hitters are lefties, so let's bring in the left side of the arena a little bit so they can hit more home runs.
Yeah. Well, the GM made a trade. Call the construction company,
and we'll take the right side. Yeah, exactly. We'll take the right side, and we'll fucking make the stadium bigger over there, since that's not where we hit homers.
In the domes,
Zach says they do.
In the domes, a lot of the modern ones, they've got the air conditioning in such a way that you can blow out when your team's batting, and then you turn that bitch off when they're not.
That's a great one.
Sport.
The MLB notified the fucking Milwaukee Brewers that if they didn't repair their fucking stadium and get it up to MLB standards, they could look to what's happening with in Oakland right now, which means Oakland's going to Vegas. They're gone. So I love that. So all you fans in Milwaukee, you're
gonna get a better stadium.
Game. It's pretty humiliating, Brewers. Pretty embarrassing. Pretty embarrassing.
I wonder
what's going on in Kansas City, Taylor. When I think Kansas City, I think Wild West frontiersman town, little gun slinging and whiskey on the bar. You know, silver dollars being slapped and on tables and wahoos as horses thunder outside. Because all I know about Kansas City is its references in Wild West. But apparently nowadays it's some sort of a hellhole and a haven for all sorts of evil and evildoers.
It's the second most dangerous city in the state. St. Louis, number one by no one's taking that from us in Missouri. But yeah, it's funny because Kansas City, like, I go there because my brother lives there, and like it feels so much nicer and cleaner than St. Louis. And then you like go to nice cities, and it's like, oh, like this is much nicer than like the homeless situation in St. Louis and KC. But no, Kansas City is a lot of barbecue, and everybody's obsessed with the Chiefs and the Royals, but they're all Blues fans, and so we're cool there. You know, until Kansas City might get their own hockey team. They're on that. They've been on that list for a while.
I just keep reading about something about the government. There is always some sort of controversy and scandal. And then I also keep hearing about gang violence and machine guns and stuff in the streets.
Shit. Well, I'll text my brother, see if there's any machine gun fire going down.
Is he strapped with that beam?
He's strapped with that beam. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you're strapped, you better have that beam. Yeah.
He's got to switch to match his shoes. On the
Absolutely, he does. He's got his. He's wearing the shoes you do, Air Force Ones, strapped up with his beam.
No, if I'm going out there, you put on the black Air Forces or the and ones if you really want to style and profile.
the and
all right, you think black Air Forces are intimidating?
Oh, dude, do you remember that Nelly song, Air Force One?
Get the stomping. My buddy Blake would roast me all the time. That's the other thing he did. Where you heading, Kyle? Where you stomping off to? Are you stomping, Kyle? And he's like a white guy that can dance, so he'd fucking do that shit Nelly would do. Are you stomping, Kyle? You stomping off? Come on, get to stomping. And I'm just like, God damn it, I just want friends.
I just want friends, stop bullying me. Tell me what I can wear to not get made fun of.
I just went barefoot at that point. Just leave me alone. All right, check out our links down below. I've enjoyed this tremendously. Buy our jizz products and our drugs and join our Patreon because we always have a good time in there, and it's just a fun way to support the boys.
PKA 649.
Get